Yo, fam, welcome back. So, get this, our main character is totally losing his marbles right now because he's staring dead at his parents, but they look suspiciously fresh-faced. They're waving these baby rattles in Ethan's face, trying to build the hype. Like, what is even happening? Ethan is straight up malfunctioning. He honestly thought he'd already punched his ticket to the afterlife and hit the respawn button. But when Ethan tries to reach out to his mom, he realizes his hands are teeny tiny, and his body has been severely nerfed. Looks like our boy didn't kick the bucket after all. Instead, he just hit the ultimate rewind button all the way back to when he was a one-year-old diaper machine. That is some serious plot twist energy. Ethan's eyes are bugging out of his head. This feels totally glitchy. How do you just warp back to the tutorial level like that? The last thing he remembers, he was taking his final breath in the Abyss dungeon, while Emily was sobbing and rambling about some miracle. Wait, did she actually pull off a legendary tear spell or something? She's got power levels rivaling the 12 thrones, so honestly, it wouldn't be a total shocker if she actually made it happen. But still, time travel? That's wild. Looking at his parents' stress-free faces, Ethan starts getting all choked up. The feels are hitting hard, guys. He never thought he'd see them again. In his past life, monsters wiped them out when he was just 6 years old. Since then, Ethan turned that trauma into fuel, becoming a total savage who lived just to slaughter every monster in sight. But now, he's got a second shot at life. And this time, he's going to rewrite his destiny with his own two tiny hands. And so, the legend of Ethan's new life as a pint-sized toddler begins. Even though he's got all his max-level memories and skills downloaded, the harsh reality is that physically, he's just a helpless rugrat. Basically, he can't do jack squat except eat and sleep. But hey, it's his chance to turn things around literally and figuratively. Figuratively, he can dodge his tragic past. Literally, our boy finally unlocked the rollover skill today. His big moment was hyped up by his #1 fan and personal cheerleader, Noah. Noah is his super cute older sister, but honestly, his memories of her are pretty low-res compared to how clearly he remembers his parents. There's only one moment stuck in his head in 4K resolution, the day the monsters destroyed their family. She hugged him tight, using her small body as a human shield while sobbing, "Ethan, don't worry, Big Sis will protect you." In this new timeline, Noah is still the ultimate, loving big sister. When she saw him roll over, she tackled him with a hug, rubbing her cheek against his and showering him with praise. "Oh my gosh, you're a genius, my precious baby brother." Noah is great, but she is definitely a little extra with the emotions. Time flew by, and suddenly Ethan is a 9-month-old boss who can sit up straight. That means it's time to start the grind and gather mana. Mana is literally everywhere. Even if it's just a tiny bit, it's floating right there in the air like free experience points. In his past life, Ethan's mana pool was basically running on fumes, which made survival a nightmare. So, if his baby body can handle it, he wants to start absorbing it as soon as possible. But the grind isn't smooth because Noah keeps crashing his meditation sessions. Whenever she sees her baby brother sitting cross-legged like a little old monk, she just can't resist messing with him. But thanks to her constant pestering, Ethan realized something huge. His sister is absolutely overflowing with mana. And that's not exactly good news. If you have too much mana without control, you get mana condensation disease, which can totally wreck your health bar. Ethan isn't about to let that happen to his sis, so he decides he's got to teach her how to control that power. Poor Noah is totally clueless about the danger. All she wants to do is cling to her little brother and grow up together. Time kept zooming by faster than a speedster on energy drinks. Next thing you know, Ethan is 4 years old. He can do way more stuff now and spends a lot of time outside. You asking why? Because Noah drags him everywhere. She's basically a celebrity with the local kids and the neighbors. But unlike his superstar sister, the other Rugrats don't exactly roll out the red carpet for him. "Yo, Ethan, why'd you spawn here? Nobody invited you." Speak of the devil, here he is. Check out the attitude on this kid. She clearly hates his guts. "I was dragged here against my will, you dummy, Minji." Ethan fires back mentally. "I told you to stop calling me that." "It's Ava, not Isabella," she screeched, almost blowing out Ethan's eardrums. Once Noah hit the playground, she immediately established her dominance as the boss of the toddler squad. The squad starts setting up a game of cops and robbers. Ethan is totally not feeling it. I mean, playing tag is kinda cringe when you're mentally 36 years old. But then he catches a glimpse of his sister's beaming smile, and he thinks, maybe this isn't so bad after all. He decides to act his physical age just for her. The two of them ran around playing until the sun started to set. By the time they headed home, they were covered in mud from head to toe. But Noah looked absolutely stoked. Everything feels pretty chill, for now. They were just vibing down the street until they hit a super sketchy alley. Suddenly, a low growl ripped through the air. A stray mutt appeared, looking like straight-up nightmare fuel. And Noah. Even though she's barely taller than a fire hydrant, she didn't even flinch. She stepped right in front of her little brother like an absolute tank. It's gonna be okay, Ethan, she stuttered, shaking like a leaf in a hurricane. That's when it hit Ethan like a truck. This scene was a perfect replay of his tragic past life. It doesn't matter how many times he respawns or resets the timeline. His big sister is always ready to throw her life away just to keep him safe. He could still feel the phantom memory of her trembling arms from the bad ending. But yo, listen up. This run, things are gonna go down way differently. Ethan stepped up big time, shielding her from the beast. Nah, sis. I got this. The second he spoke, his mana exploded outwards like a shockwave. He locked eyes with the creature, unleashing his killing intent, and barked a single order, scram. It wasn't his squeaky kid voice that terrified the beast. It was the raw, suffocating pressure of his mana. That mutt didn't need a second warning. It tucked its tail and yeeted itself out of existence. Noah just stood there, her jaw practically drilling a hole in the pavement. She was absolutely shook to her core. It took a sec for her brain to reboot, but then she pounced on him with maximum hype. Ethan, what the heck was that? That was totally Mano, wasn't it? I want to be a wizard too. You gotta teach me. Noah was tripping out. But honestly, that chaotic energy is just classic Noah. Ethan finally sighed and agreed. I mean, let's keep it real. He's been plotting her training arc since he was basically in diapers. She was beaming like the sun, dragging him all the way back to the crib. Seeing that smile, that right there is the treasure Ethan is fighting a war against fate to protect. But to keep that smile shining, he has to stop the impending apocalypse, the brutal massacre that wiped out their entire fam when he was just 6 years old. To smash that tragic ending and rewrite the script, Ethan swore he'd do literally anything necessary. So, back at base, he went full sensei mode, teaching her mana control from scratch. But turns out, it was kinda a massive struggle bus for her. Watching Noah fail over and over made Ethan realize something deep. The universe actually has a savage sense of balance. See, she was born with god-tier mana reserves, but absolute trash control. Meanwhile, he's got way less MP naturally, but his micromanagement is legendary. Luckily, Noah's got that main character grit. Failing 1,000 times wasn't gonna make her rage quit the game. Just watch me. I'm gonna crush this. Her persistence was S rank, but her patience? Definitely F tier garbage. The quest Ethan gave her was simple. Use a thread of mana to keep a spinning top perfectly balanced. But she got too pumped, dumped a nuke's worth of energy into it, and sent that spinner yeeting into the stratosphere. Up until then, everything was chill vibes. Then one night, while the fam was watching TV, Mom dropped a tactical nuke. Since he's turning 6, it's time for kindergarten. No way. I'm not going to baby jail, Ethan shouted, putting on his best Oscar-winning brat performance. Excuse me, didn't you make a pinky promise? Mom countered. Dang, she had him there. He had hustled his way out of preschool earlier with that exact deal. He really did sign his life away with a pinky swear to start school when he hit level 6. He couldn't believe this nonsense. He's lived 40 years across 2 lifetimes, and now he has to hang out with a bunch of drooling, snot-nosed NPCs. Just thinking about the cringe was draining his soul. Anyway, fate has funny timing. It was New Year's Eve. The TV was blasting the live New Year's countdown special, hyping up the crowd. According to the host, this moment was going to change the meta for humanity. The feed cut to a reporter broadcasting live from a chopper. She claimed they were hovering over the Dongmyo Shrine, the sacred resting place of the ancient Joseon kings and queens. A new chapter in Korean history is about to unfold, folks. Get ready. Hearing that lady's cheerful voice made Ethan's head pound. A new chapter? Yeah, right? Talk about a massive understatement. Ever since humanity unlocked the secrets of mana, everyone's been obsessed with trying to grind levels and master it. They were so blinded by greed they didn't realize that pooling all that mana together was basically a giant aggro beacon. That's how the monster invasion triggered in 1999. Right before the millennium hit, the horror show began. Historians would later call this catastrophe, the end of the century. The gates of hell opened, and monsters went on a rampage. It was a total server wipe. South Korea lost 30% of its population in a single night. That's when humanity learned the definition of true despair. From then on, everyone lived in constant terror, never knowing when a beast might spawn in their living room. In the blink of an eye, the government, the police, the laws, all that stuff became totally useless trash. The only currency that mattered was raw power. Basically, mana became the new law of the jungle. Real power in Korea shifted to the super-rich chaebols and the awakened players with insane stats, guys exactly like Ethan in his past life. With these new powerhouses rising up to take the throne, the old system got deleted. But before things stabilized, the body count was absolutely astronomical. Communications went dark everywhere. People in the countryside were sitting ducks, just waiting for the monsters to turn them into a buffet dinner. But yo, right in the middle of that hellscape, a tiny, legendary spark of hope finally ignited in the darkness. Feast your eyes on the absolute queen, Emilia. Her face is literally breaking the internet on every screen across the nation right now. She went from being a massive A-list celebrity to the ultimate glow-up. Now she's the first-generation goddess protecting the entire Korean server. How did she snag that goddess title? Simple. She possesses the insane ability to lock down mana explosions and scatter them like they're absolutely nothing. They call her signature move White Grace. And those guardians at the temples? They're basically the nation's swords, rocking the legendary title of the 12 Thrones. Now, on paper, the Mana Management Association is supposed to be the one calling the shots for these players. But let's keep it 100. The actual heavy hitters went ahead and started their own guilds to run things their own way. Emilia isn't just clapping monsters with that rare destiny gift, she's controlling public opinion too. That's how she became the first ever to claim a seat on the 12 Thrones. It didn't take long for the rest of the big names to pop up and fill out the roster. These players are basically double-dipping, holding the throne title and running guilds. They're using the association's clout plus their own muscle to rule over every other player in the server. Right at this very second, Emilia is looking absolutely snatched in her traditional drip, standing super serious in front of a magic orb at the temple. She's like, yo, gods of heaven and earth, slide us some of that power so we can protect this hood. The second she shuts her mouth, that orb just explodes with this blinding blue light. The glow spreads fast, blanketing the whole city before wrapping up the entire country like a giant shield. Cut to the news reporter in the chopper. From that bird's eye view, the blue magic looks totally epic. She's yelling into the mic. Guys, you are seeing this live. A massive barrier just popped up right in front of us. This dome is literally mana-proof, covering all of Seoul right now. Sophia is losing it with excitement, sprinting to the balcony to get a better look. Ethan tags along behind his big sis. And okay, I gotta admit, the view is pretty sick. It's night, but the sky is glowing neon blue, way cooler than streetlights. Mom and Dad look up, clasp their hands, and start praying hard. Finally, we can chill in peace. Big thanks to the goddess. Every family on the block is doing the same thing. Sophia copies the rents and forces her little bro to put his hands together too. But he knows it's all cap. Praying won't help because gods, yeah, they don't actually exist. He remembers his past life clearly. When the apocalypse hit back then, all the so-called gods were already wiped out. As the blue glow fades out, Sophia is still focused, whispering, "Please, goddess, let our fam stay happy together." Ethan stares at his sister and cracks a little smile. Then he actually clasps his hands and sends a prayer to the goddess of time, begging for a happy run in this life. Boom, time skip. Another year flies by, and our boy is now 6. The tragedy that destroys his family is creeping closer. But first, he can't escape the nightmare of kindergarten. Day 1, and this teacher named David is way too hyped to welcome him. Of course, the first thing they do is the introduce yourself segment. Ethan stands up there, looking at these brats, totally hating his life. Sup, I'm Ethan, 6 years old. Let's hang later. That was it. Short and sweet. David keeps waiting for more, then awkwardly goes, that's a bit brief, huh? Don't you want to share more? I bet the squad wants to get to know you. But Ethan has zero interest in bonding with these toddlers, so he just shuts that down. Then the drama starts. He's stuck in the same class as Kim Min aka Mia. The kid sees him and instantly starts screaming. What are you doing in my class? Oh, hey Mia. You stuck here too? Ethan fires back just to troll him. Kim Min blows his top like a mini volcano. Dude has absolutely zero chill. Teacher David sees the beef brewing and jumps in to play peacemaker. After that awkwardness, it's finally free time before lunch. David thought Ethan would be a loner, but nope, the other kids are all over the new guy like ants on candy. They're hitting him with a million questions. Where's your crib? How many in your fam? What's your vibe? Ethan is getting a massive migraine. This is exactly why he hates kids. He barely manages to slip away. He wanders around the kindergarten and finds the reading corner. Finally, some peace and quiet. He grabs a random kid's book just to kill time. Turns out, there's a cute girl chilling there with a book too. He barely notices her until a gang of loudmouths barges in, wrecking the silence he worked so hard to find. Leading the pack is James, the head honcho of the playground bullies. Trailing him are his 2 lackeys, Robert and William. Yo, you reading again? That's for losers. What's the fun in that? Yo, Emma, what's with the lonely vibe? You got 0 squad goals or what? Choi Wook bellowed, making sure the whole playground heard his trash talk. Poor Emma froze like a deer in headlights the second she saw him. You can tell this wasn't her first roast session with these pint-sized bullies. And Choi Wook, he struts around like the king of the sandbox jungle. The dude just rolls up and snatches the ribbon straight off her head. Ew, what is this trash? Emma panicked, jumping to grab it. Give it back. My dad bought that for me. But the diaper mafia wasn't letting her off the hook. It ended with Emma sobbing and begging for her treasure. Total cringe behavior from these brats. Choi Wook and his minions were cracking up like they just won a comedy award. So immature. That's when Ethan, the silent observer, finally dropped a bomb. Now, for a 6-year-old with an ego the size of a skyscraper, Choi Wook got triggered big time. Look at him. Steam is practically coming out of his ears. Yo, what did you just say? He shot daggers from his eyes at Ethan. But this kid has zero clue he's messing with a veteran warrior trapped in a toddler's body. If he knew the truth, he'd be passing out cold right now. Ethan stood up with chilling calmness and approached Choi Wook. I said, "You're acting like a total baby. You think this is a joke?" Choi Wook snapped. He balled up his tiny fist and launched a haymaker right at Ethan's face. Ethan didn't even break a sweat. He just tilted his head smooth dodge. You can tell Choi Wook has farmed plenty of XP beating up other kids, though. But punks like this need a serious reality check, courtesy of the main character. Bam! Ethan delivered a kick that sent the bully flying back to eat dirt. Then he snagged the red ribbon and returned it to its owner. Here. Don't let those losers take it again. Meanwhile, Choi Wook was getting scraped off the floor by his lackeys. His butt was definitely hurting, but his pride was shattered. I'm gonna make you pay for this. Classic NPC villain line. Ethan just shook his head. He couldn't believe a 6-year-old was dropping threats like a mafia boss. He turned and unleashed a sliver of his death stare. Choi Wook's legs turned to jelly, and he scrambled away with his crew faster than you can say retreat. Once the trash took itself out, Emma shyly tugged on Ethan's sleeve. He turned to find her sniffling and smiling all at once. Thanks for getting my ribbon back, she whispered softly. She looks fragile, but don't get it twisted. Just like that brat Choi Wook and Ava, this girl's mana capacity is way above the server average. Ethan's curiosity piqued, so he scanned her potential. And guess what? He just stumbled upon a massive hidden gem. It was a total secret rare pull. After checking the stats, he realized her mana reserves were even deeper than his own sister's. Plus, compared to Noah, Emma has way better control over her energy flow. Her power is just going to keep skyrocketing as she levels up. With stats like this, she's destined to be one of the 12 thrones, or at least a top-tier ranker. But here's the glitch in his past life. Ethan never heard the name Emma. That is super sus. Even if she didn't become a player, with that much mana juice, she should have been a celebrity. To solve this mystery, Ethan decided to make a strategic play, friendship mode activated. In a world where mana rules everything, keeping a powerhouse like her in his party is just big brain business. And she had no reason to reject her hero. Just like that, our boy Ethan scored his first kindergarten bestie. Back at the crib, Ethan's mom was hyped that her son didn't trigger any events at school today. She even raided his inventory and found a bunch of paper carnations he crafted during art class. Mom proudly pinned a flower from her son and one from her daughter on her chest. Gotta admit though, his big sister has zero crafting skills. Ethan, sweetie, you made 3, right? One for daddy, one for mommy, and one for your sister? Mom asked, eyes twinkling. Ethan paused for a second, then dropped the heartfelt line. Actually, the third one. That's for Patricia. Flashback time. In his previous playthrough, elementary school forced this Parents' Day flower stuff too. But back then, Ethan didn't have parents. He would just shove the ugly, crumpled flower into his inventory and forget it. But his Patricia, who checked his bag every day, would find it and display it in the hallway like it was a legendary artifact. Every year he crafted one, but he never actually handed it to her personally. He thought if he showed love, his rage against the monsters would fade, and he couldn't let those buffs drop. He wanted to be a cold-blooded revenge machine, so he buried his love for Patricia deep down until the day she logged off forever. That is a major regret. That's why, in this timeline, telling Patricia he loves her is at the top of his main quest log. But the clock is ticking. That fated day is creeping up fast. It was May 4th. The government unlocked the restricted zones so families could visit relatives for the holidays. And to keep everyone safe from random monster spawns on the road, they hired a bunch of player mercenaries. But because that overpowered Kraken monster popped out of nowhere with absolutely zero chill, the casualty count was way higher than the simulations predicted. Tragically, Ethan's family got caught in the crossfire while heading to visit his grandma Patricia. Now, the nightmare feels like it's on repeat. Dad walks through the door and drops the bomb. Hey fam, let's go visit Grandma Patricia tomorrow, literally word for word like in the tragic timeline. But Ethan? Oh, hell nah. He isn't letting that slide. That scenario is getting vetoed immediately. Just for context, this is his mom's side of the family. Since his dad grew up strictly solo as an orphan, she's the only real grandmother figure holding it down in his life. In the previous Dune timeline, after the tragedy wiped everyone else off the map, She was the rock who raised him. Even when he was living like total trash with a heart colder than ice, she looked out for him until her final breath. Meanwhile, present-day Pops is looking way too hyped for this trip. They hadn't visited in ages because the outskirts of Ocean were basically a hardcore PvP zone crawling with danger. But this year, the feds claimed they fixed the roads and everything was solid. Total cap. But his parents swallowed the bait. Ethan is the only one who knows if boss raid is loading. So he tries to pump the brakes, asking, "Yo, can we maybe catch her some other time?" His parents were straight up shook. Like, didn't this kid just prep a carnation flower for her? Why is he flipping the script now? I mean, yeah, I want to see Grandma. Just, not tomorrow. Can't we pick another day? This was way trickier than he thought. Since he's technically nerfed into a kid's body right now, his words have zero clout. He has to play the part perfectly so his parents don't get suspicious. If he pushes too hard against the trip, they're going to start grilling him for answers. So, Ethan activated his Oscar-worthy acting skills. Since Children's Day is creeping up, he pulled the "I want to hit the theme park and ride the Viking ship" card. Come on, they said, the park isn't even that far from our crib. His little sis, Sophia, immediately hopped on the bandwagon to back him up. The parents were just vibes, happy to see their kids actually hyped about something for once. Before this, both kids were too terrified of the monsters outside to even want to touch grass. With the siblings teaming up, the parents folded. Plan B is a go. Amusement park tomorrow instead of the danger zone. Mom even offered to pack a lunchbox. What's the menu, guys? Sandwiches and fried chicken. Sophia was literally jumping up and down with joy. Ethan let out a silent sigh of relief. Mission accomplished, clutch play. Even if he couldn't keep the Kraken locked up, he at least stopped his family from running straight into its mouth. First step to rewriting history? Check. But there was one massive variable Ethan forgot to calculate: the butterfly effect. Turns out, his little detour messed with the timeline way harder than expected. Suddenly, Mom's phone starts blowing up. I don't know what the voice on the other end said, but the color drained from her face, and she looked ready to break down right there. She hung up and dropped the grim news. Grandma Patricia just collapsed. This made zero sense to Ethan's regression knowledge. In his past life, Grandma was healthy as an ox. Either way, his master plan was officially cooked. With her mother in critical condition, there was no way she wasn't rushing to her side immediately. Dad insisted on driving them as soon as possible. Seeing Ethan's dark aura, Mom assumed he was just salty about canceling the amusement park trip. She kneeled down to look him in the eye, trying to comfort what she thought was a tantrum. "Ethan, sweetie, Grandma isn't feeling well. I know you were dying to go to the park, but can we take a rain check?" Ethan was spiraling internally. He tried to patch the future, and Grandma got hit with a backlash. If he keeps tweaking the timeline, things might get even darker. Was there really no cheat code to stop his family from walking right into that Kraken's lair? If he can't save the squad, what was the point of respawning? The stress was literally choking him out. After running the Sims in his head, it hit him. The only glitch in this timeline is him. He's not the same useless noob anymore. He's been stacking mana since he was 9 months old and has all his veteran battle data downloaded. If he can't dodge the encounter, there's only one move left. He has to solo that monster himself. Before the carnage starts, let's break down the Mana Association's monster ranking tier list. Rank 9 is for the trash mobs, pests that mess up the environment or spread sickness. Rank 8 includes the beasts that actually pose a physical threat to the average civilian. Rank 7 monsters commit mid-level felonies like robbery or murder. Rank 6 are the ones capable of shutting down city admin services. Whether solo or in a squad, monsters that invade human turf or pack that kind of heat fall into Rank 5. Rank 4 is where it gets real. These things can control swarms, massacre people, and actually threaten the human economy. Rank 3 is nightmare fuel. These things can paralyze the government and are treated as living natural disasters. And climbing the ladder to Rank 2, these monsters are catastrophic entities capable of wiping out government functions and causing calamity-level destruction. What is up, guys? Welcome back to the channel. Today we are breaking down a Rank 1 catastrophe. We are talking about an absolute unit of a monster, a literal world-ending threat. Meet Gren. Think of a Kraken, but juiced up on nightmare fuel. In my previous life, this thing got nerfed to Rank 4 because the players were way too overpowered. But in this timeline, the current meta is absolute garbage. The hunters camping the spawn point are Rank E to C fodder at best. No cap, they have zero chance of clearing a raid boss this broken. And let's keep it a $150. With my current stats, I would get squashed like a bug. There's only one play here for survival. I have to pull aggro and stall for time until the 12 thrones show up to carry this raid. The worst part? My loadout is laughable. I'm a 6-year-old kid armed with safety scissors and a box cutter. I wanted a real blade, but Mom and Dad would have flipped out. But hey, if I pump enough mana into these flimsy school supplies, I can still deal some critical damage. It is janky, but we make it work. Ethan, you good in there? We are heading out. Mom poked her head in. Yeah, coming, Ethan replied. I am all set. And by set, I mean mentally prepared to fight a mythological beast. Naturally, the traffic is a nightmare thanks to the holiday rush. Mom and Dad were stressing in the front seat, checking the clock. Meanwhile, their little boy looked totally chill, barely blinking an eye. Unlike Sophia, who was passed out drooling in the back. But honestly, on the inside, Ethan was screaming. The further we got from downtown, the more the tension cranked up. My memories from the future said the Kraken spawns at Seon-ah Bridge, but we were halfway across and nothing. No mana waves, no tremors. Did I somehow butterfly affect the timeline? Please, universe, just let us clear this zone. I do not need a random encounter today. I sent up a prayer, but fate just laughed in my face, like it was saying, nice try, kid, but you cannot dodge your destiny. Boom! The second the thought crossed his mind, a rank 3 disaster spawned. Massive tentacles erupted from the water, smashing the bridge to pieces. The asphalt crumbled like a cookie. A giant slab of concrete crushed a car flat. Instant game over. Civilians were screaming, scrambling for safety. Then, a squad in black suits arrived. Finally, the hunters are here. This blonde dude in the front screams, protect the civilians. Charge. He looks up, acting like the main character. And splat. A tentacle just swatted him like a fly. He is down for the count, twitching on the ground. His squad saw their leader get one-shotted and instantly lost morale. One guy yelled, "You cowards. If you bail, we are all dead." The scene cuts back to Ethan's family trapped inside the car. Dad's voice was shaking. We have to move. It is chaos out there, so stay sharp. Trust me. If we keep our cool, we can make it out. Ethan and Sophia huddled together, trembling. Mom turned around, trying to be strong for them. Kids, listen to your father, okay? Just get out calmly. The hunters will tank the damage for us. Don't panic. The family of 4 scrambled out of the wreckage. Sophia's face went ghost white. She collapsed on the asphalt. Sis, Ethan yelled. Her legs had turned to jelly. You have to get up. Come on, move. Ethan looked at her, panic rising in his chest. Dad swooped in. I got her. He locked eyes with his son. Ethan, can you run? Ethan nodded. Yeah, I am good. A hunter shouted, pointing down the road. This way. Follow me to the safe zone. Ethan sprinted after him, his mind racing. Even with a rank 3 boss causing mayhem, the veteran hunters were actually doing their jobs, prioritizing the escort mission over the DPS check. But here is the twisted part. The Kraken isn't the only mob we have to worry about. We need to get off this bridge before the minions spawn. Suddenly, a spear flew out of nowhere and skewered the lead hunter. The dude didn't even have time to blink. Instant kill. The family froze. Then, a clawed hand gripped the bridge railing. Ethan frowned. They are here. Rank 7 monsters. The fishmen. One of them yanked the spear out of the corpse like it was nothing. Its eyes were bloodshot, teeth razor sharp. It looked at the humans like they were an all-you-can-eat buffet. Another one lunged and bit a woman's shoulder. Brutal. The hunters were instantly overwhelmed. This raid just went from hard mode to pure nightmare difficulty. A guy holding an injured girl screamed, "Do we have a healer? Anyone with support magic?" A woman ran over to help, but barely took 2 steps before a spear punched a hole through her. It didn't stop there. A swarm of fishmen rushed the group. Ethan's family stared in horror. Dad screamed over the chaos. Kids, you trust me, right? No matter what happens, I have got your back. Do not look back. Just run. They ran for their lives, pushing their limits. Behind them, a massive tentacle scooped up a bunch of cars and launched them into the sky. That gargantuan tentacle just launched a fleet of cars like they were toys. Ethan stares up, eyes wide, totally rattled by the rain of steel. He screams, "Dad!" Heads up. But it is pure pandemonium as the vehicles smash down, crushing the fleeing crowd in the drop zone. A sedan slams straight into an oil tanker boom. A massive fireball erupts, walling off the road. Talk about a literal dead end. Dad's face says it all, pure hopelessness. A high-level player shouts, "Yo, where is the carry? When is the cavalry pulling up? Road is blocked by the Inferno, dude." Another guy hollers, "It has only been 5 minutes. Take a chill pill. We gotta hold the aggro until the squad arrives." Ethan's mind races. The 12. In my last run, the 12 took 30 minutes to spawn after the Kraken appeared. Can these scrubs actually protect anyone with the exit cut off? They might chip them or creeps, but unless someone solos that raid boss, we are absolutely cooked. Ethan takes a deep breath, steadying his heart. He drops his backpack. It is game time. I have been grinding for this glitch since day 1. Even if I gotta risk a wipe, nobody touches the fam. Mom loses it when she sees the blade. Ethan? She is totally confused. but Ethan looks them dead in the eye. Mom, Dad, stay put until the pros pull up. Dad's voice trembles. Son, what are you doing? Ethan's gaze is locked in. The players will tank the mobs, but if any leakers get through, I got you covered. He realizes if he rotates, the backline is open. He smirks. You know how to cast mana, right, big sis? Huh? Who? Me? She is totally buffering, just stuttering. She screams as he bolts, Ethan. The kid goes full sweat mode, box cutter in hand. He pops a speed buff and launches like a rocket. He wall jumps off a car, catching major air. Suddenly, static shocks, his nerves glitch in the system. He grits his teeth through the lag spike. This is a high-tier speed hack from his past life. First time running this engine on a low-level account. Might be overheating the hardware a bit, but I gotta reach the boss mob right now. He ignores the damage tick and keeps spamming the skill. He stomps a car, roof, and dashes again. Bystanders drop their jaws. Is that a kid? Yo, he's gonna get deleted. The noise draws aggro from two mer creeps. They try to body block, but Ethan grips his cutter and flares his mana. Blue energy coats the rusty blade. He ducks a claw swipe with frame-perfect reflexes. Slash. He one-shots the first guy instantly. The rest of the Zerg rushes him, but he hops over a lethal hitbox. He lands a critical hit on a neck. Another creep tries to tackle him midair. He speed blitzes past, taking its head, but realizes, oof, one actually clipped him, sending him flying. He ragdolls into his sedan, but bounces right back up. Exhausted, he raises the blade. Round 2. Let's run it. 4 mobs rush him at once. Ethan winds up for a massive AoE swing, putting his whole back into it. He severs a limb and dashes straight into the enemy backline. Eyes glowing, he spins and lands a nasty no-look strike behind him. Another enemy bites the dust. I am in the zone now, he thinks. Feels just like the glory days. Time to show them why I was the undefeated server ranker. With a savage roar to hype himself up, he unleashes a flurry of combos. The whole mob gets deleted instantly. He sticks the landing, but a camper hiding under a car opens its nasty mouth to snap at him. Ethan hops the chomp and drives the blade straight into its skull. Sit down, boy. Another sneak attack from 6 o'clock. A spear flies, but Ethan parries and slices the monster clean in 2. But his box cutter finally shatters. Trash durability rating. He scoffs, tossing it. Guess it is time for the alt gear. He pulls out scissors. No sweat. He snaps them into dual daggers. Ethan hits the turbo button again and zooms off. He skids to a halt on a car roof. The massive raid boss is right there in his face. He squares up. I am soloing this thing with office supplies. The monster raises a tentacle loaded with cars to smash him flat. Ethan hits the gas to dodge. He steps right onto the tentacle and sprints up it like a vertical highway. He launches himself sky high, staring straight into the monster's ugly mug. He drives both blades in and surfs down the beast's skin, carving a massive critical gash. Ripping one blade out, he strikes again with max DPS. Another tentacle swings in, so he uninstalls his grip to freefall to safety. He hits the ground with a perfect superhero landing. 0 fall damage taken. He looks at the bent blade. This gear is bricked, he thinks, tossing it without a second thought. He grips the last blade tight. All in on this one. System alert. Is my mana bar seriously flashing red right now? Ethan sidesteps death, barely dodging a tentacle that hits with the force of a freight train. Instead of backing down, he defies gravity, sprinting straight up that slimy limb. He ducks under a lethal swipe, smooth like butter. Then he nosedives, raising his giant scissor blade. Ethan roars like a beast, channeling every last drop of adrenaline into this one strike. But the boss doesn't play fair. A cheap shot blindsides him from the shadows. He takes a critical hit to the face and gravity takes over. That's gonna leave a mark. He crashes into the pavement but instantly flips back to his feet. He's gripping that blade, but let's be real, the guy is running on fumes. 0 mana. The tank is empty. Suddenly, the monster shifts aggro to the bridge support. Crack. One hit and the massive pillar snaps like a dry twig. The ground beneath him dissolves into chaos. He's panicking, screaming internally, "You trash here, mob." Ethan plays a deadly game of hopscotch on the falling debris. A massive chunk of the bridge falls into the dark abyss, but our boy sticks the landing just in time. No time to breathe though, the Kraken grabs a literal semi-truck like it's a toy car. The metal groans as the truck is crushed like a soda can. Then, yeet, it hurls the vehicle at Mach speed. Ethan is barely standing, his stamina completely drained. He screams, scraping the bottom of his soul for power. Chew on this, you loser. He swings his blade upward, unleashing a desperate wave of energy. Slash. The truck gets bisected clean in half. The wreckage flies past him, exploding in the background like a Michael Bay movie scene. He stands there, lungs burning, staring at his trembling hands. They are wrecked, shredded by the recoil and battle damage. Then, system shutdown. Ethan collapses, face planting hard onto the cold concrete. He's down for the count. He tries to force his body to move, but his muscles scream in protest. Damn it, I'm paralyzed. Did I really hit 0 mana? No! If I log out here, everything I've built turns to dust. The terrifying image of the Kraken blurs as darkness creeps into his vision. Bam! He punches the asphalt, forcing his consciousness to stay online through sheer grit. Not today. Is this the bad ending? No way. I promised myself a happy ending with my family in this timeline. The monster raises a massive tentacle, winding up for the execution, and brings it down like the hammer of doom. Ethan is shaking, bracing for death, but then warm arms wrap around him. It's Sophia. She hugs him tight and screams, "Get your dirty paws off my brother." Boom! A golden aura detonates from her body, creating an absolute barrier that tanks the boss attack like it's nothing. The minions try to swarm, but her energy wave deletes them from existence. Poof! Vaporized instantly. A pillar of holy light pierces the heavens. Ethan is shook to his core. No shot. Is that a legendary miracle? For the noobs in the chat, a miracle is a cheat code ability that hacks the laws of physics and rewrites reality itself. Before he regressed to this life, he knew only 4 legends in history possessed this god-tier power. The only one he trusted was his old partner, Lee-ung. But seeing Sophia's bottomless mana pool, he had suspected. Does my sister actually possess the miracle trait? She holds him close. It's okay now. Ethan? He looks down and realizes, his health bar is completely full. The injuries are gone. Not only that, her light is a sanctuary against the Kraken. But rewriting reality isn't free. Equivalent exchange is a cruel law. This kind of magic demands a heavy price. Ethan starts panicking. Sis, talk to me. Are you okay? Does it hurt? She smiles weakly, her face pale. I'm fine. Her eyes flutter. Just sudden nap time. She collapses into his arms. A soft, fading light glows from her heart. He looks at her with a mix of relief and terror. She's barely holding onto enough mana to keep her heart beating. Did she just trade her entire mana pool for that spell? He lays her down like she's made of glass. Sweet dreams, sis. Then his aura flips. Killer eyes activated. Mana surging. It's payback time. The tentacles come crashing down again. The Kraken's eyes are glowing with bloodlust. He laughs, cold as the grave. Oh, now you want to dance. You think she's your target? It swings, but slash. Black blood sprays the air like a fountain. The tentacle is sliced wide open. You won't touch a single hair on her head. No more retreating. Ethan goes head to head, weaving through attacks and chopping 2 tentacles in half with surgical precision. His mana is recharged, but he knows he can't solo this raid boss just yet. But the timeline has shifted. His family is safe. Fear is gone. He just needs to hold the line until the 12 thrones arrive. Meanwhile, on the Waihio Bridge, a certain high ranker is whining. Man, this is such a drag. Meet Hyun Chun, stuck in legendary soul traffic. We aren't moving an inch. Did you get your license from a cereal box, kid? Are you napping? The driver stammers, boss, it's total gridlock. Every road is a parking lot right now. Hyun Chun is salty. Should I just quit the 12 thrones? It's my precious day off. Why does the universe hate me? I signed up to fight dragon-level threats, not to play superhero for civilians in traffic. Suddenly, a chill runs down their spines. The driver gasps, "Whoa, did you feel that mana spike?" Hyun Chun's eyes narrow. I know. His phone starts buzzing. He answers, "Yeah, you felt that massive energy too, right?" The voice on the other end confirms it. Yep. Hyun Chun sighs, "So, what's the play?" The orders come through loud and clear. Yo fam, the intel just hit different. We are talking a legitimate rank 3 calamity. Kang Hyun-chul frowned for a split second before a grin tore across his face like he just hit the jackpot. Rank 3? Let's get it. Where is it at, though? The driver was literally shaking in his boots, absolutely terrified. Like, there is a kaiju on the loose and this dude is hyped. Anyone catching that smile would think he has completely lost his marbles. The operator on the line was straight to the point. Bro, the target is obviously at Songshan Bridge. Get over there and handle business. We got players on the scene already, but it is pure pandemonium. No kill count yet, but it is straight up chaos out there. Kang acted like he didn't have a care in the world. Is that so? Catch you on the flip side. Click. He hung up and just hopped right out of the whip mid-traffic. The driver was freaking out. Captain, what is the move? Kang started stretching his limbs and laughed like a maniac. What does it look like? I am running there, duh. With this gridlock, we would be stuck here until next Christmas. He popped the locks on his heavy-duty case and unleashed a massive greatsword. The driver's jaw hit the floor. You are running? That is, like, a 2-hour drive. Kang just flashed a confident, predatory grin. 30 minutes is all I need. Kang powered up his mana, and suddenly the dude was glowing with insane aura. He crouched down, channeled everything into his legs, and stomped so hard the asphalt cracked. Then he yeeted himself forward like a human rocket. The driver just watched him vanish into the horizon, thinking, "That is our captain for you." The dude fights like a total savage. All this guy wants in life is to throw hands with god-tier opponents. Guild captain of the Sword Guild, the Flame Demon himself, Kang Hyun-chul. 30 minutes later, this terrifying sea monster tried to slide on him. But Kang swung his blade and welcomed to the roast session. The slash carried hellfire that fried the beast instantly. Then he spotted a massive pillar of light piercing the sky up ahead. Yo, is that high-tier magic? There is nobody supposed to be here. Who is dropping ultimate moves like that? Kang couldn't help but smirk, his battle senses tingling. It was a total newbie standing in front of Ethan, protecting Noah. He was dual-wielding and hacking away at the tentacles for dear life. Ethan gritted his teeth, charging mana into his hand for a desperate strike. Suddenly, Kang swooped in like a meteor and sliced the attacking tentacle in half. Ethan let out a huge sigh of relief. They finally made it. Kang stuck the superhero landing, looking absolutely majestic amid the flames. One of the legendary 12 thrones, the flame demon Kang Hyun-chul. The tentacle he cut was still blazing, and the monster, Grony, was thrashing in agony. The beast said nope and sank back into the sea to escape. That giant Grak disappeared in seconds. The power of absolute fire that is his signature ability. He controls flames freely, which is exactly why they call him the Flame Demon. Kang turned around to check the situation with a curious look. He looked genuinely surprised. Wait, just 2 kids held it down against a boss? He could see the residual mana flowing around the little girl. Did these munchkins cast that spell earlier? Looks like the girl passed out from completely draining her mana battery, and the boy protected her from that nightmare. Mad respect. These kids are going to be crazy fun players when they level up. Kang spoke up with a grin. Chill out. I am not going to hurt you guys. Well, at least not right now. Ethan gave him a super suspicious side-eye. Kang raised his sword high and shouted, I am only here for one reason, to turn that thing into crispy sushi. Back up, kid. Round 2 is starting. Just like he predicted, the monster was resurfacing for more punishment. Flashback time. Before the timeline reset, Kang wore that exact same battle-hungry smirk. You the undying guy, you have been trending lately, huh? Ethan gave him the icy stare of death and asked, what do you want? Kang grinned like a shark. Nothing much, just want to see if the rumors about your broken strength are true. Fight me. Ethan was cold as ice. Pass. Move it. But Kang blocked his path like a brick wall. I don't think so. You ain't going anywhere until we scrap. Ethan sighed heavily, realizing he had no choice but to draw his blade. Don't come crying later. Kang whipped out his flaming sword, and they went full anime battle mode on each other. Back to reality, Ethan stared at Kang's broad back. The Flame Demon, Kang Hyun-chul. In the past life, this guy was obsessed with fighting him 24/7. I never caught a single dub against him. The longer we fought, the stronger he got. The guy is a literal monster born for combat. Kang was getting salty. Yo, come out, you ugly thing. Scared of getting roasted again? As soon as the words left his mouth, a tentacle smashed the bridge support. The whole structure started shaking, about to collapse into the ocean. He gritted his teeth in frustration. This trash is targeting the pillars. Kang glanced at Ethan, realizing he couldn't fight the boss and babysit at the same time. Suddenly, boom, a staff slammed into the ground, and magical pillars shot up to support the bridge. Absolute clutch play. Kang smirked, recognizing that mana's signature. Perfect timing, Saintus. A helicopter was hovering right above them, kicking up wind. One of the 12 thrones, Saintus Park Hee-rin. I told you to stop calling me that. I am not that old. What is with the Saintus cringe? Seriously? You took a chopper? Who runs all the way to Songshan Bridge? Kang pointed and laughed. Hey, as long as I get to the party, right? Park Hee-rin sighed, done with his antics. Yeah, you were always right. Rescue team is inbound, so just focus on taking down Grony. Focus on the kill. With her top-tier support magic, Kang instantly got a massive power buff. He got grumpy about the help. I don't need your buffs. Hee-rin snapped back. Shut up. You get a free buff and you still complain. Kang shouted, fine. You handle the daycare then. She immediately turned her attention to Ethan and the others to secure the perimeter. Park Hee-rin shouted, I'm on it. But yo, the water suddenly started rippling with this ominous vibe. Boom. The Kraken resurfaced, waving those gross tentacles like it owned the whole river. Hoon Cheon just laughed, looking absolutely hyped for violence. Finally showed your ugly mug. He sprinted to the edge and launched himself off like a missile made of pure adrenaline. Splashdown. A massive explosion rocked the water. But peep this, beneath the surface, a crimson glow began to rise. That's Hoon-chan's fire defying the laws of physics. The dude is literally burning underwater. He bursts from the depths looking like a deity, wrapped in flames and walking on the river's surface like it's a concrete sidewalk. Every step he takes sears the water, leaving a steaming, fiery footprint. The Kraken wasn't having any of it and swung a massive tentacle straight at his head. Hoon-cheon looks up, completely unbothered. The tentacles knotted together, coming at him from 4 different angles. Welcome to Trap City, population. Him. He flashed a savage smirk that screamed confidence. Weak sauce. He raised his sword high, gathering his aura. Get wrecked, you oversized sushi ingredient. Wham! He slammed that flame sword down, unleashing temperatures hot enough to melt steel. The Kraken got roasted, literally turned into grilled calamari. It screamed in agony, thrashing wildly. Hoon-cheon just stared daggers at it as his flames flickered out. Ice-cold execution. Yoon-ha was buzzing with excitement. Finally, the big bad squid is taking a permanent dirt nap. The chopper touches down and Park Heron rushes out, totally panicking. Hey squad, you good. Don't trip. I'll drop a high-tier healing spell right now. Then she froze in her tracks. These kids were spotless. 0 scratches, 0 bruises. She's thinking, wait, was that magic from earlier a straight-up divine miracle? A miracle healed them? That's insane. Park Heron couldn't help her curiosity. She reached out to check the girl's condition. Yoon-ha's vibes switched instantly from chill to kill. Don't. His eyes were burning with murderous intent. Do not touch her. Heron turned pale. The pressure was suffocating. How does a little kid have that much killer aura? She was shook to her core. Who? Who even are you? By then, the rest of the rescue team was swarming the area. Park Heron shook off the fear. Medics are here. Let's get you to the hospital, okay? Eun-ha scooped up his sister and looked up. His guard still up. Breaking news hit the airwaves. At 5 p.m. today, a giant octopus monster crashed the Songsum Bridge party. Tragically, not everyone made it out alive. Rescue ops are in full swing, and the Goddess Administration just dropped an official statement about the tragedy. Yoon-ha sat there, zoning out at the hospital TV, looking totally bummed out. Yoon-ah was still out cold in the bed next to him. He remembered she was running on fumes earlier, total mana burnout. That stuff is no joke. 1 mana shot and she'll bounce back, don't sweat it. He cracked a small, relieved smile. It's finally over. No one died on his watch this time. I actually changed the timeline. Suddenly, a familiar voice snapped him out of his main character monologue. No Eun-ha. He whipped his head around so fast his neck cracked. It was the parents. Mom and Dad looked like they were about to have a total meltdown. Eun-ha started sweating bullets immediately. I am so dead. Eun-ha looked down at his shoes, avoiding eye contact at all costs. His mom spoke up first, her voice trembling. Baby, are you hurt? He mumbled. Nah, I'm good. Dad chimed in, voice shaking. And Eun-ha pointed to the bed. She's just crash-napping from low mana. She's getting treated. Dad let out a huge sigh of relief, then his face went beet red. Rage mode engaged. No, Eun-ha. Why did you bail and ignore us like that? Eun-ha shrank back, muttering a quiet sorry. But inside he was thinking, wait, why am I apologizing for being a hero? I saved the fam. This is the best ending possible, isn't it? Everyone survived, so I shouldn't feel guilty. He slowly looked up to meet their gaze. Yoon-ha froze. Their eyes weren't just mad, they were terrified. Mom looked like she was going to lose it completely. Yoon-ha was confused by the raw emotion. They didn't care about the win or the glory. They just wanted to know why he ran straight at a giant monster like a suicidal lunatic. I know how much it hurts to lose family, but I just did my own thing without thinking about how scared they'd be. Stuttering, he finally got the words out. I'm sorry. I really messed up. It won't happen again. Tears started flowing down his cheeks. Mom smiled through her own watery eyes and reached out. Come here, you troublemaker. He dove into her arms. Dad wrapped them both up in a massive bear hug. Don't you ever scare us like that again, you hear me? You have no idea how worried we were. Eun-ha was full-on sobbing now. Okay. No more fighting monsters for a bit, promise. Time to live like a normal kid. That's what they really want from me, more than anything. Next morning at the hospital, Dad laid down the law. Eun-ha, we're doing discharge paperwork. You sit right here and wait. Do not move an inch. He nodded like a good little boy. Got it. Even if the world ends, I'm staying glued to this seat. Yoon-ha thought, yeah, their trust in me is definitely in the toilet. So, just sitting here. Boring. Yoon-ha was still snoozing away. Bored out of his mind, he popped a snack in his mouth. Instant bliss. Oh man, that hits the spot. He reached for more empty bag. Tragedy strikes. Seriously? I burned so much energy. My body is screaming for sugar right now. Suddenly, A hand extended a chocolate cookie into his view. Eat up, kid. Unha grabbed it, beaming like he just won the lottery. Yo, thanks. He looked up to thank the stranger and froze. It was Hoon-chan. Unha's jaw dropped to the floor. The guy just casually opened the wrapper like they were old pals. What's with the face? You got beef with chocolate cookies. Hoon-chan smirked and held the cookie up to the kid's face, looking totally amused. Ethan just sat there, munching on a cookie like a total boss, his inner thoughts running wild. Is this guy for real? He looks about as close to death as a fresh daisy. By all logic, the dude should be losing his marbles right now unless he was already completely unhinged to begin with. Hun-cheon cracked a smirk, his eyes sharp. Yo, brat. How many candles on your cake? Ethan kept his poker face tight and answered, I am 6. The warrior crossed his massive arms, genuinely shook. 6? Dang, you were barely a speck of dust. What about your sister? Ethan did not miss a beat. She is 10. Hun-cheon leaned in, pressing for details. Name? Ethan frowned, his guard raising like a fortress wall. Why do you care about her name? The man wagged a finger. Nah, not hers. I mean yours, you little shrimp. Still eyeing him like a hawk, he muttered, Ethan. Then Hun-cheon dropped the nuclear option. All right, Ethan. You want to enroll in the academy, or are you going to pass? I will put in a good word for you. A chill ran down Ethan's spine. This shady old man, is he grooming me just to turn me into a gladiator for his amusement when I grow up? Is he seriously farming children just to harvest them as opponents later because he is bored and too strong for everyone else? Hun-cheon stood up, towering over him. Well, you were just a toddler, so chew on it for a while. His eyes gleamed. Ethan, that is a name I will not be forgetting. Outside, Park Hyrin was already waiting, impatience radiating off her. You were just leaving? That was undeniably high-tier magic back there. We have not seen that caliber of casting in Korea for ages. Hun dug a finger in his ear, totally unbothered. I literally could not care less if it was magic or a party trick. The only thing that matters is raw power, she snapped, fury blazing in her eyes. You absolute battle junkie maniac. He shot back, I am no maniac. And show some respect to your elders, kid. Just because you sit on one of the 10 thrones now, does not mean you get to flap your gums at me like that. Besides, if that kid's potential is as legendary as you say, the entire world will be hunting him the second word gets out. Say goodbye to a peaceful childhood. You do not want to destroy their lives, do you? She stammered, caught off guard. Well, that is. Hun-cheon pointed a finger right at her nose. If you get it, then zip it. Now, let's hit a cafe. My blood sugar is crashing. Park Hyrin imagined the old warrior stuffing his face with strawberry shortcake and looked ready to hurl. Have you lost your mind? He frowned, his aura flaring slightly. Did I not tell you to watch your tone? I just need a sugar rush because I burned too much mana, all right. Flash forward 24 hours, and the squad arrived at Grandma Patricia's place after that whole giant monster fiasco faded away. Jumping out of the car, Ethan's mom went into full panic mode. Mom, what are you doing outside? You are supposed to be on bed rest. You are not recovered yet. Patricia just smiled, radiating pure warmth. Oh, hush now. I missed you all too much to stay cooped up. Plus, I needed to see my grandbabies. She peeked into the back seat and gasped softly. Oh my stars, they are totally lights out. Good, let them dream. My poor little angels. Darkness fell, and Ethan groggily blinked his eyes open. He still felt like he had been hit by a truck. Turns out, his big sister, Sophia, had decided he was her personal body pillow. Ethan sat up, sighing heavily. Man, her sleeping posture is an absolute tragedy. Then he looked over and spotted his mom passed out in the exact same chaotic pose. His lip twitched. Wow, the apple really did not fall far from the tree, huh? He gently tucked Sophia in, then ghosted out of the room without waking the squad. Out in the cool night air, he sat alone at the garden table. Ethan stared at his palm, analyzing the flow. My mana. It has definitely leveled up. His gaze turned serious. Is this growth because of my trait? The cursed ability I had before I reincarnated. Frenzy. With that power, the more mana I incinerate, the more my physical stats and magical output skyrocket. But just like the name implies, pushing the limit means shattering my sanity and going full berserker. Ethan sank deep into thought. But this time, I did not black out. This would be the ultimate cheat code if it did not come with the penalty of losing my marbles. Do I actually not understand the mechanics of frenzy? Suddenly, Patricia popped up beside him like a ninja. Why are you still awake, sweetie? He flinched violently. Whoa, when did she get here? I did not even sense a blip of her presence. Ethan scratched his head awkwardly. I crashed way too hard in the car. She smiled gently. Is that so? She draped a cozy shawl over his small shoulders. But you have to sleep plenty if you want to grow up to be a big, strong man. Ethan paused, letting the moment sink in. That is just Patricia's magic. When I am lost in the maze of my mind, she is right there, waiting for me to open up, whether it is world-ending drama or just small talk. He finally asked, "How come you are not sleeping, Grandma?" She chuckled softly, the sound like wind chimes. "Because you are not sleeping either." Ethan looked away, feeling his cheeks heat up. "Yeah, I know. This feeling, this warmth, is exactly what I was searching for." Around her, I revert to being a total child without even trying. Patricia broke the silence. "Do you want some warm milk?" He waved a hand. "Nah, I am good." Suddenly, Mom materialized behind them, juggling 3 cups of steaming milk. "Are you sure about that?" Ethan jumped again. "Seriously, how long has she been camping there?" She pointed at the mug. "If you do not want it, it is going to waste." He grabbed the cup and obediently chugged it down. Then Mom shifted the tone. "But Mom, seriously, do you have any idea how much I panicked when I got that call?" Patricia replied soothingly. "That is why I told you I am perfectly fine now. You know how the neighbors love to spice up the drama." Mom frowned, the worry lines not fading. "Even so, do you know how terrified I was when I heard you collapsed?" Ethan analyzed the conversation. She supposedly slipped, but woke up with just a scratch. Yet the rumor was that she completely lost consciousness. Mom looked skeptical. "Lost consciousness?" Patricia's expression shifted, a shadow passing over her face. "Maybe I was just sleepwalking. I was walking up the stairs and I saw him. And no, I am not going senile yet, sweetie, so listen close." He kept waving his hands at me, warning me not to come up there. But thinking back on it now, he was not talking to me. He was talking to you. Ethan rubbed his chin, eyes narrowing like a seasoned detective solving a cold case. To call that vision a mere dream? Way too suspicious. If things went sideways, the entire family would be booking a one-way ticket to the afterlife to meet Grandpa. Patricia should have spilled the tea sooner. She was beaming as she dropped the lore. But get this, Mom had the exact same vision not long ago. She described a majestic, solitary deer chilling in the wild. But here comes the plot twist of the century. When Mom stepped out, that wasn't Bambi, it was Ethan. Mom was shook to her core. A deer? Seriously. Patricia looked confused, like she missed a page of the script. Then, a flashback hit her, Mom leaving Dad in the dust for a deer. Patricia's jaw practically hit the floor tiles. "Oh my God, sweetie." She turned tomato red, waving her hands frantically like, "Delete that footage. Cut the camera." Mom hit the pivot button, turning to our boy. "So, Ethan, what's the master plan for when you grow up?" Ethan paused mid-sip, freezing like a glitched NPC, because lurking right behind him, absolute darkness, a legion of nightmares screaming, "Save me, help me," like a scene straight out of a horror blockbuster. Major goosebumps activated. Patricia passed the vibe check instantly. Her expression softened with worry. "What's wrong, kiddo? You good?" Ethan glanced over his shoulder, forcing a cringe smile that didn't reach his eyes. "Nah, nothing. I honestly have zero clue." Patricia's voice dropped to a gentle whisper. "Hey, not knowing is totally valid." Ethan whipped around, stunned. "You're still a little nugget. Take your time. Just vibe through the happy moments and the grind. Go build your squad, get into scraps, hit the books, and goof off. One day, it'll just click like a puzzle piece and you'll find your path. And if you're still clueless, just live it up until the answer finds you." Ethan started sweating bullets. Was she seriously giving him permission to go full YOLO mode? Mom and Patricia pulled him into a massive, suffocating bear hug. "She's spitting facts, sweetie. Time is on your side. It belongs to our Ethan. That's why your potential is limitless. You got this." Ethan means galaxy, a name born from the infinite universe. Infinite potential, baby. Ethan turned beet red. "Wait, that's really what my name means?" Patricia looked at him with hard eyes, radiating pure affection. "Mom's gonna be your #1 stan, no matter what." Patricia chimed in, "And I'm the captain of Team Unha." Big shout out to Patricia. Suddenly, Sophia roared from inside, "I want milk too." The tension shattered as everyone cracked up. "Sophia, you finally awake? Come, raid the fridge." She beamed, yelling, "Yes. Yes." Ethan watched them, grinning like a fool. But right in the middle of the laughs, a memory hit him like a runaway truck. He handed over a bouquet. "Here, Patricia." She was totally blindsided. "Oh my God, thank you, sweetie. I'm putting these on the shoe rack to flex on everyone." Ethan thought, right by the entrance, she just wants to show off to the neighbors. She doesn't know the dark truth, right? Whatever, that drama doesn't matter right now. Let's just craft some dope memories together. "Patricia, thanks for raising me." A warm, fuzzy image of his kindly Patricia popped into his mind. One afternoon, the peace was shattered by Dad's booming voice. "Yo, Emergency family meeting. Ethan, Sophia. Drop everything. You're getting a sibling. Both of them gasped in unison. Say what? Sophia was hyped. Another baby? For real? Yup. Player 3 is officially joining the server. Suddenly, Mom looked at Ethan and saw him literally trembling. She touched his shoulder, worried. Ethan? He looked up, tears streaming down his face like a waterfall. Thanks, Mom. Thank you so much. This is the G-O-A-T moment of my life. The absolute peak. Dad scratched his head, awkward. Kid, chill out. People are gonna think you're the father with that reaction. The whole squad burst out laughing. Pure, wholesome content. Cut to do in kindergarten, where chaos reigns. 3 little girls came sprinting in. Pochi's here. Did you miss Mommy? Ethan, wearing dog ears, was on all fours, his soul leaving his body. No, Ethan. Current status, 7-year-old walking calendar. The kid started patting his head. Is Pochi sad? Why the waterworks? Don't cry, Pochi. He turned red, absolutely furious. I ain't crying, you total noobs. Damn it. Suddenly, Min piped up from the sidelines, throwing shade. I don't get why you guys think Pochi is cute. I wish we could just toss him in the dumpster. Look at that mutt. Ethan gritted his teeth. Min, that witch. Always roasting me whenever she sees an opening. She huffed. Want to get wrecked? I'll snitch to the teacher. Ethan had a war flashback to getting caught napping earlier. This is driving me nuts. I was sleeping peacefully and got isekai'd into this monster pit. Just then, another girl walked in. Hey kiddos. Honey, Daddy's home. While the toddlers were distracted by the roleplay, Ethan hit the dash. Tactical retreat. Outside, Ethan ripped off the ears and sighed. Man, my HP is 0. Then he spotted a target, Hajang, sitting alone with a book. He hid the dog ears behind his back. Yo, what you reading? She smiled. Sherlock Holmes. I'm totally obsessed lately. He rubbed his chin. Sherlock, huh? Isn't that the one where he and Professor Moriarty yeet themselves off the waterfall and die? Hajang went pale as a sheet. Excuse me. Ethan flinched. Crap. Major spoiler alert. Her face crumpled like a wrapper. You are so mean. I haven't even finished the arc. He laughed nervously. My bad. But hey, he respawns in the return of Sherlock Holmes. That just opened the floodgates. Ethan, you're the absolute worst. Realizing he triggered a meltdown, he bailed. Mission abort, retreat. Sorry. Seriously, my bad. Ethan sprinted to find a new save point, but stopped dead. A voice cut through the noise. No biggie. Just another nosebleed. So unfair. Freaking heck. Next time, I'm gonna absolutely wreck you. Some kid looked up, locking eyes with Ethan. Perfect timing. I was just trying to figure out who the alpha of this server is. The other kids started whispering. Ethan's finally gonna throw hands? Who's stronger? Ethan smirked. What kind of trash drama are these toddlers watching? Don't forget to smash that subscribe button to see who wins. The playground transformed into a gladiatorial arena as the squad formed a tight circle. Michael unsheathed his plastic katana with the dramatic flair of a final boss. He pointed the tip at Ethan, radiating that intense. There can be only one energy. Our fated rivalry ends today, brother. Ethan clutched his weapon, staring blankly at this kid. Like, are you actually serious with this roleplay right now? 2 NPC minions behind Michael started buffing his ego. One shot him, dude. Show this scrub who the true alpha predator is. Ethan just smirked at these low-level mobs. Suddenly, a squeaker from the sidelines shrieked, destroy him. I'm sick of all the girls simping over Ethan's face. Ethan paused. Wait, that's your villain origin story? Seriously. Then Minji joined the shouting match. Ethan's eyes lit up finally. A loyal party member, or so he believed. She slashed a finger across her throat and mouthed, rest in peace. Ethan let out a soul-deep sigh. Of course. Just classic toxic behavior from Minji. The realization hit him he had 0 aggro control over the crowd. He looked to Emma for salvation, but she burst into tears, screaming, I hate you, Ethan. You're the worst. That damage pierced his armor straight to the heart. He gripped his plastic hilt until his knuckles turned white. Fine. If the world wants a villain, I'll give them a demon king. His gaze turned pitch black. You chose this path of destruction. In his mind, the sandbox was now a Roman Colosseum. The kid charged forward, screeching like a banshee, perish, you demon. Ethan stood immovable, an ice-cold statue amidst the chaos. He effortlessly parried the incoming strike with god-tier reflexes. Then boom, with a thunderous smack, he sent Michael's weapon launching into the stratosphere. The sword spun in slow motion while the kid stared up, completely defenseless. Ethan showed no mercy. He flash-stepped past his opponent, delivering a critical slash across the waist in one fluid motion. The enemy blade hit the dirt the exact second Ethan struck his victory pose. He didn't even look back at the imaginary explosion, just slowly sheathed his blade. Absolute main character energy radiating off him. Michael clutched his stomach, trembling theatrically. Impossible. The seal on my dark powers. If only I had released them sooner. The kid coughed up imaginary blood and flopped to the turf. Oh, Ethan stood tall, bathing in the stunned silence of the audience. He turned back with a casual smirk. Good game, nice raid. Suddenly, the atmosphere flipped and the kids went feral. Whoa, Ethan is absolutely cracked. Did you see those frames? It's because he grinds the playing house minigame. Yeah, only someone that level could pull the Excalibur. Ethan blinked, his brain buffering. Excuse me, the what now? Huh? They pointed at a plastic sword jammed into a fortress of Lego bricks. It's the legendary blade. Nobody has ever possessed the strength to remove it. You're the chosen one, bro. Ethan scratched his head. Guess I'll humor the NPCs. He stepped up and gripped the hilt with zero expectation. Yoink! He slid it out like butter. The crowd erupted into chaos. He claimed the holy sword. Ethan is the GOAT. Ethan! Ethan! His soul was leaving his body. Please. Cease. The cringe is over 9,000. Cut to a digital screen flashing an ominous breaking news alert nearby. Emergency alert. A rank 7 Goblin has been detected in the vicinity. The Mark Roner Guild Knights are engaging, but reports confirm 2 goblins have breached the containment perimeter. The Mana Bureau suspects they are cloaking in high population zones. Remain vigilant and report suspicious activity immediately. Back in the safety zone, the kids were running a chaotic round of freeze tag. Freeze. Minji tagged a girl to revive her. Ethan observed from the sidelines, exhaling a breath heavy with exhaustion. He collapsed under a tree. I am literally deceased. Do these pint-sized humans have nuclear reactors for hearts? He crossed his legs and assumed a meditation stance. Since the timeline has diverged, I need to farm mana stacks every single second I breathe. In the near future, society will run on pure mana. I need to establish my dominance before the rest of the server catches up. Ever since that system glitch, my mana pool has definitely expanded. Suddenly, 2 energetic mobs interrupted his cultivation grind. Yo, Ethan, cool down over. Join the party, Ethan thought. Do these kids have infinite stamina cheats enabled? Their endurance stats are actually broken. Just then, Mr. Tao approached carrying the holy grail, a grocery bag. Hey crew, who's ready for an ice cream drop? The game crashed instantly. The swarm descended. I claim melon. Watermelon is mine. Ethan watched the chaos with a grin. Typical rookie behavior. Mr. Tao was getting mobbed by the loot goblins. Easy, easy. Form a queue if you haven't grabbed your loot yet. Suddenly, 2 hands seized the same legendary popsicle. Ethan and Minji locked gazes, electricity crackling between them. Release it. Back off, you glutton. I saw it first. My hand made contact first. Why don't you surrender? I called dibs. Oh my god, you're a male. Why are you being so petty over a snack? What does my gender have to do with fundamental ice cream rights? Mr. Tao looked drained of life. He snatched the item away. All right, cool down. Didn't I teach you? Party members don't PvP. Crack. He snapped the twin popsicle perfectly down the center line. He handed them each a shard. See, balance restored. Sharing is caring. They completely ignored his wisdom and started the ritual. Rock, paper, scissors. Winner claims the total loot, Mr. Tao snapped. I said share, you little demons. The blood drained from their faces instantly. Yes, sir. Behind them, Emma chimed in softly. Teacher, where is Unhyuk? Mr. Tao blinked, processing. Michael, I'm not sure. Perhaps the garden zone? Minji replied with ice in her voice. I bet he's over there swinging that plastic sword. Lost in his delusions again. Ugh, why is he playing this solo player trope? Ethan thought to himself, special training must remain classified. I respect the grind. Minji rolled her eyes hard. What? Why start a delivery quest for him? If he wants consumables, he should farm them himself. Emma blushed, radiating pure light. But it's tragic if he's excluded while the rest of the guild eats together. Minji shook her head in defeat. Emma, your only nerf is that you're way too benevolent. Mr. Tao smiled warmly. Well, do you want to accept this delivery quest, Emma? She nodded happily. I am totally down. Minji chirped like a bird on caffeine. You trying to roll with the squad? Emma just shook her head. Nah, I'm good fam. Suddenly, the teacher's voice boomed like a raid boss. Yo, listen up, crew. Trash goes in the bin when you are done snacking. Got it. Ethan watched the girl dip out and frowned. All right, who is hyped for round 2 of tag? Get your butt over here. Minji got right up in his grill. You are playing too. Ethan shut that nonsense down fast. Hard pass. My social battery is at 0% right now. The girl caught an attitude real quick. Keep acting like a loner and literally nobody is gonna vibe with you. Like he even cared about clout. Don't stress over my social life. Just go play. Minji huffed. Whatever. Your sister basically twisted my arm to include you anyway. Ethan scratched his cheek. His sis was doing the most. She grabbed his shirt and dragged him like a rag doll. Get up. Let's go. The squad huddled up for the ultimate showdown. Rock, paper, scissors. Ethan took the L, so now he was it. Just standing there like a statue. Great. I lost. He gritted his teeth and locked onto Minji like a heat-seeking missile. He bolted after her with zero hesitation. Ethan was pushing max speed, but right before he could tag her, she stopped and crossed her arms. Freeze. Safe zone. Minji stuck her tongue out. Can't touch this. He ignored the shade and swerved. Ethan zoomed past another kid without even looking. The kid was shook seeing him sprint back toward Minji. She was daydreaming and looked up just in time to see a literal blur coming her way. Ethan moved like a glitch in the Matrix. He whipped around with a smirk. Tag. He tapped her shoulder and broke the freeze instantly. Minji gasped. No way. The curly-haired kid saw the play. He unfroze her. Minji, you are it now. Run for your lives. Minji is on the hunt. The kid laughed. Minji's eyes were practically shooting lasers. Ethan, you are so dead meat. She glared at him, radiating pure gamer rage. You played dirty. No rules against it. Ethan tilted his head with a grin. Think you can catch me? Suddenly, his eyes went wide. What is that dark vibe? Ethan froze for real this time. Minji slapped his shoulder. Gotcha. Ethan, you are toast. She frowned, totally confused. Hello? Earth to Ethan. Why are you lagging in real life? Ethan muttered. Is that murderous intent? Out of nowhere, a green-clawed hand grabbed the fence. What the? He clenched his jaw and snapped his head around to investigate. The other kids just stood there, buffering. What is that thing? A rank 7 monster goblin hopped onto the fence, flexing a massive weapon. It leaped right into the playground. The girl with pigtails started shaking like a leaf. Mommy! The goblin roared, opening its gross mouth, and raised its weapon to smash. It swung that giant club down with maximum force. The girl looked up, eyes filled with despair. The goblin swung horizontally, aiming right for the little munchkin. Thwack! A hand shot out and chucked something fast. It nailed the goblin's hand, making it drop the weapon instantly. The goblin ground its teeth in fury, looking for the shooter. It was Ethan, obviously. But behind him, another goblin was creeping up. Ethan sidestepped like a pro gamer dodging a skill shot. He frowned. Man, these mobs are such a drag. Ethan gripped his popsicle stick. Gotta waste them and call for backup. He lowered his stance, ready to throw hands with the beast. In the distance, Mr. Tao came sprinting like he was speedrunning life. He slammed a broom right onto a goblin's head. Bonk. You ain't going nowhere. Tao screamed, startling him. Ethan stood his ground. The teacher launched that broom like a javelin. That broom flew like a missile and speared the goblin nearest to Ethan right in the gut. Tao saw his chance, scooped up Ethan and the girl, and bolted. Two angry goblins were hot on their heels. You good, kid? He shouted. Ethan was chill. I'm solid. But above them, a goblin closed the gap, ready to split them with an axe. Hanging off Tao's shoulder, Ethan gathered mana in his palm. A glowing blue ball formed in seconds. Dream on, ugly. He chucked the mana ball with serious force. It slammed into the goblin's stomach, sending it flying back in pain. The massive goblin crashed right into the one behind it. Strike. Ethan let out a breath. That was way too close. The trio scrambled inside, panic mode engaged. Tao hit the floor, gasping for air. The headmistress looked terrified. Mr. Tao. He wheezed. Headmistress. The other kids. She tried to calm him down. We evacuated them. But, are there really goblins out there? Tao nodded grimly. Yeah, 2 of them. Looks like they have been lurking for a few days. Ethan scanned the room. The headmistress took charge. I am calling the authorities. We hold the fort until the players arrive. I will barricade the door with the staff, Tao said. Suddenly, Minji's voice cut through the noise. Teacher, I don't see Emma or Hewook anywhere. Tao lost it. Say what now? I just saw them in the garden. The other kids chimed in. Yeah. They said they were grabbing ice cream for us. Tao's face went ghost white. I gotta go get them. The headmistress blocked him. You cannot go out there. Look at the children. They are terrified. But Mr. Tao, you have to stay. He hesitated, but the kids started bawling their eyes out. Teacher, please save them. While the drama unfolded, nobody noticed one person slip out the back door. A blood-curdling scream echoed from the garden. Hewook was dangling in the grip of a nasty goblin. The beast raised its axe for the kill. Emma thrust her hands forward, channeling mana. Stop. She blasted the goblin right in the chest. The impact was brutal. He rolled across the unforgiving earth like a broken toy. Emma scrambled over, panic written all over her face. Yo, Unhyuk. Talk to me, bro. You good? The goblin clawed its way back up, a guttural growl ripping from its throat. Both kids were trembling like leaves in a storm, but the little dude, he locked his jaw tight. Game face, on. Michael crushed her hand in his grip. Run for it. As they bolted, the goblin didn't even chase immediately. It just stood there, drooling like a broken faucet locking onto its helpless prey. They skidded into the playground zone, dust flying everywhere. Emma's voice wobbled, terrifyingly quiet. What are we gonna do? Michael tried to keep his cool, faking a bravery he definitely didn't feel. The grown-ups are on their way, I swear. We just gotta stay low until the cavalry arrives. He pointed a shaking finger at the jungle gym. Get up there. Now. Climb. Double time. Michael boosted her up first, sacrificing his own lead. Go. Move. Suddenly, a nasty, wet growl erupted right behind his neck, making the kid snap his head around in horror. The monster was practically breathing down their necks. Michael screamed, lungs burning. Just climb, don't look back. But Emma froze, totally paralyzed by the nightmare below. But what about you? You gotta get up here. The boy spun around, facing the beast all by himself. Nah, I'm holding this thing off. Someone's gotta buy us time. From the high bars, Emma yelled down. Don't be crazy, get up here. Michael's legs were shaking like jelly, which actually made the goblin pause, confused by this tiny human's insane audacity. The kid gripped his plastic sword, eyes blazing with gutsy determination. A memory flashed in his mind like a movie reel, that legendary superhero hunter he saw on TV. He hyped himself up, screaming internally. He took one down. He was awesome. I'm gonna be a hero just like him. His white-knuckle grip tightened and the trembling finally stopped. I'm gonna be strong. With a face pale as a sheet, the little guy charged straight at the monster. The goblin's rotten teeth ground together like sandpaper before it unhinged its jaw, letting out a soul-shaking screech. It lunged forward to end this little annoyance. Just like I practiced in the mirror. Michael squeezed his eyes shut and swung with everything he had. Clang. The reality check was instant. His sword got smacked right out of his hands. Michael collapsed, terror hijacking his brain as the monster raised its axe. But behind him, a shadow stepped into the light. Ethan calmly scooped up the fallen toy sword. The goblin swung its axe down with lethal force. Michael screamed, throwing his hands up in a desperate, useless attempt to block death. A heartbeat passed. And nothing. The kid slowly peeled his eyes open. Up on the jungle gym, Emma was huddled in a ball, peering down through her fingers. Yoon-ha was standing right there, having blocked the massive hit just in the nick of time. Not bad, kid, he said, flashing a confident grin over his shoulder. That was a real man's move. Michael just sat there, totally stunned. Suddenly, the goblin snapped out of its confusion and lunged at the newcomer. Look out! The boy screamed. Swish. A perfect arc of mana flashed, and the blade sliced clean through the monster's arm like butter. The severed limb went flying across the playground. The goblin stared at its spurting shoulder stump, totally bewildered by what just happened. With eyes cold as glacial ice, Ethan swung upward. With massive force, he split the goblin right down the middle. The monster's body dissolved into black mist, leaving behind a magic stone that hit the dirt like a glittering diamond. Ethan gave the sword a cool flick to clean off the blood. Relax, show's over. Michael burst into tears and tackled him with a massive bear hug. You're a total hero. The kid was sobbing directly into his shirt. Ethan tried to peel him off like a sticker. Yo, easy with the snot. Get off me, man. Then Emma scrambles down and latched onto him too. I was so scared. Ethan, face turning pale from social overload, tried to shove the two clingy kids away. Guys, the teacher called out. But while everyone was distracted asking about the other students, Ethan had already slipped away like a ghost. Outside the chaos, he took a deep breath and locked in. His eyes glowed with raw energy as he pumped mana to scan the entire area. Emma and Michael have decent mana potential. They're safe for now. Ethan pinged another threat on his radar. Hold up. Need to clear out the trash near the gym first. The creature was prowling around, growling its shadows when a voice cut through the air like a knife. Yo, ugly. Looking for something? Ethan stood there, holding a cheap utility knife, coating the flimsy blade in menacing mana. The goblin roared and charged straight at him. It slashed horizontal miss. Ethan ducked, stomped the ground, and launched himself into the air like a rocket. Before the beast could even blink, he was already behind it. He drove the knife down, punching a hole straight through its chest. Furious, the goblin spun around, swinging its axe blindly at nothing. Ethan was already gone, leaping high above the clumsy attack. He kicked off the ceiling to boost his speed and came down like a meteor. He sliced a perfect vertical line from the monster's head to its toes. Just like the last one, the monster disintegrated into dust. Another magic stone hit the floor with a clatter. Ethan retracted the blade. It was total toast. Useless junk, he muttered, tossing it aside. Anyone touches this kindergarten, I'm ending them. He sprinted off again. Please tell me the rest are okay. He flared his mana, enhancing his vision to godlike levels. Hang tight, I'm coming. Back in the present, the two kids were still bawling their eyes out. Ethan sighed, lying there totally defeated by the crying. Whatever. Suddenly, Teacher Tio burst onto the scene. Ethan! Hayuk. Emma. Are you guys hurt? Ethan jumped, actually startled for the first time. The teacher looked at the sobbing mess. Ethan, looking totally drained, just nodded. Yeah, we're good. Moments later, the pro players finally showed up to clean the mess. One of the hunters stared at Ethan's skepticism written all over his face. Wait, did you take that thing down, kid? Ethan scratched his cheek, playing the dumb kid card perfectly. It was already super hurt. I just poked it and it went poof. The hunter inspected the magic stone. Even a rank 728 goblin wouldn't drop to a 7-year-old. The only way to drop a monster like this is to completely shatter its core with expert precision. To shatter its core, you need legendary mana-infused gear, or you gotta deliver physical damage that breaks the DPS meter. He frowned, dead serious. But hold up, what about the trash mob in the hallway? Ethan spun a quick lie. Probably got deleted by the boss outside. Friendly fire? Maybe. They threw hands and nerfed each other and you just stole the kill. Guess their party synergy was trash. The player eyed him with suspicion. Yeah, guess so. Scene shift to the legendary loot drop, the award ceremony. The administration offers a deep bow to Do in kindergarten for the recent critical bug in the server. We promise a major security patch moving forward. Now, make some noise for today's MVP. Give it up for No Ethan. He grabs the Brave Kid achievement title. The crowd goes feral. But internally, he's reliving a nightmare roast session with his parents. Was destroying the bridge not enough drama for you NPCs? Write an apology letter, stat. Ethan held the paper, shaking like a noob in a boss room. Major cringe. Someone whispered, smile for the cam. Ethan. He cranked out the most jagged, unnatural grin in history. Time skip to Do in preschool. Parents were camping the spawn point for pickup. Once upon a time, there was a Snow White with skin like a premium beauty filter. Snow White Ha-Yang. Her character stats were maxed out on kindness, so the 7 forest dwarves were absolute simps for her. The kids were locked in, total immersion mode, while Mr. Tao worked the mic like a seasoned shoutcaster. Deep in the spawn zone, Ethan and Michael waited. The kid was lagging hard. Captain. Cap, my system is crashing. What's the play? My mind went blank. Ethan scowled. Bro, are you for real? Your script has literally one line of dialogue. Right. The objective is, don't eat it. Michael rebooted. Oh yeah, you're the GOAT, Captain. Your memory stats are insane. Ethan let out a heavy sigh. The kid leveled up differently after the raid. Michael used to call him Warrior, but they settled on Captain for the guild rank. Michael pointed at himself with main character energy. Watch this, Cap. I'm about to hard carry this scene. Ethan blinked. Weird flex, but okay. Back on the map, Minji strutted in, role-playing the witch like a boss. Princess, peep this red apple. Looks bussin', no cap. Ha-Yang, in full princess mode, got hyped, so aesthetic. It looks delicious. The dwarves rushed to intercept. No princess. Stranger danger, abort mission. Facts, that apple is sus. Don't consume princess. Michael started vibrating, then he unleashed a sonic scream. That's right. He pointed and yelled so loud he jump-scared the lobby. Even Tao, the narrator, lagged out at the chaos. Dead silence on the server. Then the whole audience erupted into laughter. Ethan face-palmed from the wings. Dude's acting like an NPC. Minji raged and yeeted the apple with max force. Eat it and get out of my face. Critical hit. The apple sniped Michael right in the grill. The girl screamed. Not you. A nearby kid started crying. Michael just got wasted. Suddenly, Tao clutched the save on the mic. The dwarf tanked the poison apple for the princess. He signaled, but the queen wasn't dropping aggro. The queen tried to force-feed the leftovers to the princess. Tao signaled frantically. Minji went pale, entering full panic mode. She shoved the apple straight into Ha-Yang's face. You. Eat it and delete yourself from my life. Ha-Yang reached out. Mommy. Minji broke character and screamed back. I ain't your mom. I'm your stepmom. Stop spamming that name. A beat later, the girl's cheeks flushed crimson. Ha-Yang got a debuff and passed out. While the crew dragged Michael's corpse off stage, Tao tapped Ethan, looking desperate. Ethan. The teacher's eyes were glistening with tears. You're my only hope, kid. Don't let the raid fail. Let's see whose class wins the PvP bet today. Ethan mentally cursed. This guy is unreal. It's showtime. Ethan made his entrance. He approached the zone where Ha Yang lay among the flowers. Suddenly, a voice from the crowd froze Ethan in his tracks. Is that him? Kid's aura is scary. Is that the monster slayer? No shot. The city rewarded him, right? But a kid soloing a boss? That thing didn't hesitate to delete humans. He's like an immortal player. The vibes got weirdly heavy. Ethan's mind blanked out. Suddenly, his sister Sophia shrieked his name. No, Ethan. He shuddered, snapping back to the current server. Down below, Sophia was waving like a maniac with mom and dad. Ethan, look here. His parents were hyping him up like superfans. Our son is the GOAT. Looking aesthetic. Ethan, mom's right here. Hearing the fam, he paused. Then he cracked a genuine, high-tier smile. So embarrassing. He relaxed, and his avatar started moving again. Ethan stood tall over Ha Yang, who was away from keyboard in peaceful sleep. Ethan inhaled deeply and let it out. He crouched down, brushing her forehead. How does a character design this gorgeous exist in the real world? He leaned down and planted a soft buff, a kiss on her forehead. Her cheeks flushed red, and her eyes fluttered open like an animation. He grabbed her hand, helping her up with max charisma. The crowd went wild, spamming applause for the performance. Ethan and Ha Yang bowed to the server together. Michael and the party rushed the stage. Mission clear. No, Ethan. Get over here. Everyone piled in. They hoisted Ethan up, crowd surfing style. He turned pale. These guys are dangerous. I'm gonna glitch through the floor. Suddenly, strong hands hoisted him into the air. It was his old man. No. Great job, son. Before he knew it, he was riding high on his dad's shoulders like a king. That is my boy, no doubt about it. His dad burst into laughter. Am I right? Just then, Mom walked over, cradling the newborn baby like a precious treasure. Ethan looked puzzled. What's the vibe, Mom? She flashed a radiant smile and dropped the heavy question. So, have you figured out your dream yet? Ethan paused, his mind drifting. She had asked the exact same thing last year. What do you want to be? His expression turned serious. Honestly, I've got zero clue. But watching his family vibing and smiling together, the answer hit him. I just want to be happy, and I won't let anyone mess with this peace. With a massive grin, he wrapped his arms around his dad's head and shouted to the heavens, Welp, guess I'm gonna be a warrior. All right, Pops, let me down. His dad teased back, playing along perfectly. As you command, oh mighty warrior. Mom just watched with that super sweet, proud look in her eyes. That is right, my little Ethan. You do you. Mom is always gonna be in your corner, cheering the loudest. Time flew by like an arrow. Ethan was already starting his school arc. Big congrats to all the new students entering the Elemental Academy. It was a stunning spring day, flowers blooming everywhere. Goddess calendar year 3. Our main character, Ethan, was now 8 years old and ready to roll. Minji piped up from behind, absolutely roasting him. Yo, why are you being so extra? The principal is literally giving a speech right now. Ethan was totally lost in the sauce. Why are you obsessing over it? Emma whispered from the side, trying to keep the peace. Guys, chill. Teacher said to keep it down. But Michael, he was hyped up on adrenaline. Boss, there's gonna be tons of OP kids here. When do we show him who runs this turf? Ethan kept his poker face solid. I am not you, so quit acting reckless. The kid just beamed back, totally missing the point. That is my boss, always worrying about my safety like a true leader. Ethan was literally speechless. This kid was too much. Meanwhile, the NPC speech droned on. We hope you all enjoy your time here at the academy. Michael would not stop bugging him, and Ethan's social battery was already drained. Man, I am exhausted. They headed down the hall to their new battlefield, the classroom. Minji stood up, overflowing with main character energy. Hi everyone, I am Ava from the He District. I enrolled at Do an Academy just like everyone else. I just want to have fun and make a ton of friends. I love movies and music. Ethan thought to himself, Girl, why is your intro a whole biography? The teacher on the podium gave an awkward smile. Okay, Min, we are short on time, so let's save the rest for the fan club meeting. All right, it was the first year, class 4, with Miss Gina as the homeroom teacher. Minji sighed and sat down, soaking up the attention like a sponge. Sorry, I got carried away. Miss Gina spoke up, keeping the flow going. Next up, No Ethan. Please introduce yourself. He stood up without hesitation. Hey, I am No Ethan. I am a student here at Duan. Let's get along. The teacher smiled, expecting more. Ethan, is that it? He nodded coolly. Yup. Miss Gina flipped through her list. All right then, next is Dong Emma. Go ahead, sweetie. She stood up, looking like a deer in headlights. Emma squeezed her eyes shut, trying to speak, but only a tiny squeak escaped. Her Her mind was totally buffering. Ethan watched her struggle and a memory unlocked. He thought back to a visit at her house. Her dad, So-kun, had welcomed them. "So glad to meet you kids. I am Emma's father." Ethan had rolled up with the daycare crew. "Hello, sir." The man had smiled with a warmth that felt suspicious. "Was it hard finding the place? I am going to whip up a 5-star lunch for you guys. Anyone thirsty?" Ethan eyed Seo-kun, his instincts flaring up. "Is this really Emma's dad? I feel like I have seen this face on a magazine cover." The other kids swarmed him like loot goblins. "I want mango juice." "Me too." "Mango." "Uncle, I want yogurt." "Dad, can I have yogurt too?" Then the man turned his attention to Ethan. "How about you, Ethan?" Ethan pointed to himself. "Me? I'll take a double shot banana milk, please." A feast was laid out, looking straight up gourmet. One kid couldn't wait and shoveled food into his mouth. "Oh my god, this flavor is legendary. Is this bacon? It's amazing." Minji smirked proudly. "See, told you guys. Emma's dad is a master chef level 99. Michael looked confused. "Why are you bragging?" "It isn't your dad." She huffed. "Emma is my bestie, so it counts." The two of them started bickering like an old married couple. "Got it, dummy. I told you not to call me that." "Fine. How about Piggy Minji?" Ethan side-eyed the drama, took a sip of his drink, and thought, what makes this stuff so good that these kids are losing their absolute minds? The moment the liquid hit his tongue, his eyes popped open. Whoa, what is this stuff? He could feel his mana surging like a tidal wave. Unbelievable. This is a straight-up high-grade potion. It tasted just like those luxury mana recovery elixirs used by pro hunters. Monster hunters always carry these because running out of mana means game over. Emma noticed his weird expression and panicked. "What's wrong? Is it gross?" Ethan smiled, his mind racing. "Nah, it is actually really good." "Hey, Emma, what is your dad's name again?" She blinked, confused. "My dad? He is in the kitchen making drinks. His name is Dong Seo-kun." Hearing that name, Ethan froze in place. His eyes practically lit up with realization. "Emma, let's be best friends, okay?" Ethan chuckled internally, his schemes already forming. Dong Seo-kun, the guy who revolutionized the potion industry. His extraction skills are legendary. He can pull pure mana out of ingredients like a wizard. In the future, this guy becomes the absolute kingpin of the potion market. Working for the Alice Group, one of Korea's top 3 corporate giants. Wait a second, though. I swear I remember his bio saying he was childless. Then the truth hit him like a lightning bolt. Oh, right. She was alive because I saved her. Ethan placed a hand on her shoulder, realizing he had changed destiny itself. "Listen closely, Ha Jiang. If any punk dares to mess with you, come find me immediately. I've got your 6. Ha Jiang turned as red as a tomato, totally flustered. "Thanks, I appreciate it." Snap back to reality. Poor Ha Jiang was basically glitching out during her class introduction. She took a massive breath to stop her soul from leaving her body.
"So, I've known Minji since we were babies in diapers at the Doan preschool. I'm a huge nerd for books and tea. I'm super awkward with new people. But, let's be friends."
Ethan flashed a legendary thumbs up. "You crushed it. That is my bestie right there." Ryana was beaming like a proud mother hen. "Awesome job, Ha Jiang." "All right, Jessica, you are up next." The entire class shifted their gaze to the new girl. Even Ethan had to do a double take. Whoa. No cap, Jessica actually had a pair of fluffy cat ears popping out of her head. And get this, a real tail swishing back and forth behind her. Wait, are those real? Is she a monster? Nope, she is a demi-human. Basically, a term for kids with mutated genes because their mana flow went totally haywire. Here's the spilling tea. Folks who lost family to monsters absolutely despise demi-humans. Why? Just because they look similar to the beasts. Total tragedy. She whispered, her voice trembling like a leaf in the wind. "I am Jessica. I didn't go to preschool. Please be nice to me." The class instantly turned into a toxic gossip mill. My mom said stay away from her. Why though? Dunno. Just said playing with her is a no-go zone. Ethan thought, man, the prejudice is thick in the air around here. Raina cleared her throat to call upon the next victim. Before she could even finish, Woo-hyuk launched himself up like a rocket. "Yo, I am James. I like swinging swords and learning mana control from the boss." Some random kid asked, who is the boss? Woo-hyuk looked personally offended. "Are you serious? You do not know." He pointed a finger straight at Ethan. "That guy right there, that is the boss. Strongest in the class, hands down. Don't even think about fighting her. The boss is overpowered. All hail the boss." Number 1. The teacher cut his hype train short. Woo-hyuk, Sit your butt down, would you? Ryan's face was morphing into a demon mask. Also, Ethan, stay after class. And bring your parents. Ethan slumped over, crying rivers internally. Bro, I didn't even do anything. Why me? Ethan sat in the corner, sighing heavy enough to move mountains. Just my luck. Meanwhile, Woo-hyuk's voice kept echoing in the background like a broken NPC. Boss is number one. Boss is the best. Ryana finally snapped. Ethan, teacher's lounge. Now, Ethan gritted her teeth. James. From now on, welcome to training hell. Later at the cafeteria, Ethan called him out. Dude, that is your third plate already. The lunch lady is going to memorize your face at this rate. Woo-hyuk flinched. How did you know? She actually already knows my name. Minji stood up and shouted across the table. Hey Ethan, need a refill? I am grabbing seconds too. Ethan flashed a wicked, teasing grin. Yeah, go feed yourself, you little piggy. Minji snapped back. I am not a pig. I just took a smaller portion earlier. Okay. Ha-jiang jumped in to keep the peace. She is right, Ethan. You got it wrong this time, Ethan chuckled. All right, my bad. Their banter died down instantly as the atmosphere shifted. Yo, check it out. Is that her? No way. She seriously has a tail. Why is a freak like that even in our school? Dude, do not make eye contact. Jessica wandered around with her tray, looking completely lost. She spotted an empty seat at a table with three girls who looked like total royalty. Jessica stammered, can I sit here? Jin-sena let out a cold, villainous laugh. Nope, not happening. Ethan face-palmed. Of all people, she asks Jin-sena, what is wrong with you? Are you delusional or something? Jessica blinked, completely confused. Who do you think you are, trying to sit with us? The minions chimed in with the insults. Do you even know where you are? Check your status, sweetie. And those rags? Yikes. Did you dig them out of a dumpster or what? You should have stayed in your little temple. Jessica trembled, forcing out words. I am sorry. Minji couldn't take it anymore. Jin-sena, just because you are rich does not mean you rule the world. You are being so toxic. Ha-jiang started tearing up. She is so mean. Seeing Ethan's darkening expression, Woo-hyuk got nervous. Boss? The other kids just laughed like hyenas. Look at that. She is crying now. What a loser. Flashback time. Ethan remembered something from a past life. Not all demi-humans are saints. You think just because someone is poor and an outcast, they automatically have a heart of gold, right? So what? Ethan asked. Christopher, sitting across the campfire, replied, but you are dead wrong. Sure, some are actually good people. Yeah, you will find some decent kids. But honestly, there are way more rotten apples than good ones. Ethan asked again. And your point is? This guy was speaking in riddles. What are you getting at? I am saying do not pity them just because of their race. You are only looking out for them because of me, right? Ethan cut him off mid-sentence. Zip it, Christopher. Why do you assume I am some kind of hero? He shrugged. I did not say that. Ethan unsheathed a sword, making the guy jump out of his skin. So you think I'm a softie who cannot tell good from evil? He scrambled back in terror. Whoa, chill out. That is not what I meant. Why are you tweaking all of a sudden? Ethan growled. Because you broke into my tent at midnight to yap about philosophy while I was trying to sleep. Go stand guard or something before I actually beat you up. The guy felt a chill run down his spine. All right, I am going. Deep in the Abyss dungeon, Christopher had just slain a beast. These things are no joke. Definitely Abyss-level monsters. His eyes went wide as he whipped around. Suddenly, a massive force slammed into Christopher out of nowhere. His agility stat just wasn't high enough. A catastrophic wound tore open his gut, instantly draining his HP. That razor leg belonged to a nightmare-fuel scorpion boss. Seeing his prey on death's door, the beast wound up for a total party wipe. But suddenly, zoom. A blur blitzed in from the sidelines. Ha! Ethan severed the limb in one clean motion, his gaze burning with murderous intent. The monster shrieked, stumbling back as its health bar took a massive hit. Enraged, the beast lunged. Ethan executed a frame-perfect dodge, twisting his body to miss the attack by a single pixel. Grip tightening, he unleashed a DPS flurry. Slash after slash diced the beast as Ethan rushed past, spamming a lethal skill combo. The monster crumbled like a glitched texture. Ethan scrambled over to his fallen brother, screaming his name. Parang. He tried to prop him up, but Parang pushed him away. Go. Stop wasting time, Ethan. You didn't grind this hard just to quit now. The final boss is still waiting for you. Do-yoon rushed over, but Ethan's voice went sub-zero. Do-yoon, heal him. Spam your skills, now. Parang gritted his teeth. Shut your trap, Ethan. I know my own status window better than anyone. The reason I'm logging out here, the reason we fight, it's all to take down that raid boss. It's for the peace of our server. Our home. So get moving. Ethan clenched his jaw. Fine. Any last words, you idiot? Parang managed a weak smirk. That's the Ethan I know. Remember the walkthrough? Not all players are the good guys. Don't give them a free pass just because they have a system like us. Ethan nodded. I won't forget. The dying warrior trembled. Honestly, I'm pretty sus myself. I was kind of a toxic player, and with that, his connection was severed. Yoon-ha stared at his trembling hands. Back in the present, the memory hit him like a debuff. Why is this flashback triggering now? Ethan stood up abruptly. Minji, catch. Huh. He tossed his tray and walked off. Be right back. She facepalmed hard. I knew he was going to pull a main character moment. Michael yelled, Boss, need a tank. Ethan kept his cool. Just finish your food. The background NPCs started whispering. What's his deal? That is actually so cringe. Jessica stood there, head down, until a hand entered her field of view. Ethan grabbed her tray like a gentleman. Come on, we've got a spawn point over here. Jessica was too stunned to speak. She clutched his sleeve, completely shook by the sudden invite. My bad. He turned back with a rare smile. It's all good. Let's roll. The squad saved a seat for you. She could barely stutter a reply. Wait, your reputation will get nerfed if you hang out with me. Ethan replied coldly. Like I care about NPC opinions. Suddenly, a voice piped up. What preschool did these noobs crawl out of? The mean girls snickered. Do you in kindergarten? Should I do a background check? Jessica thought with a cold smirk. No, don't bother. Judging by that trash attitude, they're definitely low-tier mobs. Min pointed a finger. Welcome to the guild table. Ethan here is stubborn as a mule, so just deal with it. Ethan snapped back immediately. Watch your mouth, Min Ji. Michael greeted her mid-chew. Yo, the loot drops in the cafeteria are S tier today. Jessica bowed shyly. A cup slid in front of her. It's barley tea. Ha Yang smiled like an angel. Let's form a party. She took the cup. Thank you. The whole squad watched her intently. It's really good, but it's boiling hot, so don't speedrun it, okay? She held it carefully. Suddenly, Jessica chugs the entire thing in one go. She drank it all, then she started vacuuming food like a starving animal. Ethan spoke up. Whoa, chill out on the inputs. Seeing tears in her eyes, Michael panicked. Hey, relax. We aren't going to loot your inventory. Min and Ha Yang joined the chaos. Don't cry. Wait, is that a tear? Someone get a tissue. Stat. Scene switched to the playground PvP zone. Ethan took charge. I'm the hunter first. Rules of the game. Hide your mana presence or use it for a speed buff. Juke me and survive, otherwise it's game over. Jessica raised her hand. I haven't unlocked mana control yet. He shrugged. But you know how to camp, right? You'll be fine. Min gave a thumbs up. That's the spirit. Destroy him. She smiled awkwardly. Sounds impossible. Ethan thought. She doesn't know she has a broken telekinesis skill yet. I'll have to power level her later. He shouted like a drill sergeant. No camping inside the building. Stay within the map boundaries. Ethan leaned against a pole. Timer starts now. 198. 3, 2, 1. He opened his eyes slowly. He cracked his knuckles, voice booming. Ready or not, here comes the boss. He instantly grabbed Michael. Gotcha. First kill confirmed. He rubbed his chin, calculating. Just Ha Yang and Jessica left. I can't detect Ha Yang's signal at all. Ha Yang's stealth stats are maxed out. Guess I'll hunt the newbie first. Ethan sensed a ping on the radar and dashed off. Found you. He rushed behind a bush. Got why, but Jessica was already sprinting away. Ethan chased her down. Right there, freeze. He reached out, his hand pixels away from the tag. Suddenly, boom. Jessica launched herself into the stratosphere. She stuck the landing on the roof. No way. I'm not losing until you actually catch my hitbox. The captured kids stared, jaws on the floor. Are they using hacks right now? Seriously? Hyuk rolled his eyes. We only got caught peeking, dude. It is not like the feds are kicking down the door. Min slapped his forehead. You set me up, you little traitor. I am out of here. Seon-ah did not hesitate to join the Great Escape. Run it back. I am burning mana for a speed boost. But as the trio scattered like roaches, Seon-ah lost his mind. He clutched his head, screaming, Why is my life like this? This situation is absolute chaos. Seon-ah flared his aura, locking onto Hyuk. Get back here, you little griefers. I am catching all of you. Hold it right there. Jin Sina watched the mess unfold with a smug grin. Meanwhile, tiny footsteps padded away into a mysterious mansion nearby. It was little Ha Jiang, on a mission. I need the ultimate hiding spot. Outside, Eun-ha's voice thundered like a raid boss. Ready or not, here I come. She immediately engaged stealth mode. Time to cloak my mana signature. Compressing her energy, she panicked. This spot is too open. I have to rotate or I am dead. Suddenly, a massive stack of books upstairs caught her gaze. Ha Jiang was instantly hypnotized, climbing the steps like a zombie. The view was legendary, a sanctuary built entirely of books. Ha Jiang drifted into the labyrinth, eyes wide with pure wonder. She snatched a volume, vibrating with excitement. This is actual heaven. Infinite reading material. Then, reality buffered. Wait, where actually am I? I should probably tactical retreat. But a crimson cover snagged her focus. So beautiful. But how do I decode this? A deep voice rumbled, Alice in Wonderland, seemingly teleporting out of thin air. An elderly man loomed right behind her. His gaze was colder than ice, and Ha Jiang trembled like a glitched NPC. Moments later, Eun-ha's squad pulled up to the scene. Grandpa, check this out. Alice returned to chase the white rabbit. Suddenly, Eun-ha's furious roar sliced through the atmosphere. Jiang Ha Jiang, she flinched, realizing she was cozy on the stranger's lap. Yoon-ha stepped forward, bowing. Yo, apologies. This kid went away from keyboard during our game. We just came to retrieve her. Ha Jiang hopped down. You have to communicate before wandering off, okay? The others whispered in awe. Big bro is so cool, but is he actually tilted? Captain, cool your jets. Eun-ha looked ready to go nuclear. Did you forget the rules? The little girl started shaking again. I am sorry. Thwack. He flicked her forehead with precision. Jiang Ha Jiang, next time drop a ping or tell someone, understood. Tears began to well up. Yeah, my bad. Eun-ha thought. She's going to flood the place if I keep scolding her. He turned to the elder, bowing 90 degrees. Sorry for raiding your base, sir. The old man's face softened. No worries. She actually cured my boredom. Feel free to spawn back here anytime. I appreciate anyone who loves a good story. Ha Jiang's eyes sparkled. For real. He patted her head gently. For real. Ha Jiang beamed like a sun. I will be back tomorrow to grind through this book, Grandpa. Eun-ha dragged her away by the collar. Let's move out. It is getting dark. Run's sake intercepted them, triggering Eun-ha's danger sense. Hold up. He whipped out his phone. I should arrange a transport for you kids. Outside, a luxury sedan rolled up smoothly. A suit in black cracked the door open. All right, who needs a lift? Hop in. Yoon-ha was totally shook. Who is this old guy actually? Yoon-ha gasped, touching the leather. This ride is insane. It is so smooth. Yoon-ha panicked. Yo, watch out, that interior costs more than my life. Once inside, Run-so commanded, let's roll. Yoon-ha and Min watched the car vanish. He muttered, I have never even touched a car that nice. Eun-ha was weeping internally. The jealousy is eating me alive right now. Rain hammered against the school windows. Yoon-ha was staring into the void until the teacher's voice snapped him back to the server. All right, I am adding Eun-ha to the candidate roster. The chalkboard read, Class President Election, Class 4-star. Seeing his name on the board, he nearly fell out of his chair. Teach, why am I on the list? Minji leaned in, whispering, what is the tea? Someone mentioned you wanted to run for president. He looked clueless, pointing at his own chest. Who said that? She pointed a finger straight at Eun-haek. Who else? Seeing the kid's sparkling eyes, Yoon-ha's face went dark with impending doom. Yoon-haek waved, laughing. Big bro. Yoon-ha ground his teeth. Choi Eun-haek, you are absolutely dead meat. The kid kept hyping him up. Only Big Bro deserves to be the raid leader. But Yoon-ha raised his hand instantly. Teach, I fold. I do not want to run. Gina tried to persuade him. But Yoon-ha nominated you. You cannot let your friend down, right? He shot back. I am not built for the leadership grind. Teach, she frowned. What do you mean? You totally have the stats for this. Won-ha turned and snapped at Min. You nerd, you should have warned me sooner. She laughed, avoiding eye contact. I literally told you. Not my fault your brain was offline. Gina jumped in to de-escalate. Okay, chill. Any other challengers besides Eun-ha? Jin Sena raised her hand high into the air. Teacher. Eun-ha glanced over. Jin Sena turned back with a savage smirk that screamed trouble. I nominate myself. Eun-ha saw her expression and grimaced. The next day, massive loot boxes of food arrived. Jin Sena announced, my dad sponsored these. Dig in, everyone. The class swarmed the desk like a zombie horde. Sena is the goat. Burgers. Burgers. Lunch is actually lit today. Her minions started handing them out. Sena says if she wins, we get premium burgers once a month. Vote for Sena. Eun-ha's squad stood on the sidelines, watching the chaotic feeding frenzy. Someone shoved a burger in his face. Eun-ha stood there, hands in pockets, staring at Jin Sena with dead eyes. She smirked. Thanks for the vote, loser. He let out a cold huff, totally unbothered. I am not eating that garbage. Eun-ha spun around and walked away like a boss. Yo fam. Jin Sena in the house, flashing that class president authority like a boss. But seriously, check out the heavy size on this guy, acting like he's pushing 40 when he's barely out of diapers. Suddenly, a wild Eun-haek appears. Dude is locked onto that burger like it's the holy grail itself. I'm talking literal anime sparkles in his eyes. He tries to pawn off the leftovers, but Min and Ha Jang are not having it. Hard pass. I ain't a charity case, bro. I'm good. You eat it. Our boy watches from the sidelines, brows furrowed in calculation. All right, bet. Let's see how this chaotic scene plays out. Cut to the great outdoors. Spring vibes, majestic mountains, the full scenery package. Teacher hits us with a loudspeaker voice. Listen up, squad, roll call time. She's firing off names, hands are flying up like rockets. Then her gaze locks onto Sena and Eun-ha. Prez and VP, step up. Help a teacher out. Class 4 to 5 represent. Sena's grinning like she just won the lottery. You got it. Meanwhile, Eun-ha is grinding his teeth into dust. Ugh, seriously. Yes, ma'am. Roll call done. She leads the pack up the mountain trail. We hike until we hit this ancient temple. Finally, a pit stop. Leg day is officially over. Time to grub. Eun-ha cracks open his lunchbox, but it looks like it went 12 rounds in a washing machine during the hike. Random girl gasps. Whoa, that looks fire. Eun-ha blushes, thoughts racing. When did Eun-ah whip this masterpiece up for me? Min slides in with the shade, sharp as a knife. Your sis is obsessed with you. Huh? Must be nice. Eun-ha goes full tomato mode. Shut it. What you got? Min flexes a Japanese-style bento box, then someone spots Ha Jang's spread. Dang, Jang. That lunch is too pretty to even exist. Nutritionally balanced and Instagram-ready. Eun-ha rubs his chin in observation. Classic Ha Jiang. Overachiever much? Yoon-ha-yuk shouts, field trips, equal cup noodles, baby. Minji looks at him, totally confused. Cup noodles? Did you forget to pack real food? He pulls out the styrofoam cup like a trophy. Mom said these are the GOAT, he claims confidently. Everyone looks at him with those pitying, bless your heart eyes. Bro, just say your mom didn't want to cook. Eun-ha pats his back. Fair point. Internally, he's strategizing. Note to self, cut back on training and learn to cook properly. Smash cut to the deep woods. Some dude in a black tee is sprinting for his absolute life. He's running and dropping F-bombs left and right. What the heck is this? Trip. He faceplants over a gnarly root. Monsters? Here? No way. He hits the dirt hard, caked in mud. Groaning in agony, he tries to crawl away. It is total nightmare fuel. He freezes cold. A paw slams down. Boom 2. Level 7 hunting dogs breathing right in his face. He scrambles back, screaming, somebody help me. But wait, there's more. A level 6 hellhound creeps up from the shadows behind him. He looks at the pack closing in, totally hopeless. A blood-curdling scream rips through the silent forest. The dogs tear into him without mercy. Suddenly, one growls and stops. Zap. A bolt of lightning hits the dogs, making them yelp in pain. They back off, terrified of the power. But the hellhound barks a sharp order. The pack snaps back to attention instantly. It opens its nasty, razor-filled jaw and howls toward the south. New target acquired. Back with the squad, Eun-ha's class is vibing. Totally clueless about the horror show nearby. Hugh gets hyped up. All right, open on 3. 1, 2. Eun-ha is just glad he packed a change of clothes. On 3, everyone flashes their scavenger hunt papers. Hugh looks at his result and lets out a massive groan. Man, I got nothing. Total bust. Sena pouts, me neither. Eun-ha shrugs it off. Just let it go, guys. Hugh yells, no way. Big bro, I need that treasure. Eun-ha rolls his eyes hard. What are you? A pirate? Chill out. Min clenches her paper, eyes blazing with anime protagonist energy. We gotta go deeper into the woods. Ha-yuk gets his second wind instantly. Let's do it. All right, let's roll. Eun-ha stares at Min in disbelief. You too. Seriously, Min Jae, you're hopeless. Ha Jiang chimes in, cool as ever. I'm coming too. Sena shrugs. Whatever. I'm down. Eun-ha turns around. Cool. Have fun? I'm out. Nice knowing you guys. He tries to bounce, but Min grabs him tight. Where do you think you're going? Eun-ha mutters a curse under his breath. Cut 2. the whole squad of 5 trekking deeper into the mountains. Yoon-ha is dragging his feet like lead weights. I want to go home. This isn't a picnic, it's extreme hiking. Why Mount Buchan? Yeongbuk is way closer. Plus, this path leads straight to the Eungbu district. Suddenly, a scream echoes from behind. Everyone freezes in place. Sina asks, "What was that?" Hejiang looks around, eyes sharp. Is something wrong? Yoon-ha's face goes stone cold. He holds up a hand firmly. Quiet. Something massive crashes through the bushes right in front of them. Min-jae points, hand shaking like crazy. What is that thing? She is staring right at a hunting dog. The massive beast steps into the light. Yoon-ha grits his teeth. Damn it. Is today that day? The Mount Buchan flower viewing tragedy. The barrier was supposed to be solid, but somehow, monsters from Eungbu broke through and headed south. It was a massacre, tons of casualties. A total nightmare scenario. The beast locks its predatory eyes on the group. Min-jae sees that bloodthirsty look and stumbles back on instinct. It sees an opening. The monster lunges straight for Min-jae. She screams, backing away as death flies at her. Yo, talk about bad luck. Min-jae totally loses her balance and hits the deck hard. And boom, this gnarly hound is instantly in her grill, baring its fangs, ready to tear her apart. Min-jae is freaking out, eyes shut tight, screaming her head off. But hold up. Just as the Reaper comes calling, a shadow swoops in from behind her like a superhero from a comic book. It's Ethan. He lands a savage dropkick right to the beast's ribs, sending it flying. That thing smashed into the ground like a sack of potatoes. Bro didn't even let it recover. He jumps right on top of it, looking like a straight-up demon, clutching a dinner fork. He channels his mana into the cutlery and aims straight for the skull. Next thing you know, it's a total gore fest. Ethan goes absolutely ham, stabbing that monster over and over again with a fork like a maniac. The other 4 are watching this scene and they are shook, like absolutely terrified of their own friend right now. Once the beast is toast, he tosses the bent fork aside and straight up incinerates the corpse with magic. He checks his work, turns around, and acts all casual like, "You guys good?" Min-jae is still traumatized, shaking like a leaf in a hurricane. She stammers out, "Yeah, I'm totally chill." Hyuk steps up like, "Boss, I think we should be asking you that." Ethan just tilts his head, playing dumb. "Say what?" Hyuk keeps it 100. "I dunno, man. But that wasn't the boss I know." Ethan wipes the monster blood off his face and lies through his teeth. "I'm fine, just a little stressed, you know?" But inside, he's thinking, dang, Hyuk is spot on. When I'm in kill mode, I turn into a mindless zombie, just grinding experience points and slaughtering monsters. He looks at his bloody hands, realizing he showed them a side they were never supposed to see. Suddenly, a chorus of screams snaps him out of his emo moment. Yoon-hoo spins around. What's the play here? Min-jae's panic mode kicks back in. What do you mean? We gotta dip. Run. Ethan agrees, but his gamer brain starts analyzing. These hounds are pack hunters, swarming down the mountain like a Zerg rush. He can't carry everyone. There's only one strategy left on the board. Ethan turns to the squad with cold determination. He gets super serious. Listen closely to what I'm about to say. Meanwhile, cut to mid-mountain. Someone lays a handkerchief on a rock like a total diva and says, I'm taking a break right here. It's Jin Sina, ignoring the dangerous vibes and scrolling on her phone. She waves her hand. You guys go hunt for the treasure without me. The trio is like, us? By ourselves? The chubby girl looks super awkward. No way. The kid with glasses scratches his head. Sweating bullets, can't we just chill with you? Sina gives them the legendary death stare. They immediately crumble and start searching again. The blue-haired girl is like, never mind, we're out. The chubby girl chimes in too. You just relax, Senna. Satisfied her minions are working, Senna goes back to her screen. But then screaming echoes through the trees. She looks up, totally annoyed at the noise pollution. She sees her 3 lackeys sprinting back down the hill, terror plastered on their faces, screaming bloody murder. Senna's expression goes dark, she is not amused. What is their deal? Then she spots a pack of hounds sprinting towards her like they haven't eaten in weeks. Senna freezes. Monsters. Before she can even react, her so-called friends bolt past her, leaving her in the dust. One hound sees an easy snack and pounces. Senna screams for her life. Somebody help me. She's crying, totally hopeless. Save me. She shuts her eyes, tears streaming down, ready for the end. Bang. Out of nowhere, a mana bullet rips into the hound's gut. The beast drops to the ground, twitching and whimpering before fading out. A familiar voice hits her ears. Huh? You? Senna looks up, confused and mascara running. It's Ethan. The dude is dual-wielding a sword in one hand and a gun in the other. He walks up and says, if you want to live, get off this mountain. Now. Sen is still in shock, brain buffering like, huh. Ethan stays ice cold. You deal with the stragglers. There are still 2 growling dogs nearby. Ethan starts to walk away, but Senna grabs his sleeve, yelling, "Where do you think you're going? Aren't you gonna protect me?" She tries to pull the puppy dog eyes card on him. Ethan looks down at her with pure disgust. "Don't be dead weight. Get lost." His face goes dark, and his voice drops to sub-zero temperatures. "From now on, listen to every word I say. Everyone, book it to the foot of the mountain. Find an adult and tell them to call the players." Hyuk, standing nearby, whispers, "Boss, you're not coming." Ethan doesn't hesitate. "I'm staying. Gotta find the other kids." The kid immediately tries to argue. "Then I'm riding with you. I've trained my mana. I can." Ethan shuts him down instantly. His eyes turn terrifying, glaring daggers at Hyuk. "Quit playing games. Focus on staying alive." Hyuk freezes, stuttering under the pressure. I'm sorry." Ethan ignores the apology, pointing at the group to give final orders. "You 4 are a squad now. Drill this into your heads. Hounds have insane noses. Suppress your mana as much as humanly possible." "You got that." They all nod furiously. Ethan heads into the forest solo. He flings open a lunchbox and scatters food everywhere, thinking, "Dad's cooking has a trace of mana. Perfect bait. These hellhounds have aimbot-level senses for mana. Time to hit him with a decoy and mess up their tracking." He taps his comms, whispering, "All right," sending a mana pulse to ping their coordinates. Boom. Neon blue aura flares up. Yoon-ha closes his eyes, and a mental mini-map loads instantly, highlighting every enemy like red dots on a radar. He hypes himself up, thinking, "Bet. I can kite these creeps long enough for the low levels to escape." Dude literally glitches forward. He's sidestepping so fast, he leaves after images like he's lagging in real life. Suddenly, he freezes. A massive wall of dark fog rolls in. His eyes widen, thinking, "Whoa, that mob density is insane. This isn't a starter zone anymore." Then his eyes lock onto the water bottle in his inventory slot. Big brain play loading. He's running on 50% mana capacity. He could pop that tangerine tea buff now, but nah, gotta save the consumables for the boss raid. Out of nowhere, roar. The fog screams, and Unha nearly jumps out of his skin. Pure jump scare fuel. It gets nasty, fam. The hounds are straight up feasting on players, but over the crunching sounds, a human voice cuts through. Creepy factor. Maxed out. "Help me." This guy, tears streaming, looks right into the jaws of death and screams, "Help. Somebody save me." Silence. The scream dies instantly. The beast licks its chops, absolutely savage, and turns back to the rest of the squad. Total party wipe. Wait for it. One hound freezes up. It senses a new challenger approaching. Unha enters the chat. Bam, bam. He draws full aggro and drops the first beast before he can even blink. The pack scrambles. Unha glares at the fallen victim, radiating such heavy killing intent that even the monsters flinch. That is pure alpha energy. He quick scans the body and spots a glint of metal, a glowing short sword. Unha thinks, bingo. Knew a player would drop some high-tier loot. He equips the blade instantly. His combat processor is running at full speed, thinking, long swords have too much ending lag. This short blade, it fits the current meta perfectly. Checking the stats, this thing has high mana conductivity. He realizes he can wreck these mobs without burning his own MP bar. That's a broken item. He points the blade, hits the emote button, and taunts. "Come get some, you ugly texture glitches." Triggered. The monsters lose their minds and screech at the disrespect. The elite mob lunges, but Yoonha's eyes lock onto the hitbox, the soft underbelly. Zero input delay. He drives the blade upward. Crunch. A critical hit right to the vitals. But the raid isn't over. The rest of the pack swarms him, hungry for a piece of the main character. Yoon-ha unleashes the death stare. Swish. He becomes a blur, slicing through the hitboxes before the server can even register the damage. Pure domination. Ambush from 6 o'clock. But Yoon-ha's reaction time is god tier. He ducks, and the beast bites empty air. You missed. He spins 180 shank, buries the sword deep into the monster's skull, rips the blade out, rated mess. But there's no cooldown. The rest of the horde is drooling and rushing in. Unha slams his palm down. Flash. A blinding AoE light erupts. Liftoff. The shockwave launches him vertically like a human rocket. Midair, he looks down at the confused puppies. He charges his blade, and it starts glowing with S-rank power. Target locked. He channels all that juice right at the mosh pit of monsters below. Pew, pew, pew. It rains down like a meteor shower skill. Dozens of light beams streak toward the ground. The monsters screech as the lasers shred their HP bars. Total squad wipe. It's a grind fest down there. Yoon-ha sticks the superhero landing and immediately dashes back into the fray. He's not finished farming yet. He blazes a trail of light, weaving through the mob so fast it looks like he's painting with neon. Check the replay, he literally drew a glowing pentagram trap on the floor. Unha sprints out of the kill zone just in time. K-boom. The star detonates, sending monster loot flying everywhere. Fireworks show, baby. The dust settles. Silence. Senna stands there, staring at the XP farm, shaking like a leaf. She's traumatized. Then a voice cuts in. Yo, what's the situation? Did you solo this? Yoon-ha strolls up, strapped with a piece in one hand and that sword in the other. He warns, if you want to keep your HP above 0, get down this mountain. Now. Senna collapses onto a rock, buffs wearing off. She glances at him, looks back at the chaos, and mumbles. I did my part, she says. You have to carry the rest. But heads up, chat red eyes are still watching from the shadows. Cliffhanger, Ethan tries to dip, but Senna locks onto his arm like a desperate koala. She screams, Yo, where do you think you are going? Aren't you my bodyguard? She hits him with the ultimate weapon, those teary puppy dog eyes, trying to guilt trip him. But Ethan, the guy is absolute zero. His gaze turns pitch black as he drops the hammer. Quit bugging me and get lost. Oof. Emotional damage. Senna's hand trembles as she releases him, but he keeps roasting her alive. The enemy is practically here. That old geezer with you is knocking on death's door. Go heal him up. Ethan drops the mic and bolts. I'm out. Silence falls, until Cena whispers, I want. Her eyes darken with longing as his silhouette fades into the distance. I want to go with him. Meanwhile, Ethan is sprinting full tilt into the void, radiating an aura chillier than a graveyard. A wall of black fog blocks his path, but he doesn't even flinch. He just smirks. Found ya. Down below, a massive mosh pit of beasts. Leading them is a level 6 nightmare hellhound. The beast spots him and roars, dark energy swirling around it like a Category 5 hurricane. The fog tries to swallow him, but bam. A flash of light cuts through, and Ethan starts talking smack. Marked or not, his eyes go terrifyingly cold. You are toast, doggy. Boom. Beams of holy light rain down from the heavens like an orbital airstrike. The hellhound senses the bad vibes and backflips, but the minions get fried, howling in agony. Ethan sticks the superhero landing, flashing a creepy smile at the boss dog on the ridge. He stands tall, locking eyes with the big bad wolf. The monster screams in pure, unadulterated rage. The leftover mobs try a sneak attack. He dodges sideways, smooth moves missing their claws by a hair. He drives his sword deep. Then, switching modes, he pulls his piece, blood dripping from the blade. He unloads the entire clip into the hound's face. Absolutely ruthless. Ethan spins as the pack rushes him for dinner. He grits his teeth, looking just as savage as the monsters. He blitzes through the horde. Slash, stab, repeat. The hounds shriek as they get diced up. Suddenly, a burst of fire erupts, roasting the whole pack. Extra crispy. Ethan pauses, staring down the hellhound boss while the other beasts circle, waiting to pounce. He raises his gun, muttering, This is such a drag. Meanwhile, the 4 kids hustle down the mountain, replaying the strategy. You guys get the memo? These hounds are tanks. Suppress your mana to 0. Got it. Everyone nodded. Roger that. Back in the present, the squad suddenly freezes in their tracks. A fork in the road. Michael whispers, Ha Jiang, which way do we go? Ha Jiang is panting hard, barely holding it together. I am exhausted, but I gotta keep moving. Ethan's voice echoes in her mind. Listen, Ha Jiang, Seon-ah, you two are the navigators. Ha Jiang takes point cause her senses are sharp. Seon-ah, you back her up. Everyone else, follow them. Suddenly, Ha Jiang's eyes glow with mana. She hypes herself up. I can do this. She senses a dark vibe. Something sketchy is coming from the left. Seon-ah remembers the advice too. Her monster radar is top tier. She nods, backing Ha Jiang up. Yeah, the vibes on the left are totally off. Min chimes in immediately. All right, I know we are gassed, but we gotta run. They sprint down the other path. But Michael looks stressed, a terrifying thought popping into his head. Why though? Where are all the other players? A terrifying growl makes him whip his head around, but his small hand grabs him tight. Min shouts, Don't look back, just run. She remembers Ethan's orders. Minji, make sure these idiots don't do anything stupid. She had asked, Is that it? Ethan patted her head, teasing, You dork. She yelled back, but he just said, Yeah, that's it. And flashback. Minji clicks her tongue, annoyed but running for her life. Suddenly, a massive shadow blocks their path, oozing dark energy. Ha Jiang freezes. Wait, something is in front of us. The 4 of them stop dead, staring at the growling darkness. Yo, talk about a bad day. Out of nowhere, a massive, hairy foot stomps down. I'm talking absolute beast mode with spikes and horns included. Minji's soul basically leaves her body. She lets out a squeak as a giant hellhound spawns right in their faces, like a nightmare come to life. The thing unhinges its jaw and unleashes a roar that could shatter glass, then starts howling at the moon like it's summoning the whole server. Michael is lagging, whispering, "Yo, what's the strat here?" But Minji is totally shook, pointing and screaming, "Check your six." And yup, over the horizon, an entire mob train of hellhounds is rushing them down fast. It's a total ambush. A wall of fur and fangs encircles the squad, tightening the noose around our four rookies. Michael is sweating buckets, looking for a glitch in the wall, when suddenly, boom. A core memory unlocks from the archives. "Listen, Mike, you're the carry. You gotta hold the aggro and tank these mobs so the team survives." In the flashback, Michael daps up Ethan, dripping with main character energy. "Easy clap, bro. I got this." Snap back to reality. Michael grips his sword, praying he has enough XP for this boss fight. "Big bro, hope I grinded enough for this." Another memory hits Ethan, screaming at him during the Hell training arc. "Don't sleep on the job. Push past your limits. Let's go." And Michael is counting reps like a machine. 567, 568 when he snaps out of it just as the wave of monsters crashes in. No time to lag. He swings his blade with everything he's got. Pow! A critical hit sends the beast crashing into the dirt. Michael immediately starts flexing, grinning like he just cleared the dungeon. "Yo, am I cracked or what?" Minji screams from the backline. "Don't get cocky, you noob. Focus." But too late, the pack resets their aggro. It's a full-on Zerg rush, but the kid stands his ground, ready to chain his combos like a pro gamer. He lands a few hits, but gets sloppy. A nasty claw swipes his back, taking a huge chunk of his HP. The pain stuns him, and smelling fresh blood, the mob goes into a total frenzy. They rush him, disarming his weapon and using those razor claws to turn our boy into a literal scratching post. The party watches their tank melt, screaming his name in pure terror. "Michael." Seon-ah is trembling, realizing they're just toys to these beasts. But Michael? The kid refuses to disconnect. He turns back, screaming, "I ain't quitting." Because I am. But the mobs interrupt his hero monologue. Desperate, Michael charges mana into his fist, gritting his teeth for one last Hail Mary ult. Just as the jaws snap shut, he roars the rest of his line. The main damage dealer of this party. Boom! He connects a massive haymaker right to the monster's jaw. The beast ragdolls backward, teeth flying like confetti. It is brutal. Michael stares at his fist like, "Wait, did I just unlock a new skill?" But while he's admiring his own damage numbers, another hound spots the opening. Zero chill. It tackles him before he can reset, slamming him flat into the ground. The squad screams as they watch their frontline fighter get tossed like a salad. Michael. He tries to get up, but his stamina is zero. The hound pins him down, heavy as a truck. The beast is drooling buckets, looking at him like a delicious XP snack. The girls are frozen, watching this horror show unfold, screaming, "No, stop it." Seon-ah is broken, tears streaming as she whispers a desperate no over and over. Their lives flash like a cinematic trailer. A desperate thought echoes. "Someone, anyone, save us from this bad ending." The jaws snap down. Michael throws his arm up, sacrificing a limb to block the fatal strike. The girls snap out of it. They throw their hands out, dumping every ounce of mana they have left at the screaming pack. Seon-ah's hair lights up like a neon sign. She clasps her hands, praying for a miracle proc. Her soul screams out, and suddenly flashbang. A blinding light nukes the vision of everything nearby. Pure white light floods the zone, and a wild energy starts spinning up like a storm. The energy twists toward the hounds, confusing them before turning into a literal tornado that blasts the mob back. In seconds, a barrier forms around the party, yeeting the hellhounds straight into next week. Seon-ah looks around at the swirling wind, whispering, "What is this buff? It feels safe." Suddenly, Ha-young spots something and cries out. She rushes to their fallen tank, screaming, "Michael, stay with us." They help him up, but then a voice drops from the heavens. "Rough day at the office. Kids?" Everyone looks up. And get this, a woman is literally floating in the sky like gravity is optional. The kids and monsters are left totally shook. She was literally skywalking, treading on thin air like it was solid ground. When those crimson locks whipped into view, the squad of four down below was left completely shook jaws on the floor. Without wasting a single frame, she whispered, soft yet crystal clear, "Yo, cover your peepers for a hot sec, kiddos." So Do struck a pose, Fan concealing her smirk like a total diva, and announced, "Big sis is finna take out this trash for you." Meanwhile, flipping the scene to the other side of the battlefield, the hellhounds were getting absolutely folded. Surrounded by a barbecue of roasting enemies, our boy Ethan reached for his flask and tossed his backpack aside. He cracked it open. Mountain rules. Gotta sip that rice wine for the stat boost. He downed a few gulps in a heartbeat. His tactical brain was still on cooldown, meaning he couldn't craft any big brain plays just yet. Hydration check complete. Ethan yeeted the empty flask behind him and started his death march. Blade in hand, he radiated that main character energy, declaring, "You guys are totally cooked." The flask hit the dirt right as he finished. Talk about a mic drop moment. Ethan blitzed the Hellhound with zero hesitation. Blink and you'll miss it, he smacked that beast straight across the map. More mobs tried to cheese him from behind. Ethan reacted on instinct, spin kicking them away and roaring. Quit yapping and fighting like stray dogs. He was moving different, weaving side to side like a pro gamer dodging hitboxes to slice up the pack. One dog rushed him. Ethan didn't even flinch. He just raised his piece, looked down on it like, "Sit down, boy," and dropped to the ground to secure the frag. No hesitation. He double-tapped that monster straight into the Shadow Realm. He didn't stop there, spinning around to square up with the next wave. His gaze was laser-focused, sword glowing and mixing with the dark ichor of his enemies. In a split second, the hounds were sliced into confetti. Bodies falling apart, black blood splashing everywhere, pure, unadulterated chaos. Once again, Ethan was speed running through the dungeon, ripping each one apart. He looked absolutely savage right now. Suddenly he paused, gasping for air, stamina bar flashing critical red. He locked eyes with the boss Hellhound, pointed his blade, and promised, "You're next." His eyes lit up with determination. Ethan dashed at the monster, whispering heavenly stride, but suddenly his body lagged like a server disconnect. Ethan grimaced, thinking to himself, "Am I seriously out of juice already? This lag is killing me." But he kicked off the empty air itself, executing a double jump while screaming internally, "Nah, I got this." The Hellhound stomped the ground to charge up an AoE. Ethan didn't freeze, he dove straight into the danger zone, thinking, "How about you taste this combo?" But the beast caught his sword blade right in its maw. Talk about a bad breath encounter. Seizing the frame advantage, he whipped out his gun and popped off a few rounds at point-blank range. 2 bullets tore through the air. The beast realized the trap, staring daggers at Ethan. Our boy froze up, thinking, "Ah, crap." The monster opened its jaws wide and unleashed a massive flamethrower attack right at Ethan's face. Reflexes on point, he spam-rolled to the side just as the scorching heat wave blasted past him. He didn't let up, grabbing the heater and unloading the clip into the Hellhound. Bullets were connecting left and right, critical hits only. The beast howled in pain. Ethan landed, tossing the empty iron aside like it was nothing but dead weight. He stared down the Hellhound, just a man and a beast, locked in for the final showdown. Gripping his sword tight, he thought, "Out of ammo. It's melee time. My mana is almost 0, but I can still clutch this dub." The Hellhound was still looking at him with pure, unbridled rage. Suddenly, the aura around the beast vanished, replaced by creepy black orbs. A voice straight out of a horror movie rasped, "Arrogant human." Hearing that, Ethan hesitated. This thing still has HP left to talk trash. Sweating bullets, he thought. It has enough energy for an ult? What's with those slash marks? Wait, that's not a normal attack. It's prepping a poison smoke AoE. The Hellhound roared, "I will delete you." Ethan charged in a frenzy. "I don't care what it is, I'm cutting through it." He swung wild, but his vision went pitch black instantly. Caught off guard, he thought, didn't know it had poison damage. "I just need to blow it away with raw power." He swung hard at the beast. "You piece of trash." He dove straight into the void without a shred of fear. The blade in his hand was trembling. He was worried, literally 0 mana left. But then, brilliant golden light started to peel away the darkness. The clash between sword and beast sent Ethan flying. He stood up slowly, wheezing. "I used my last mana to tank that hit, and it still hurts this bad." Leaning on his sword, he triggered a flashback. "That jerk called me a madman. Looks like I'm about to crash out." Christopher had said, "Ignore him. You know why they call him a berserker, right? It's because a madman's true potential only unlocks when..." Suddenly, a blue aura exploded around Ethan. Critical condition is the only way to activate the passive. He powered up, shaking the literal ground beneath him. The Hellhound stepped back in fear. Ethan screamed, "Now you're done," and rushed in like a hurricane. He threw himself at the monster. Game over. Ethan, looking absolutely feral, went in to secure the kill. The Hellhound realized its mistake when it was already game over. Ethan sliced its leg clean off like butter. The beast hit the dirt, trembling in pure terror as it stared death in the face. Ethan moved in to finish the combo, but the hound was desperate. Running on fumes, it suddenly whipped up a massive black sphere to blow him back. That orb expanded like a dark sun. But Ethan? He just scoped it out with a smirk, like, "Bro, you call that stealth? Please. If tanking hits is your only strat, I'm smashing right through. Like I said before, did you forget already? Or is your brain size microscopic?" With one swing, he shredded that dark void like paper. There's the ugly mutt hiding inside. Ethan glared with burning rage, peeling its absolute defense wide open. See, told ya. You're absolutely cooked. Ethan unleashed the finisher, a perfect strike slicing straight through its neck. Clean cut. The monster's head rolled across the floor like a twisted bowling ball. Ethan collapsed, letting out a heavy breath as he stared up at the void. That's a wrap. Just despawn already, he muttered. Suddenly, the corpse burst into beautiful golden ash and drifted away on the wind. Seo-ah chuckled. All right, kiddos. Keep those eyes shut. Big sis is about to take out the trash. She snapped her fan shut with a lethal smirk. Then her aura flared. You scumbags don't know how to play defense? What a joke. She popped the fan open, whipping up a massive tornado instantly. She stayed totally chill. Still, no status report? Seriously. She extended a hand, looking smug. You guys are so done for. The twin tornadoes went into overdrive. Suddenly, a purple beam shot into the mix, ricocheting back and forth like a chaotic pinball. The wind turned deep violet. Seo-ah watched it with a confident grin, snapped her fan shut, and turned to check on her juniors. As the whirlwind vanished, she waved the fan awkwardly. Then she got all flustered. Oops, sorry guys. That was kinda scary. Huh? Don't cry. It's okay. Michael was like, whoa, you're so cool, while Ha-young's eyes were literally sparkling. You're amazing. Seo-ah blushed. All, thanks. Michael pressed. Who are you though? One of the 12 thrones? Min cut in. Hey, show some respect and say thank you first, dummy. Michael froze. Wait, for real? I just met a high ranker, like, the absolute top-tier elite. Min scolded him for being rude, but Seo-ah just giggled at their energy. Are you guys holding up okay after all that craziness? They must be traumatized, she thought. They look rough. Better scan for internal damage. Suddenly, Ha-young started glowing with mana. Seo-ah was shook. What the? She rushed over and bear hugged the girl, making Ha-young stiffen up in surprise. Seo-ah cooed. Wanna be a player, sweetie? The girl looked confused. A player? Seo-ah nodded. Yup, you got the gift. Michael jumped in. Hey, I'm the one who's gonna be a player. Seo-ah sized him up. This kid? Not bad potential, actually. Then she squeezed them both in a mega hug. You guys are adorable. Did you use telepathy to summon me? Good job. I only found you because of that signal flare. Minji lit up, realizing she was the MVP. She ran over and joined the group hug. Seo-ah ordered. All right, head down the mountain. Rescue team is on standby. Min asked, worried. Wait, aren't you coming with us? She smiled. Got more people to save. Sorry. But don't worry, I got eyes on you from here. Seo-ah turned around just as a dark figure emerged from the shadows. Kang Cheon stomped over, looking absolutely swole. Yo, why'd you ditch me back there? You know how hard it was to catch up. Suddenly, Michael blurted out, Big Bro isn't back yet. Seo-ah and Kang Cheon both froze. The mood shifted instantly. Flashback time. Ethan drifted in the void. A voice echoed in his head. When are you gonna learn to take care of yourself? Ethan, if it wasn't for me, you'd be dead 10 times over. Do-yoon screamed. That monster wrecked you. Are you trying to self-destruct or just plain stupid? Ethan sighed. It's my body. Why are you so pressed about it? She gritted her teeth. You little brat. Who do you think stitches you back together? Me. Whatever. If I'm driving this vessel, it's mine. Ethan was getting annoyed. Why are you flipping out so hard? Okay, I'm sorry. All right? Do-yoon glared. Sorry? If you mean it, clear your schedule this weekend. Ethan raised a skeptical eyebrow. Why are you so chill? Just listen to me unless you have a death wish. He flinched. Okay. Just then, Ethan's eyes snapped open. He bolted upright in a hospital bed. Checked his wrist weirdly. Not even a scratch remained. Knock knock. Seo-ah walked in casually. Hey there. Ethan turned. Hi. Seo-ah beamed. You awake? Hurt anywhere? He narrowed his eyes, suspicious. No. I'm good. Did you save me? Ethan thought. One of the 12 thrones. How much did she see? Seo-ah pulled up a chair, looking sharp. Yup, found you and rushed you here. Name's Ethan, right? He smiled, playing it cool. That's me. Does she know I'm the one who smoked that monster? She looked confident. Just call me Seo-ah. Ethan smiled back, but his brain was running simulations. Gotta watch my mouth around a rancor. He got serious. How long have I been out? And what about the kids? About 6 hours. Your squad is safe. Seon-ah and Ha-young were super worried though. I called your parents. They're en route. He relaxed. Thank God they're safe. But what do I tell mom and dad? Seo-ah leaned in, her gaze sharpening. Ethan, I need to investigate something. Can you give it to me straight? Ethan didn't blink. Huh? Sure. She rested her chin on her hand, analyzing him. First off, why were you there? And who took down that beast? Ethan went silent, then scratched his head with a goofy grin. Honestly, total blank. I was just running and ended up there. But I think someone showed up right before I blacked out. Seo-ah leaned closer, eyes gleaming. Oh, really? Drop the act, brat. I know there were literal nightmares in that room. Sejong loomed over the hospital bed, her eyes burning with suspicion. You really expect me to believe a pint-sized kid like you didn't smoke them? Whoa, ease up on the death stare. Ethan shot back, locking eyes with zero fear. If you've already decided I wasted those beasts, why are you asking? That's just a waste of breath. He waved his hand dismissively. Get real. How am I supposed to slay monsters? I'm still struggling with multiplication tables. Sejong wasn't buying it for a second. I knew you were built different the moment I ran your file. Funny thing, the net says you bagged a bravery award last year. He dodged the accusation smoothly. Total coincidence. Just the luck of the draw. She smirked, clearly amused by his poker face. So what's the narrative this time? Did you just accidentally wipe out a pack of hellhounds too? Ethan let out a dry chuckle, trying to deflect. Man, she is relentless like a boss monster. He stammered, feeling the pressure rise. Look, whatever, it wasn't me. Sejong cut him off cold. We pulled your prince off the blade, kid. The jig is up. He froze. Busted. There was no talking his way out of this one. She had him dead to rights as the slayer, and the evidence was ironclad. All right, you got me, he sighed, the childish mask slipping off. Let's cut a deal. Sejong grinned, looking triumphant. I'm listening. Make it good. Why should I negotiate with a grade schooler? He leaned in, his voice dropping to a whisper. Because I've got intel that's going to shatter your reality. She scoffed. Intel? From a kid. Please. What kind of intel? Ethan kept his expression stone cold. Can't spill the tea just yet. That's my leverage. Sejong realized he wasn't even denying the hellhound's slaughter anymore. What is this kid sitting on? She wondered aloud, intrigue piqued. Fine. What's the price for this glorious information? He shook his head slowly. I don't want cash or clout. Sejong blinked, confused. Nothing? Ethan shrugged. I just want to chill. Normal life. I want to live like an NPC. No drama. The sun dipped below the horizon. Sejong bounced. Her crew was waiting in the sedan. She slid in and dropped the order immediately. Dig up dirt on the heir of the Dangan group. She replayed the conversation in her mind. Focus on the Harris. I need to know her connection to the guild master of Ocean. Specifically, my husband. I don't play games, kid, she had warned him, the threat hanging in the air. You gonna vouch for this info? He was cool as a cucumber, totally unfazed. If I'm wrong, I'll sign up for your guild immediately. No questions asked. Sejong scoffed. You think anyone can just walk into Ocean? Ethan clapped back. Didn't you just accuse me of soloing a pack of hellhounds? I think I qualify for the elite squad. She narrowed her eyes, calculating. So basically, you win regardless of how this plays out? Look at it this way, he said, casually. You get to integrity check your hubby and potentially score a top-tier recruit. Back in the car, Sejong stared out the window, processing the data. Can you run a deep dive on the Dangan Harrises? The driver raised an eyebrow in the rearview mirror. The Dangan family? Seriously. Everyone connected to my husband. Do it now, she added sharply. And get me a threat assessment on the monster levels in the Gangnam district. She remembered Ethan's ominous warning. You handle the peace in Gangnam, right? She had eyed him suspiciously. Yeah, so what? Watch your back for new breeds, he said, voice low. If you sleep on them because they look low level, you're gonna have a bad time. Catastrophic time. How do you know that? Before she could finish, Ethan cut in. Oh. And tell the press you handled the mess today. Take all the credit. Be the hero. She snapped back to reality in the car. I'm officially taking jurisdiction over the Hellhound incident at Buckhanson Peak. The driver stammered. Wait, what? But ma'am, that's... He glanced at her, nervous. Ethan had given her a wicked grin earlier. It's not like a little extra fame hurts your reputation, right? Besides, he added, I'm just an average elementary student. Sejong smirked to herself. Cocky little brat. I kind of like him. Ethan was chilling in his hospital bed when the squad rolled up. The TV blared. At 2 p.m., today, a Rank 7 Hellhound emerged at Buckhanson Peak. Top-tier player Shin Jun of the 12 Zodiacs neutralized the Alpha and is currently purging the remaining threats from the mountain. 34 casualties identified, including elementary students on a field trip. The head of Ocean Guild, Jong Run, issued a public apology for the massive security breach. Headlines screamed across the screen. Families torn apart in grief. Funerals turn into riots as citizens demand accountability for the Buckhanson disaster. Calls for Kwan's resignation intensify. VP leaves suicide note in a tragic turn of events. Fast forward a few months. The sun is out, vibes are high. The gang shouted in unison, "Happy birthday, Seon-ah." She lit up like a firework. "Oh my gosh, thanks guys. Wait, how did you even know it was today?" Min puffed out his chest proudly. "How could I not know?" Ethan rolled his eyes. "Quit the flex, Min. You basically harassed the homeroom teacher until she gave up the intel." Min snapped, face red. "Dude, put a sock in it. You want me to end you?" Emma cracked up laughing. "Anyway, happy birthday, girl. Here, handmade chocolates." Seon-ah blushed deeply. "Aw, thank you." Meanwhile, Michael was acting suspicious in the corner before jumping up, totally hyped. "Yo, we locked it in. Birthday bash at Happy as a go." Ethan grabbed his arm. "Hold up. Did you actually ask Emma's dad?" Michael looked smug. "Duh, covered it." He looked at Ethan. "Why are you dragging me?" Minji looked stressed out. "Are we sure this is gonna work out? I'm low-key terrified because you're the one planning this." Seon-ah tilted her head. "Guys, where are we going?" Ethan froze up. Just stuff." The boys bolted for the door. "It's a surprise. Don't ask." Minji sat down with a sigh. Morning classes are starting." Emma slipped away quietly. "I'm heading to my desk." Seon-ah sat there, totally clueless. What is even happening? That night, the whole house erupted. "Happy birthday." "Look at her turning red." Michael yelled. "Surprise." Ethan grinned. "Happy birthday." Seon-ah looked like she was about to cry happy tears. "I knew you guys were plotting something. Thank you so much." Minji giggled. "Save the tears for later." "We got cake. Time to blow out the candles and destroy this cake," Ethan shouted over the noise. "On the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Michael was practically vibrating with anxiety over his 8th birthday. I just looked at him and said, "Take a chill pill, my guy. It's not the end of the world, all right." Then Min spilled the piping hot tea. Apparently, Seon has been flexing her dad's job and threatened to crash the party. Ethan rolled his eyes hard. "Oh, give me a break." "Her again?" Let's pause for a quick lore drop. The Kwanil Group sits at rank 7th in Korea's financial food chain. Their empire stands on 3 pillars: electronics, construction, and advertising. But their pharmaceutical branch, that's barely a blip on the radar. To the main family, it's nothing but a side hustle. Rumor on the street is young Gukhan wants a merger to build a pharma monopoly. Ethan flicked Minji's forehead. "Thwack. Quit the frowning. You're gonna get premature wrinkles. If that guy seriously thinks he's taking the Kwanil throne, his last name better be Kim. You know the rules of the bloodline. But since he's a Jian, he's basically an NPC in the family tree. Stop overthinking and eat, chubby Min. I'm looking out for your health." And just like that, poof, she bolted and left me to dine solo. Classic drama queen maneuver. Ethan's expression went dark. "Smells like trouble is brewing. But listen, I don't care if it's Kwanil Pharma or the king himself touch my family, and it's game over." Michael was fired up like a shonen protagonist. "Boss, witness me. I'm about to show you the fruits of my training." Ethan let out a sigh that could move mountains. "Bro, I don't need a show. Just try not to eat dirt, okay?" Michael zoomed off, screaming, "No sweat. This dub is already in the bag." Where is he getting this confidence? He was shaking like a leaf a second ago. Ethan broke into a cold sweat. Why do I have this ominous feeling? Suddenly, Minji stomped in, radiating fury. "Yo, Gina, explain yourself." Turns out, the teacher bribed the class with fried chicken and pizza for a win. Now she looks like she's physically dying over the price tag. My wallet. It's weeping blood. Ethan looked at Gina with genuine pity. "I feel you. Teach. Feeding this pack of wild beasts ain't cheap." The ref shouted, "Ready." Michael was pumped. "Watch closely. I'm gonna shock the world." Bang. The gun fired and he launched like a SpaceX rocket. The crowd went wild. Ethan was already analyzing the gait and form. Michael thought, "I am speed. First place has my name on it. Boss, are you seeing this? I've evolved." But suddenly, why do my legs feel like pudding? Splat. Michael kissed the ground, hard. Panic erupted. Gina rushed over to scrape him off the track. "Hang in there, kid." Ethan sighed deeply. "Heaven and earth, grant me patience." I knew it. The kid has zero pacing strategy. I gotta rebuild his stamina management from scratch. Suddenly, Sophia Tackle hugged him out of nowhere. "Ethan," she was glowing. "I crushed the 100-meter dash. First place, baby." Ethan was shook. "For real? That's my big sis. Wait, you dusted the entire 5th grade?" "Yup, easy peasy," Sophia laughed. "Got a blast to the next event. Catch you later." "Break a leg." Ethan waved. Minji smirked at him mischievously. "Wow, you're not a mama's boy, you're a total sister simp." Seon-ah was shaking in her boots. Sophia is a monster. She glared at Ethan. Why are you cheering for her harder than our own team? Ethan was like, excuse me. Nah, I was just wondering what's on the menu. Minji called his bluff instantly. Liar, you're totally fanboying over your sister right now. Awkward silence ensued. Ethan tried to pivot. So, where is Emma anyway? Seon-ah pointed. She's right over there. Emma waved excitedly. Found you guys. She was chilling with Julieta and Bruno. Sis, I need a massive favor. She dragged Julieta away. Come on. Chop chop. Julieta looked so confused. Next thing you know, she's chatting up the referee. The girls started giggling. Emma wiped the sweat from her brow. Phew, crisis averted. Ethan asked, what did you need Julieta for? Emma grabbed a water bottle. Oh, the American guy? Ethan was confused. Wait, isn't Julieta Italian? Yeah, but I spoke English. Universal language, baby. Ethan was impressed. Smart play. Emma explained. I just grabbed the first foreigner I saw. Ethan thought, wait, were you worried she'd scam them? Dang, Emma really leveled up. When I first met her, she was a total crybaby. Now she's handling business like a boss. They grow up so fast, Ethan slumped over. Meanwhile, Michael looked like a complete zombie rising from the grave. Is this what a potion hangover feels like? Be more like Emma, dude. Ethan rallied the troops. All right, squad. Rendezvous after lunch. Ethan walked over to the group. Sup, guys. He sat down. My mom packed some legendary loot for the crew. Dig in. Emma munches away happily. Thanks. Ethan, she whispered. Who's that? Referring to a girl nearby. Oh, that's Sujin. She's been lurking around lately. Ethan squinted. She looks super familiar. I can't place where I've seen her face before, though. Seon-ah screamed out, oh my god, hi, trying to act all popular. Hungry? Want some? Ethan ignored her and walked away. Time to find real sustenance. Seon-ah chased after him. Hey, wait up. She dragged her dad over. Dad, that's the kid I told you about. Her dad, Jun-un, looked shocked. So, you're Ethan. He put on his serious face. You're the punk bullying my Seon-ah? Who's your daddy? Kid. What's his rank? Ethan sighed. Great. She's a snitch too. He looked totally indifferent. Like father, like daughter. You own one pill factory and think you're a god? Get over yourself. Janan reached out to grab him. Listen here, you little brat. But Ethan didn't flinch. Janan froze in his tracks. What the heck? Why is this kid strong as an ox? He's got the aura of a CEO. Ethan brushed the guy's hand off like it was filth. You scared, old man? Jun-un snapped. He threw a haymaker punch at a child. Ethan weaved the punch like a pro boxer and stepped back. Whoosh. Suddenly, a blur flew in. It's Ethan's dad. He Superman punched Jun-un out cold. Boom. He dusted off his hands. Don't you dare touch my son. He turned to Ethan. You okay, kiddo? Did he hurt you? Ethan was sweating bullets. I'm good, but now dad is involved. This is gonna be messy. John unscrambles to his feet, rage blazing in his eyes like a wildfire. You absolute garbage tier NPC. How dare you? I want him wrecked right now. Ethan watches, thinking, oh boy, here comes the tantrum. Internal monologue time, I gotta take out this trash myself. If he lays even a single finger on my dad, he is absolutely cooked. But Pops? He just flashes a chill smile. It's cool, kiddo. I got this. Dad steps up with that undeniable main character energy. I protect my own. John-un is hurting bad, but his ego hurts worse. You serious right now? A loser like you hitting me? You're dead meat. He screams for his goons to jump them. Ethan is ready to throw hands and break bones if they touch his father, but his dad stands there, unmovable as a mountain. Relax, son. I can handle a little heat. John-un is completely losing it, screeching like a banshee. Who do you think you are? Do you have any idea who I am? Dad keeps it ice cold. I know exactly who you are. John-un freezes in place. Huh. Dad drops the mic with zero hesitation. Jane John-un, chairman of Encouragement Pharma, right? Since we're doing introductions, remember me? John-un's face goes ghost pale. Wait, that aura. Your chief no from the serious group, panic mode fully activated. Why is a serious executive hanging out in a dump like this? Suddenly, Ethan's confidence makes sense to everyone. But plot twist, Ethan is actually the one who looks shocked. Wait, hold up. My dad is a big shot at Sirius. The chairman looks confused. Why is the kid looking at his own father like he's a stranger? The Sirius Group, the #2 corporation in all of Korea. Basically the kings of the hunter gear market. Dad speaks up, his voice smooth as silk. Ring a bell now. John-un points a trembling finger. Why are you here? Dad's voice drops an octave, radiating pressure. Excuse me. Jan-un shrinks back instantly like a frightened turtle. Sorry, my bad. Just wondering what the head of strategy is doing here. Ethan is shook to his core. He runs the entire gear division at Sirius. My dad is a legend. Dad looks at him calmly. I'm just here to watch my kids match. But it seems like you've got serious beef with my son. The chairman starts sweating bullets. Oh, so he's Chief Nose Kid. Jan-un realizes he has to eat the biggest slice of humble pie in history. His pharma company is an ant compared to the Sirius giant. Plus, this guy is a key player in Sirius's equipment division. Messing with him isn't just stupid, it is social suicide. Jan-un bows so low his nose practically touches his knees. I apologize. Please forgive this old fool's blindness. He knows he can't offend the heir to that empire. He frantically points at the girl. Senna. We need to apologize too, right now. The girl looks awkward. He barks at her like a drill sergeant. Jin Senna. Apologize this instant. Senna is stunned. The crowd starts whispering and spilling the tea. Was there a fight? Looks like Senna and Ethan threw down, and she took a massive L. Serves her right for being a bully. Hey, don't stare. You don't want to get dragged into this rich people drama. Senna is shaking like a leaf in a storm. I'm sorry. She takes off running like her life depends on it. Ethan sighs, exhausted. Geez, what a mess. Dad stays chill. Well, we're heading out. Let's call it even after that punch. Jan-un is cringing hard. Punch? What punch? I didn't feel a thing. It was a love tap. He bows again furiously. Safe travels, Chief No. Ethan is nervous as they walk away. I'm dead. Dad's gonna grill me for keeping secrets. Dad puts a gentle hand on his shoulder. Ethan. Yes. Dad looks at him with eyes full of worry. If this happens again, don't handle it alone. Tell me, okay? His voice gets serious, but warm. Ethan, you're still a kid. It's okay to lean on your parents. That is literally what we are here for. The wind blows gently around them. Ethan feels something shift inside his heart at those warm words. He smiles. Thanks, Dad. He vows to protect this warmth no matter what. Don't forget to like and subscribe if you love wholesome moments. Next scene, the sun rises over the horizon. Suit guy is smoking, then turns around with a smirk. Did I really have to come all the way out here to recruit you? I'm planning something big, but I've got roadblocks. I need your lethal skills. The hooded guy asks bluntly, cutting to the chase. And the cash? Suit guy signals his lackey, 1 million up front, another million when the job is done. That is some serious easy money. Hooded guy turns, his hand glowing with ominous blue energy. Understood. The briefcase of cash rattles violently, then flies straight into his grip like a magnet. Suit guy sighs. Oh boy, show off. Then he laughs maniacally, dropping his cigarette. Cut to the shopping mall. Ethan's sister runs off happily toward the shops. Ethan watches, looking drained of all life. Haven't been here in ages, but man, shopping is a stamina battle. Julieta cheers him on. Come on, Ethan. You can't be tired yet. We just started level 1. Bruno laughs heartily. Sorry, kid. Ethan sighs. Buy me some snacks and maybe I'll survive this dungeon. Deal, Bruno says. Ethan side-eyes him suspiciously. I always get the creeps around this guy. His vibes are off. How does a regular office drone hide his mana so perfectly? He squints. Bruno notices the stare. Ethan, what's up? Ethan quickly looks away. Where's my sister? And Julieta? Internal thought. This guy is definitely not normal. Bruno points casually. They went to the 5th floor. Ethan groans. It's going to be a pain to find them in this maze. His sister chirps from ahead. And now I can hide my mana too. Bruno pulls a device out. Relax. We got this. Ethan blinks in surprise. A phone? Are you tracking them? He gets a sudden wave of worry. Does Julieta know you're doing that? Bruno pockets the phone with a smirk. Top secret. Ethan narrows his eyes. This dude is super sus. Bruno coughs awkwardly. Let's move. They walk on. Suddenly, they pass a shady guy in a hood. The stranger gives a creepy smile that sends shivers down the spine. Let's begin. They get some distance. Ethan senses a disturbance in the air and whips around. A massive blue mana aura flares up like an explosion. Flashback time. The ruined city. He remembers fighting the hooded boss with that exact same tattoo etched into his skin. It's him, the Nameless One. Ethan spins around, completely shocked. The Nameless guy is leaking powerful mana that suffocates the air. That tattoo confirms it beyond a doubt. It's the villain from his nightmare memories. The guy grins evilly. Nameless. Ethan panics. Why is a monster like him here? Bruno asks, something wrong, Ethan? Ethan takes off running instantly. Don't you feel that weird vibe? Bruno looks curious. Huh? He looks back and forth. Dad would be worried sick right now. Yeah. Bruno explains calmly, there are 3 people with weird scents nearby. A bald guy, and a nameless one. Ethan flicked his wrist, and boom, 3 blue fireballs spawned into existence. With a casual yeet, he sent the flames screaming through the air, blasting those creeps into oblivion. Ethan blinked, his brain lagging for a second. Yo, is that dude seriously away from keyboard right now? He's just standing there. Just as his gut told him these guys were awakened players. And not just noobs, these were pro-tier fighters. Ethan side-eyed Bruno. What about the camper? He's still camping, watching us like a hawk. The 2 enemy players signaled a split push strategy, breaking off in opposite directions. Ethan narrowed his eyes. The sus meter was off the charts. He tailed the bald guy. Suddenly, Baldy dips into his pocket and oops, did he just drop a blue gem on purpose? Ethan's jaw hit the floor. A mana stone, no shot. There is absolutely zero chance these low-level scrubs are carrying S-tier loot like that. Suddenly, a blinding azure light nuked the entire supermarket. Everyone froze, totally stunned by the cutscene unfolding in real life. The glow just kept ramping up intensity. It tore open a massive abyss in the floor. The crowd started murmuring in panic. Mom, what is that? Is reality glitching out? Bruno whipped his head around, fear spiking. Hellhounds were spawning out of thin air, tackling people like linebackers at an all-you-can-eat buffet. Monsters kept spawning left and right, flooding the zone. The PA system crackled. Emergency! Emergency! The grocery section has been breached by hostile mobs. All staff and customers, evacuate to the nearest safe zone immediately. Meanwhile, Nameless stood there, cool as an ice cube. The script is running perfectly. PK mode engaged. Eliminate anyone blocking the path. Ethan watched the horror show unfold amidst the chaos of the department store. This definitely wasn't in the patch notes of my past life. I gotta admit, the timeline is officially bugged. The future has started to drift. Ethan flashed back to the nightmare level of the ruined city. Sophia clung to him as everything exploded and faded to black. A hound screeched, snapping him back to the server as it lunged for the kill. Ethan! He spun around. Boom! Bruno tanked the beast, smashing it into pixels. He grabbed Ethan's shoulder. Hey, snap out of the lag, bro. We gotta find the girls. Is your HP okay? Ethan shook off the debuff. Yeah. I'm ready to grind. Operation Save Julieta and Sophia is a go. Ethan shouted over the roar. What's their last known location? Bruno filled him in. They're still holding out on the 5th floor. Let's hope they haven't been aggroed. Suddenly, a voice drifted down from the high ground. So, you're the guy who blasted that man earlier, huh? Nameless smirked down from the railing, looking at them like trash mobs. Why the panic? Where you running off to? Ethan tried to check his stats, but he didn't have time for this NPC dialogue. Suddenly, Bruno launched himself forward like a human missile, throwing a massive haymaker right at Nameless's face. Bam! A critical hit sent Nameless crashing to the floor. Ethan was impressed. Dude has that much base strength without support gear. That's broken. Bruno is an absolute unit, just like I thought. Ethan called out, Bruno, wait. We can't just delete a guy like that. Nameless's face was a purple mess. Ethan stomped on him. Dealing with these pests is such a drag, but I gotta finish the job. In my last playthrough, I got roasted for not confirming the kill before the enemy despawned. Not making that rookie mistake again. Ethan looked back, confused. What are you doing? Let's speedrun this. Bruno jumped. Oh, right. On my way. He shivered. Gen Z kids are terrifying these days. I just wanted to knock him out. Meanwhile, back at the grocery store. All staff and customers. Please evacuate to the fire station by the guest house. Julieta looked around, completely disoriented by the chaos. What is happening right now? Sophia couldn't believe her eyes. Monsters, did a dungeon gate just burst open? Julieta grabbed her shoulders. Hey, keep it together. First, we need a radar scan. Sophia's eyes widened as she checked the area. 3 hostiles on the left wing, 2 on the right, and 1 camping the middle. Luckily, our lane is clear. That's 6 total. We just need to pick a route downstairs and avoid drawing aggro. Sophia turned to her. Don't worry, sis. I'm your support. Suddenly, Julieta screamed. Sophia, watch out, 12 o'clock. Julieta yanked her back just as a hound pounced. Sophia yelped in terror. Stay back. Julieta grabbed a metal clothes hanger and swung it like a legendary weapon. Whack. The hound flew backward. Sophia gasped. Was that mana manipulation? Is Julieta an awakened? Julieta didn't have time for lore dumps. Sophia, we need to move. Bruno and Ethan are probably waiting at the rendezvous point. Roger that. You're so OP, Julieta. More hounds charged. Julieta grabbed Sophia's hand. Less talking, more kiting. Julieta fired a blast of mana behind her. They're faster than I thought. My MP is going to hit 0 at this rate. I need a weapon. Something with high damage. Sophia pointed. Sis, the escalator is right there. Julieta hesitated. Wait, Sophia. Don't. Sophia looked up. A hound leaped straight at her. She spun around, eyes cold as ice. She froze in place. She remembered the past playthrough. She wasn't that scared little NPC anymore. Sophia sidestepped the attack and delivered a swift kick to the beast's ribs. The dog crashed to the ground, totally stunned. Sophia landed gracefully, then immediately took fall damage on her ankle. Ow! She leaned into Julieta. You okay? You scared me to death. Julieta grilled her. Sophia smiled. Just a minor debuff, I'm fine. The pack was howling all around them. Julieta eyed the escalator. She gave the raid order. Sophia, can you sprint to the escalator? We gotta go full speed. Sophia nodded, wincing. I can do it. All right, let's execute. The two girls bolted for the stairs. They leaped onto the moving steps just as the hounds snapped at their heels. They hit the steps, leaving the dogs barking at the top. They made it. Keep going down. Double time. Julieta urged. Sophia nodded vigorously. The hellhounds locked onto their target. Julieta was screaming internally. Fighting these monsters barehanded? That is basically a game over. She needed a weapon, like 5 minutes ago. But suddenly, a beast ambushed her from the bridge above. She grabbed a mannequin arm. Talk about improvising. She swung with zero hesitation. The beast dodged, but slipped on the tiles and plummeted. She went full Valkyrie mode, knocking the entire pack into the abyss. Ethan watched, eyes wide with pure admiration. You are a total boss, sis. Julieta smirked. Even if I trashed the place? Meanwhile, Ethan gripped a makeshift weapon. He wound up to throw, but Ponytail Guy deflected it easily. The thug lunged, but Ethan countered with a wicked leg sweep. Gravity did the rest, and Ethan delivered a thunderous smash to his jaw. That dude's face just got rearranged. Ethan dusted off his hands. Wrap that up. Bruno cracked his neck. Cool as ice. Same here. Let's move. But suddenly, Ethan froze. Wait, check 12 o'clock. A massive wolf crashed through the ceiling, raining debris everywhere. Bruno glanced up. Looks like the ladies are handling business upstairs. Ethan nodded, respecting the hustle. Ethan checked the bodies. Time to loot some gear and push forward. Bruno eyed him. Need any armor, kid? He drew a blade. This works. But his hands started trembling. Bruno whipped around. That murderous intent was back. Ethan stared daggers. Is that the boss? Bruno's voice dropped. Yeah. The scumbag who sold out your sister. Ethan's eyes went dead cold. He is mine. The smoker just smirked down at them. Well, look at this. Thai Guy chuckled. A foreigner? Spicy. Who turns down a free meal in this chaos? Julieta stood her ground, unbothered. Come here, little sheep. Thai Guy wanted to bail, but Smoker was itching for bloodshed before the guild arrived. Before we ghost, let's have some fun. Julieta ground her teeth. You trash are absolutely repulsing. Thai Guy sweated. We need to bounce. Smoker laughed. We will hide from the heroes soon, but first, we feast. Julieta glared with pure venom. Sophia, find a hole and stay quiet. Unnie will come for you. The kid shook her head. No, I can fight too. Go. Julieta's voice cracked like a whip. Too dangerous. Smoker cut in. Who said the appetizer gets to leave? Suddenly, Thai Guy materialized behind them. Did you ask for permission? Julieta swung the mannequin arm, but bang. A bullet shattered her only weapon into dust. Thai Guy dug in his ear, bored. Bad move, sweetie. Smoker stepped up, shameless as a devil. Eyes on me, doll face. Thai Guy grinned. Let's dance before the Shin clan crashes the party. Sophia screamed at the top of her lungs. Get lost, you creep. He stepped closer, oozing malice. Don't be shy, kiddo. Sophia ducked and bolted like a rabbit. Thai Guy reached out, mana flaring around his hand. Sophia shrieked. No! Her survival instinct kicked in. A golden barrier erupted, clashing with his grip. Thai Guy blinked. What the hell? A brat with this much mana? If I sell her on the black market, I am set for life. His dagger clanged uselessly off her shield. Why is it so hard? Sophia realized. She wasn't helpless. Ethan taught me this. I can do it. The thug was getting ticked off. How is this not breaking? She smiled, tasting victory. Crack! A hand punched right through the light. Pop goes the weasel. He grinned like a lunatic. Gotcha. Meanwhile, downstairs was pure chaos. Forget the clan's rep. Save the civilians now. Everyone spun around in horror. What is that abomination? A slime outbreak? Check its rank. We need mages. But a bald soldier charged in blindly. I don't need backup for jelly. The captain screamed, "Idiot, stop. Monsters are all the same. I will turn it into salad." The slime just absorbed the blade and dragged him into its mass. One gulp, and he was gone. Sirens blared, "Retreat. Physical immunity confirmed. Swords won't work. Call the center. We need magic support." Smoker watched from above, amused. "Perfect. That chaos buys us extra playtime. Let's finish this snack." Julieta locked eyes with Sophia. The kid whispered, "Honey, how do we escape?" Thai guy sneered. "If I couldn't crack a brat's toy, I would hand in my player badge." Suddenly, the air sparked next to his face. K-boom! Julieta unleashed her flames. "Run, Sophia. Go, you witch!" Slow clapping echoed. "Impressive. You were hiding claws like that?" Julieta backflipped, creating distance. She aimed a finger wreathed in fire. Smoker just laughed. "That party trick? Give it up, sweetheart. Why don't we just enjoy the moment?" Julieta kicked off her heels. She ripped her dress for mobility. "No more games. Don't you dare call me doll." Smoker yawned, unimpressed. "Here we go. Like I said, your fire won't burn me. Using mana like that, cute." He sneers, but bam, a crimson laser shreds his defense like wet paper. That Smoker dude steps back, totally shook. What the hell? Her mana output just went off the charts. Is this kid a natural-born awakener or just straight up broken? Suit guy chases her through the toy aisle, sweating buckets. "Gassed already? Give it up, kid. It's game over for you. Be a good girl and come play with Big Brother." Gross. Anna channels mana into her legs and parkours up the shelves like a total pro. She eats a heavy box at him, but he tanks it with his shield just in time. Stubborn brat. Suddenly, Unha slips. Major crisis alert. Suit guy grins like a demon. "Gotcha. I'm gonna snap those legs like dry twigs." But then, he freezes cold. It was a trap. He barely deflects the blast. "I went easy on you, and now you think you're the main character?" Yunha starts a deadly countdown. 1, 2. The guy's knees buckle under the pressure. She stomps his shield, launching herself sky high while he screams in pure frustration. "You annoying little rat. You are dead meat." As she falls, a memory hits her. Is this how my sister felt back then? That rush of mana flooding my veins. Mana bomb. She unleashes a massive sphere of destruction. Suit guy panics. What is this insane power? Boom. The whole mall blows sky high. Dust and debris everywhere. Out of the smoke, Yuno walks out looking like a total boss-level threat. Julieta, the smoker, is stunned. No way. Did that idiot actually get folded by a little girl? I'm wasting time and I'm out of juice. No way I can solo both of these creeps in this condition. Tactical retreat is the only option. Julieta screams, "Unha, don't come closer. Run away." Unha looks down, suffering from severe mana exhaustion. "What's wrong?" "You look terrified." The smoker creeps up and snatches Julieta, pressing a cold blade against her throat. "Bet you didn't see this plot twist." Yuna screams, "Sister Julieta." He barks, "Freeze. You twitch, and I'll carve up your sister's pretty face." She freezes in horror. "Sis." Suddenly, a hand snatches her from behind. Suit guy slams Unha face first into the concrete. She gasped for air. "How?" Suit guy laughs like a maniac. "Thought I was done for? Think again, brat. No way a high-level player like me loses to a noob like you." Yuna thinks. I can't just game over here." Suddenly, Yuna's aura flares up, pushing him back. He starts freaking out. "What the? This energy level? She's gonna go nuclear." Yuna screams. The smoker gets annoyed and plunges his knife right into Julieta's gut. Yuna shrieks her name in pure agony. Smoker yells, "Hey, suit guy, you want to die with them?" Yunha whispers, I'll save you." Then, lights out. He knocks her cold. Her vision blurs. "Just a little more." Smoker says, "Forget her, let's bail." Suit guy grumbles, "Tsk, what a waste. Her mana back there was beautiful though. If only I was stronger." Yunha wakes up in a void. Who's there? "Do you desire absolute power?" Yunha gasps. "Real power? Can you actually give it to me?" Suddenly, a shout echoes. Don't listen to the demon. Her past self appears. "It's a trap. We survived this time, but the cost is too high. I'll do anything you want. Just promise me you'll live a normal life, okay? No more dungeons. If that voice returns, ignore it. Promise me." They link pinkies. "Okay, I promise." Anna snaps back to the harsh reality. "Sorry, pass me. But I have things I need to protect right now." She remembers the happy life she built with her own 2 hands. Yuna stands up, eyes glowing. "I need that power to save her." Suit guy laughs. "Whoa, still standing? You're a tough cookie." He throws a haymaker. "Go back to sleep." Yuna whispers, "Please, unlock the seal." Her eyes snap open. Give me power. Stay down. But Yuna moves like a phantom, smashing her fist into his face. He goes flying across the room like a rag doll. Smoker screams, "You little." Then he looks up. It's Bruno. He gently drapes his jacket over Yuna. Good job, kid. Rest now, Unha. I'll take out the trash. The smoker sneers. Look at this bear-sized loser trying to play hero. Bruno moves like a lightning bolt. He grabs the smoker by the skull and slams him into the concrete. Crack. Julieta. Suit guy tries to grab his knife, but his hands are shaking uncontrollably. Bruno holds Julieta like she's made of glass. Suit guy lunges. Bruno just swats him away like a fly. He walks over, eyes burning with the fires of hell. For what you did to them. Suit guy begs, wait, have mercy. Bruno raises a fist the size of a boulder. You'll pay for it with your life. A few days earlier, before the mall raid incident, Kyung-hwan here. I did exactly what you said. What else do you want? He's shaking in his boots, hand inching toward his weapon. He lunges. I'll kill you and that John guy too. He stabs, but slices nothing but empty air. Cold sweat starts pouring down his face. Suddenly, a blade bursts right through his chest. What the? Is this a perception-altering skill? He spins around, confused. Nameless shrugs. You talk too much. He chokes Kyung-hwan with a chain. I got a message from the guild master. I'll take real good care of your family. Especially your wife. I'll make sure she's very comfortable, if you catch my drift. Kyung-hwan struggles, then goes limp. Game over. Nameless smiles. Thanks for your hard work. Rest in peace, buddy. Yo, what's good everybody? Massive breaking news just dropped. A game over note was discovered in the vice president's cabin at King Kong World. Detectives are calling it a rage quit on life itself. We are live at the Seibai department store logistics warehouse. It is completely empty in here, except for you sad little trash mobs. Seriously, what is the move? Mango is all like, the Flower Guild just pulled up, and our backup is totally ghosting us. Nameless starts sweating bullets, realizing these guys are way faster than he thought. They need to bounce. As soon as possible. They are probably out there grinding useless side quests. Mango nods. Then he pauses, confused. Bro? Who is the little ankle biter standing right behind you? Nameless spins around. What kid? He is totally shook. The kid just laughs. Took you long enough to notice me, Grandpa. I have been chilling here for a hot minute. Nameless is freaking out. Is this kid glitching? How long has he been camping there? Mango is confused, asking, what is the tea? Do they know each other? Is he just a lost NPC wandering the map? Nameless finally speaks up. Yo, why are you staring at the kid like that? I am gonna delete him with one critical hit. Mango laughs. Listen, kiddo, following strangers is a great way to get cancelled. Permanently. Hey, shorty, some super scary stuff is about to. He stutters. Swish. Ethan goes full savage mode and decapitates Mango instantly. The rest of the squad is absolutely shook. The kid just scratches his head. Oops, my bad. Maybe I should not have deleted him that fast. The rest of the goons charge in like a bunch of sweaty tryhards. That little devil. Nameless screams, trying to stop the rush. Hold up, stay sharp. This ain't some regular noob we are dealing with. Ethan grins at them. You guys are pausing just because this gorilla said so? Seriously. You are scared of a kid with a knife who is not even a player? You guys look like a bunch of headless chickens. The minions rage quit reasoning and rush him. I am gonna end you. Ethan chuckles. Heavenly Phantom Step. Blood goes flying everywhere like confetti. He drops a B ranker instantly and looks at the others. Why are you just standing there lagging? If you are not gonna move, I am coming for you. Got it? Nameless is trembling in his boots. How did this kid just speed run a B rank player? That is strictly impossible. I cannot go toe-to-toe with this monster. He is definitely hacking. I do not know any 12 Thrones players, but this kid won't see me coming. Ethan side-eyes him. He swipes his blade at Nameless before the guy can even blink. Ethan delivers a nasty kick straight to the gut. He stands over him, totally chill. Honestly, seeing you like this, you are pretty mid. Nameless. The reason people do not notice you is not magic, bro. You just have zero riz. Nameless snaps. He summons a ghost and charges in screaming like a maniac. Ethan sidesteps like it is absolutely nothing. Nameless is flabbergasted. How? Is he reading my inputs? How is he doing this? How is this brat dodging every single attack? It does not make any sense. Ethan keeps his cool. I used to feel the same way. He trips Nameless and explains. But like I thought, this is boring. Your cheat codes do not work on me, buddy. Don't stress though. Ethan hops up. I'm not gonna unalive you just yet. He grabs Nameless by the collar and BAM knocks his lights out. Seon walks in, surveying the damage. Wow, you guys completely trashed the server. Ethan grins. Do me a solid and tell everyone you soloed these guys, okay? Seon covers her mouth, giggling. You know, you are racking up a serious debt with me, right? He rolls his eyes. I will pay you back. I swear, cross my heart. She presses him. Okay, but when? He just laughs nervously. Someday. Anyway, I am leaving this trash for you to handle. Seon steps forward to deal with the cleanup. Fine, I will let it slide this time. Suddenly, Ethan rushes back. Wait up. She is surprised. Huh, he looks intense. I have been dying to see what this dude looks like under the mask for ages. Nameless starts panicking. No, please, anything but that. Ethan yanks the glasses off. Both of them gag instantly. They literally start dry heaving. His face looks like a squashed stingray. That is absolute nightmare fuel. Hearing footsteps, he turns around. It is the squad, Julieta, Sophia, and Bruno. He runs over, totally hyped. Flash forward to 3 o'clock. This afternoon on the 17th at the Sabe department store. A group of monster terrorists got absolutely wrecked by a mercenary player. The media is blowing up, spreading his name everywhere as Nameless. Along with the Shilla Guild, Saintess Seon, one of the 12 thrones, took credit for clapping the terrorists. Sadly, 23 people did not make it. Marin's eyes light up watching the screen. With 23 casualties confirmed, the Celestial Maiden government sent out thoughts and prayers for the victims. Marin ignores the sad stuff and zooms in on the footage. He spots Julieta, Bruno, Ethan, and Sophia. A creepy grin spreads across his face. Gotcha. Meanwhile, outside a cafe, a barrier is set up so the normies cannot see who is chatting inside. Expected nothing less from the Saintess. The best mage in Korea, hands down. Ethan looks serious. This is the first time you have actually invited me out. Seon sips her drink. I just wanted to show my appreciation. He chuckles. Yeah, right. You did not drag me here just for a thank you. Spill the tea. What is going on? Seon sets her cup down. The Nameless crew is getting executed. It is the first time the Celestial Maiden government has ever done this. Ethan replies, got it. But the real question is who hired those clowns in the first place. Seon shakes her head. Sorry, fam. That is classified info. My lips are sealed on this one. He shrugs casually. Guess we have no choice then. Seon speaks up. Is that it? Ethan gets serious again. What is the update on the Sabai group? Seon explains. Chairman Lee is back. The heir decided to rage quit his position for now to focus on social welfare. He nodded along, stroking his chin like a wise sage. Roger that. I'm picking up exactly what you're throwing down. She rose from her seat, dusting off her outfit. Awesome. If we're wrapped up here, I'm gonna dip. Got a million quests to complete. Did he give a cool wave? You know it. Catch you on the flip side, he called out. And just like he predicted, the entire future timeline for the Sabai OC group had officially been overwritten. The plot just thickened like crazy. Folks, Baha Jiang leaned in closer, whispering conspiratorially, Yo, the other kids are about to roll up. You want a ghost before the mob arrives? Ethan nodded instantly. Yeah, thanks, uncle. I'm making a break for it. Okay, time for a quick lore dump. In the original timeline before I mashed the reset button, there was this massive succession war between the chairman's 3 sons. Spoiler alert, the oldest brother ended up seizing the Iron Throne. But in this run, the family tree is still standing tall after the Kraken attack, all thanks to my big sis aka Nuna going full Archmage mode with her magic. That little kid survived the chaos and the disaster at Mount Buchan, way fewer casualties in this version of reality. And get this, the terrorist attack at the department store that was destined to happen before the Sabai Oak inauguration? Deleted. Never happened. The butterfly effect is going wild right now. Checking the clock, it was nearly 1 in the afternoon. Ethan stared at his water glass, buzzing with adrenaline. The sun was finally setting on the tragic destiny of the old timeline. Then Sophia dropped a nuclear bomb, acting all shy about it. Mom, Dad, I want to become a player. Ethan looked at her like she had grown alien antennas. Are you for real? Did the timeline change mess with your head or something? Ethan slammed his hand on the table. Objection. Overruled. He was spiraling. Sis, listen to me. Becoming a high-risk player? That is totally off-brand for you. Sophia snapped back, her voice rising. How am I going to know if I can level up if I don't even try? You literally said I had S-class potential. Ethan cut her off mid-sentence. Yeah, you got the stats, but I didn't teach you mana control, so you could go throw hands with dungeon bosses. I taught you that stuff so you wouldn't go boom from mana overload or catch some cursed magic sickness. It was for your HP bar, fam. I did it because I wanted you to live a soft, healthy life without taking damage. Sophia puffed out her cheeks, crossing her arms defiantly. I don't care. I want to be a player. Ethan smacked the table again. Why are you trying to throw away a chill, peaceful life? What is the glitch in your system? The life of a player isn't some glorious raid, okay? It's messy. It's dangerous. It's basically a dumpster fire of anxiety. She screamed back, I want to be a player no matter how grindy it is. I want to be a main character who can actually save people and help them out. I hate being an NPC hiding behind everyone else's back and just watching helplessly. Mom just smiled with the patience of a saint. It's okay. Sophia, you should follow your own storyline. Sophia's expression crumbled. Mom. The kid activated the waterworks. Then Mom immediately turned her gaze on Ethan. Look what you did. You shouldn't have yelled. You triggered the tears. See that? No? It's fine. Hey. Sophia. Big bro was wrong. My bad. All right. He tried to negotiate a peace treaty. Mom. Dad. Come on. She's asking to enter a hardcore server. Are you two seriously cool with this? Mom answered like it was just a weather report. Of course not. We know it's super dangerous. But if that's Sophia's true quest, I want my daughter to chase whatever dream she has. Dad grinned like a proud king. Little princess, you can handle the heat, right? Sophia ran and glommed Mom in a massive hug. Yes, thanks, Dad. Ethan stood there, totally defeated. He took the L. Even Dad is on the hype train. Bruh. Scene transition nighttime strategy meeting. The vibe shifted instantly. Boss, you look wrecked. Jong-hun, give us the data you farmed. Jong-hun lit up the projector screen. So, regarding that terror raid at the Seibai OC department store, it wasn't just some random mob spawn. It was the result of a civil war inside the Seibai O group. A total inside job. Feast your eyes on this chart. This shows the current power hierarchy in the Seibai OC group. As you guys know, the influence is split between Chairman Lee Junhee's 3 kids. Ignore the youngest. He's barely in the server. The real main event is between the oldest and the second son. The oldest, Lee Bae-on-ong-in, is basically a certified gangster. Dude has a short fuse and a rage meter that's always full. A lot of people think he can't carry Seibai OC to victory because, well, he's just the first son with 0 skill points. But the second son, total opposite build. Lee Jong-in has max charisma and is actually a wizard at management. One guy crossed his arms, smelling something fishy. Don't tell me this is connected to the raid last time. The boss let out a heavy sigh. Yup, that goon pulled the trigger. Lee Bae-on-ong actually baited terrorists to attack the Star Department store just because it was his little brother's territory. Lee Jong-in rubbed his chin, intrigued by the drama. Does the chairman know about this PvP match? He pressed his temples. Oh, absolutely. Thanks to that mess, the old man decided to cancel his retirement and come back to take the wheel personally. Jong-han pointed at the tactical board. But that's not the only plot hole here, folks. Eyes up here, please. The squad that Lee Bae-on-ong is commanding, it's not just some no-name NPC guild. There's a high probability it's actually the Ocean Guild. Everyone's jaws hit the floor. Say what? Oh my god, isn't that kind of a stretch? Jong-hun broke down the stats. Including the Hellhounds, a total of 92 monsters were found at the Mount Buchan crash site. Even though Ocean Guild claims 70% of the magic stones, only 30% have appeared on the auction house, and we found evidence that magic stones were used in this terror attack. The boss raised an eyebrow. But what if? What if they're just hoarding the loot, waiting for the market price of magic stones to go to the moon before selling? He shot back. Unrefined magic stones aren't exactly legendary drops, you know? The boss got serious, the atmosphere tightening. Okay, but what about the chance that Ocean Guild just dipped into the 30% that was already on the market? Jong-han was standing tall, flexing like he held the keys to the kingdom. He claimed he had the 411 on everything Guild X dug up, especially the source of those shady magic stones flooding the market. Cap. No shot. Longbeard whipped around, not buying a word of it. That's just a hunch, isn't it? You ain't got no solid receipts to prove any of that. Jong-han kept his cool, nodding slowly. Yeah, call it a guess for now. But come on, fam, don't act like y'all haven't heard the whispers on the street. The room went dead silent, the tension thick enough to cut with a knife, until the boss spoke up. Remember last April, when Sinol found out Jong Jun was creeping with the Dangan crew? She went absolutely nuclear. It was crystal clear what Jong Jun was plotting. Everyone in the room could see the betrayal coming from a mile away. He wanted to ghost the Dangan squad completely and slide all his attention over to the Sabai group. That treachery is exactly why I called this emergency meeting today. Longbeard frowned, the atmosphere turning heavy. You talking about war? Kangbuk grinned like a total maniac. Hey, throwing hands doesn't sound like a bad plan. But Curly Hair looked straight up stressed out. Yo, the Saint of Storms is rolling with the Ocean Guild. Baldy cut in, his voice shaking. Isn't that where the 12 thrones hang out? Chill out, we got the Thunder Emperor on our side, someone bragged. But Curly Hair shut that nonsense down fast. No way, bro, you're tripping. The Thunder Emperor is still a rookie. I don't care if he's a genius. Asking him to clap back against the Saint of Storms is straight-up suicide. The boss stood up, his aura commanding the room. Unlucky for the warmongers here, we aren't launching a full-scale war. But we can't let Ocean Guild keep running wild like they own the block. We're gonna back up Lee Jong-in from the Sabai crew and start putting the Ocean Guild in check. It's time to serve them a slice of humble pie. Fast forward to school life. The main character stared at the schedule like it was a bad joke. Year 4. Make it make sense. He laughed awkwardly. Stuck with them again? Fate really has a twisted sense of humor. How did the whole squad end up in one class? Min was vibing hard. This year is going to be a movie. Seon-ah spun around. Big facts. I was low-key scared we'd get split up. Wait, the gang's really all here? Seon-ah nodded eagerly. You said it. I was sweating bullets thinking about the X-class separation. Ethan suddenly realized something crucial. Hold up. That toxic girl got dumped in Class 1? Thank the heavens. I don't have to deal with her drama this year. That is total stress relief. A smirk played on his lips. I'm seriously just trying to have a chill year. No cap. Then Michael leaned in, whispering urgently, Boss, hey boss. Those punks over there have been mean mugging us for a hot minute. Ethan noticed the glares too. Michael looked ready to throw down right there. Boss, give the word. Should I go over there and teach them some manners? Ethan waved him off. Chill out, Michael. Don't be so thirsty for a fight. Ethan shot a sharp glance over, and the stares immediately scattered like cockroaches. Minji looked worried. Don't you think you should clear the air? Ethan pushed Michael back gently. Clear the air? What's the tea? Did I miss a chapter? You seriously don't know, she whispered, eyes wide. Word on the street is your dad absolutely destroyed the pharmaceutical principal. Beat him to a pulp. Everyone is terrified of you now. Ethan froze. Beat him to a pulp? Who leaked that? He thought about it for a second. Honestly, it wasn't exactly fake news. Seon-ah looked shook. Is that gonna be okay, though? Ethan shrugged it off coolly. I mean, whatever. I'm Gucci regardless. Ethan looked up at his friend. Yo, what are you eating? You got jacked. Michael grinned, proud as a peacock. Hey, I just followed your training routine, boss. Oh, and I've been chugging that juice Ha Yang's dad makes during workouts. Ethan did a double take. Say what? I told Minji and Seon-ah to drink that for mana recovery. Wait, it doesn't just refill the mana tank? It actually triggers physical growth too. Guess I need to down a glass a day starting now. Suddenly, a shout rang out. Heads up, teachers incoming. Footsteps thundered into the classroom. Michael snapped a salute. Later, boss, and scrambled to his seat. Duan strolled in. Sup? I'm gonna be your homeroom teacher this year. Name's I am Un. The guy was leaking powerful energy. Ethan analyzed him instantly. That isn't normal civilian mana flow. This guy is built different. Who is he? Cut to Jun-sik, tapping his fancy red notebook. He barked. Report. His lackey bowed instantly. Sir, reporting in. The request to expel Jessica was blocked, exactly as you ordered. Jun-sik nodded. Good work. He gazed out the window with a calculating look. And even though I tried to separate the kids linked to the pharma scandal, I made sure Ha Yang and her crew are in the same class. That pharmaceutical group, that belongs to Kim Gun's family, correct? The lackey confirmed. Yes, that's the one. Jun-sik's eyes flashed with danger. How dare those clowns mess with the girl I consider my own granddaughter? The world's getting a little brighter, he mused. And Ha Yang's homeroom teacher, who'd you draft for that gig? The lackey bowed low. He's a player who retired due to injury, but his skills in the field are still top tier. Jun-sik asked casually, what's his pedigree? The lackey replied, Regulus Guild. Jun-sik raised an eyebrow. Regulus? That S-tier guild? All right, sounds like he's legit enough to trust. Jun-sik flashed back to a warm memory. Grandpa Jun-sik, I want to be in the same class as Appa when I hit 2nd grade. Ha Yang had chirped. It'd be awesome to be with my friends, but Dad says it's super hard to arrange everyone into one class. She pouted. Jun-sik had cut her off instantly. For real? Don't trip. Your grandpa will make that wish come true. She turned to him with big eyes. It's okay, Grandpa. I'm big enough to understand if it can't happen. He chuckled softly. Sorry, I forgot how grown-up you are. How about a prediction then? Ha Yang asked curiously. A prediction? Jun-sik smirked with absolute confidence. Yup, even in 2nd grade. I predict you'll be chilling with your besties in the same class. She beamed, skipping off happily. Back in the present, Jun-sik stroked his notebook. He smiled warmly at the memory. Isn't it fascinating? Honey, I found another kid I care about just as much as our granddaughter. Ethan is chilling in this dusty wasteland like it is a beach resort. He is looking around like, yo, Why did I pull up so early? But wait a minute. How did he even know this was the drop zone? Is he trying to ghost Annie or something? Right after linking up at Hapyeong, the wind starts going absolutely feral. She's here. Dust is flying everywhere, and the wind is raging like a hurricane. Then, Seon steps through the window, looking totally unbothered by the chaos. She's clutching her fan, acting all casual like, oops, sorry to keep you waiting. Ethan is staring daggers, thinking, a little, fam, you are mad late. Geez, Seon claps back. You are high maintenance, huh? Most people would kill just to wait in line for a queen like me. Sophia freezes up and bows 90 degrees out of pure respect. Seon just grills her like, sup, kiddo. Skip the whole 12th throne Sanus' title. Just call me Seon-ah. She is sizing her up, realizing this girl is packing an insane amount of mana. Like, completely off the charts. Is she loaded with mana because she is actually controlling it? If word got out, every guild would be losing their minds trying to recruit her. But she is on my squad now. Ethan cuts the tension. Greetings over. Did you bring the goods I asked for? Seon smirks. You know it. She flashes a high-tech gadget and a rare magic stone. He inspects the loot. Sis, you sure about this? Sophia nods without hesitation. Yup. Ethan sighs. All right then, I will not stop you. But you gotta pass a test first. Hold this tight. Sophia is all smiles. You got it. I totally get it. But Ethan is thinking. She definitely does not get it. Let's roll, he says, tossing the stone on the ground. The stone explodes into this sick blue light, and boom, a pink monster spawns out of nowhere. Sophia grips her sword, trembling like a leaf. It is a level 8 Borori. Sophia is confused. Wait, is that a real monster? Ethan is stone cold. Yeah, level 8. Name is Borori. Now, end it. Ethan thinks he has pushed her far enough to make her quit, but she is still standing there. Since we are doing this, I gotta teach her the hard way. The player's life is absolutely brutal. The Borori lunges forward, fast as lightning. Sophia is looking at it with heart eyes, thinking it is harmless. Ethan sprints over, screaming, "Don't let your guard down." Just as the beast opens its jaws to bite, Ethan drop kicks that thing instantly. The Borori goes flying and smacks the ground hard. He snaps. You judge a monster by its cover, and you are dead meat. No joke. Sophia is shaking in her boots. Can you keep going or not? Sophia snaps out of it. She remembers her motivation and charges back in for the counterattack. She is thinking, I am done being the one who needs saving. I want to protect the people I care about. I cannot let Ethan carry this weight alone. She looks up, eyes blazing with fire. I got this. I have to get through this. The magic stone drops. Sophia lets out a huge sigh, drops her sword, and collapses on the floor. Seon watches from the side. Took 15 tries, but she finally nailed it. Sophia is gasping for air. Ethan walks over. You did good. Real good. Seon admits, I had to grind like crazy to get to my level 2. Players have to be tough. But throwing your sister into a boss fight like that is wild. Ethan, you're actually terrifying for a kid, you know that. A few days later in class, Dohan hauls in a heavy crate. Listen up. Everyone grab as much milk as you want, and do not forget to put the empty cartons back in the bin. The whole class yells, you got it. Single file line. Kids are joking around. Who wants my milk? You can have mine too. Ethan is watching the chaos. Come to think of it, that little brat hates milk too. Suddenly, someone pokes him. Yo, boss. Woo-hyuk slides over all sneaky. Take this. Ethan is shocked. It is a legendary item that turns plain milk into chocolate milk. Where did you even score this? Woo-hyuk winks. Shh, you are the only one I am telling. Copped it at the shop near the station. Ethan frowns. Won't you get busted for that? Woo-hyuk laughs. Look who is talking. Since when do you care about rules, boss? Ethan scowls. Fair point. Hand it over, I will heat it up. Woo-hyuk grins. That is exactly why you are the boss. By the way, what is with the weird additives in the milk lately? Ethan checks the carton. Is it already that time of year? He heads upstairs. Sis is in class 6 to 4, right? He remembers her crying and feels a little guilty. Hope she is not too bummed out. Suddenly, Kang Hyuk slams into him and starts grumbling. Watch it, punk. Ethan is annoyed. Kang Hyuk sneers. Yo, aren't you a 6th grader? Who said you could come up here? Ethan scratches his head. Great, ran into another weirdo. The guy loses it. Weirdo? You should be begging for forgiveness. Do you know who I am? Ethan squints. Wait, this kid looks familiar. Hold up, is this Lee Kang-hyuk? The future tyrant of the Songbuk district back alleys. He wasn't an awakened ranker, but let me tell you, the guy was a puppet master. He played people like pawns, exploiting every crack in their armor, It's no exaggeration to say Lee Kang-hyuk held the keys to the kingdom. He owned every secret whispering through the back alleys of Songbuk district. It seems he's been obsessing over this turf since he was just a brat, a true local warlord in the making. Maybe that's why he evolved into such a shady information broker. Suddenly, one of his lackeys pointed a finger. Yo boss, check it out. Isn't that Ethan? These newbies have no respect. Huh? Kang-hyuk seized his subordinate's collar while the hype squad went wild. Get him, Kang-hyuk. Show him who's king. I was planning to educate this punk anyway, he scoffed, eyes narrowing. His crew surrounded the target. Yo, what's with the glare, shrimp? Don't go running to mommy now, they sneered. Ethan sighed internally. Should I just release a little killing intent? But before he could act, Kang-hyuk roared. You're finished, kid. Just as Ethan prepared to snap some bones, a sharp voice sliced through the tension. Hey, Lee Kang-hyuk, the bully turned to stone. The entire gang spun around in shock. Kang-hyuk's face went from fierce to beet red in a split second. Ethan blinked. Sophia? Why are you here? She stood there like an angry goddess. Didn't I warn you about bullying? Kang-hyuk panic shuffled, fixing his jacket. Sophia. Wait, this is a total misunderstanding. Oh God, Ethan thought, cringing hard. Don't tell me this trash has the hots for my sister. While the bully stammered, Ethan stepped up. Yo, watch your mouth. That's my sister. I'm gonna end you. The minions panicked, realizing they messed up. No, wait, boss. This kid bumped into us. He was being rude. Yeah, we were just teaching him basic etiquette, I swear. Sophia stepped forward, her aura intensifying. Etiquette. You want to educate my little brother. Kang-hyuk's jaw hit the pavement. Brother. His eyes darted between them, brain short-circuiting. But you two look nothing alike. Is this a joke? Sophia rolled her eyes at their ignorance. Kang-hyuk, realizing he just threatened his crush's family, started sweating bullets. Anyway, my bad. Serious apology. We didn't mean it. Total accident. He turned to Ethan with a greasy, desperate smile. So, you're Sophia's bro? You hurt anywhere, little buddy? Ethan looked at him like he was garbage. What a two-faced snake, Ethan thought. This guy flips faster than a politician. Sophia grabbed his arm. Let's go, Ethan. As they retreated, Kang-hyuk yelled desperately. Bye, Sophia. Call me. And hey, little bro. If anyone messes with you, say my name. I got your back. Ethan glanced back, disgusted. Is this guy for real? Sis, you actually tolerate that creep. Sophia smirked. Hey, watch it. Who are you calling a creep? Kang-hyuk is your senior. Show some respect. Ethan shrugged. Whatever. Answer the question. Do you like him or not? Sophia paused, flashed a dazzling smile, and spun around. I like my little brother Ethan the best. She giggled. Come on, let's get you to class. Ethan almost choked. Fine, whatever. Suddenly, she launched a surprise bear hug. Aw, look at you blushing. You're so cute. Scene transition. A few days ago, under a weeping sky, Patricia checked her phone, watching the relentless rain. How long has it been, Ethan and Sophia? Those kids were growing up in the blink of an eye. She was humming a tune when a rustle from the shadows caught her ear. Did I imagine that? She froze, staring at a dumpster vibrating in the dark alley. Patricia approached cautiously. Good heavens. She lifted the lid and gasped. Inside was a small child named Parang, curled into a ball of misery. She realized instantly. He was an Ajin, a demi-human. So small, yet bearing the weight of a cruel world. Her heart shattered. Hey, sweetie. Are you hurt? My God, you're freezing to death. Parang flinched, trauma flashing before his eyes. Voices from the past screamed, look at that freak, an Ajin. Is it worth any money? Nah, nobody buys defects. Let's just use him as a punching bag until he breaks, then toss him in the trash. Nobody cares if a monster dies anyway. Snapping back to the present, Parang swatted Patricia's hand away and scrambled out. Oh my, Patricia cried, startled. Who the hell are you? Parang hissed, trembling like a leaf. Get lost. Patricia looked at him with profound sorrow. Does this poor child have no one? He was covered in bruises, the rain washing over his wounds. I'm warning you, stay back. Parang screamed. But Patricia stood firm like a mountain. I cannot abandon him. Parang raised his arms, flinching, expecting another beating. But the blow never came. Slowly, he peeked through his trembling fingers. Patricia smiled with the warmth of the sun. If you have nowhere to go, would you like to come home with me? Present-day Patricia. Ethan and Sophia rushed forward. She beamed. Well, hello. My precious grandbabies are finally here. Look how much you've grown. Their mom sighed, rolling her eyes. They act like angels in front of you, Mom. But at home, total demons. Patricia laughed heartily. You have 3 kids, but you're still a child yourself, Patricia teased. Her daughter pouted instantly. Mom, stop roasting me in front of them. Patricia turned to the dad. Son-in-law, handling her must be extreme training, hmm? The dad just scratched his head, chuckling nervously. Patricia looked down. And who is this little munchkin? Is this Sophia? We met last year, remember? Don't you recognize Grandma Patricia? The toddler hid behind her mom's leg, whispering shyly, Patricia. The old woman melted on the spot. That's right. And how old are you now? The little girl jumped out, holding up 3 tiny fingers. 3. Patricia clapped her hands. Oh my goodness. Critical hit. You are just too cute. You guys must be starving. Come inside. The feast is ready. Everyone cheered. As the door opened, Ethan stepped into the breach first. But suddenly, Ethan froze. His senses went haywire. Wait. Mana? He blocked his sister. Sis, hold up. Is it a monster? No. The aura is too stable. A burglar, then. His eyes narrowed into slits. If someone broke into Patricia's sanctuary, they're dead meat. He scanned the room. Small frame. Target acquired. Inside, Paring's ears perked up. He spun around, eyes sparkling. Huh. Is the fried chicken here? Outside, Ethan engaged combat mode. He launched himself at the shadow like a missile. Outside, the family was smiling, until a massive crash shook the foundation. What the? Ethan pinned the intruder, ready to strike, then blinked. Wait, why are you here? Paring groaned, pinned to the floor. Ow, what's your problem? Paring rubbed his head, annoyed. So, the chicken isn't here yet? Ethan's jaw dropped to the floor. Christopher, he screamed. Patricia chuckled softly, watching the chaos unfold. Dad looks like he swallowed a lemon. Mom, you seriously should have given us a heads up. Ethan facepalms. Yeah, for real. I mean, it is not like we could have said no anyway. Patricia chuckles. Your mom was planning to spill the beans once you guys got here. Mom and Dad let out a heavy sigh. Ethan stares at Parang. Crazy to think this is his actual hometown. Who knew our whole frenemy saga started like this? Just how messed up is the future timeline now? Yo, take a picture. It lasts longer. Parang snaps. Hands off, this is mine. I ain't sharing a single crumb with you losers. Beat it. Patricia flinches, looking terrified. Parang, honey, I told you to quit using words like that. Ugh, this kid is impossible. He started staring at me first. Patricia laughs nervously. Oh, Ethan just has a naturally intense resting face, that is all. Parang, sweetie, you done eating? Let me grab you some seconds. Dad is definitely muttering something unholy under his breath. This old hag is really... Ethan's blood boils. Did he just say old hag? Reminds me why I used to think this kid was a total psycho when we first met. But seriously, who does he think he is talking to his Patricia like that? All right, gotta train the beast before it bites. Ethan puts on a fake smile. Hey Patricia, me and Parang are gonna go hang out outside. K. Parang looks shook. You off your meds or something? Why would I hang with you? Onha ignores the brat. Is that cool with you, Patricia? She asks sweetly. Of course. You two bonding would be lovely. Go have fun. Dad chimes in. Just keep it chill. All right? Know your limits. Got it. Yuna pipes up. I want to come too. Ethan shuts that down fast. Nah, sis. You stay here and finish stuffing your face. All right then. Parang, let's bounce. Parang doesn't stop eating. Says who? I ain't going nowhere with you. Ethan grabs him by the collar. Listen, you little punk. Shut your trap and move. Cut to outside, night vibes with Ethan and Parang. Ethan body slams him into the dirt. Parang scrambles up, grimacing in pain. He is furious. My chicken. You made me drop my chicken. You jerk. Don't you know you don't mess with a guy when he is eating? Even a dog gets that much respect. And you made me waste a wing? Ethan stays ice cold. People only leave the dog alone because they are scared of getting bit. Parang starts shaking. What the? Ethan calculates the move. If anyone hears this, it is going to be a headache. This soundproof barrier isn't as massive as Seon's, but it will do the trick. Ethan steps closer. And you ain't a dog. But acting like trash, that barely qualifies you as human. Time for a crash course on how to be a decent person. Parang clenches his fists. You want to go? I never liked your face anyway. Ethan leaps, water bottle in hand, bam, connects right with Parang's face. Ethan shouts, I am the one who should be saying that. You little brat. Parang is reeling. You scumbag. What the heck did he hit me with? A cannonball? Ethan swings again, thinking, disrespecting the woman who fed you, clothed you, and healed you. Parang hits the dirt, on his knees. Ethan is fuming. You dare call her an old hag? Do you have zero shame or manners? Huh? Parang screams. Help. Ethan smirks. Let me save you some time. Scream all you want. Nobody outside this circle can hear a thing. Perrin clutches his head. You could not have mentioned that earlier. I hit first. Talk later. Ethan chuckles. Though, if you actually knew telepathy, you might have a shot at calling for backup. Perrin looks annoyed. I don't know that junk. I am 10 years old. How am I supposed to know telepathy? Ethan laughs internally. So the rumors about him knowing telepathy at 10 were lies. Great, another reason to whoop him for being a fraud. Guess we are going to have some fun then. Perrin cowers, holding his head. Dude, are you seriously not done yet? Thud. Whack. The sound of a beatdown echoes. Cut to the next day. Perrin groans. It hurts so bad. He only hit me in spots where the bruises wouldn't show. Is he really 9? Or an undercover gangster? He is kneeling in the living room. Dad looks worried. So, Perrin is 10, right? Mom hesitates. Then he should be in 3rd grade, yeah? Dad nods. Technically, but the kid has never set foot in a classroom. Perrin cuts in. Listen up. I ain't going to school. Ethan shoots him a death glare. Perrin freezes. I mean, school sounds great. Ethan remembers the old timeline. He got into the academy a year ahead of me and got bullied relentlessly. We should totally go together. Ethan grips Perrin's shoulder like a vice. I think starting in 2nd grade would be perfect for Perrin, don't you? Perrin side-eyes him. I said no. Ethan tightens the grip. Mom asks, Perrin, what do you think? Perrin trembles. I really want to be in 2nd grade. Ethan beams. Yay. Now we can be classmates. Isn't that awesome, Perrin? Patricia laughs. Only been a day and they are already besties. Mom smiles. Kids really do make friends fast. Perrin is dying inside. Are you people blind? I am literally being held hostage here. Dad looks thrilled. Perrin looks so cute when he smiles. Perrin curses mentally. That is not the point. Ethan squeezes his shoulder again. Hey, Perrin. Want to go play outside again? Perrin starts sweating buckets. Please, no. Cut to early morning. Ga-yoon is in a serious meeting. An Bak reports, we are planning to extract 4,000 Korean citizens currently stranded in Italy. But there is a catch. They want our help taking down a monster that just popped up in the North Atlantic. Theoretically, this thing is way beyond a level 1 threat. Listen up, fam. Some monsters are just spooky, but then you've got the real nightmares, literal server wipers capable of deleting an entire nation off the map. We knew a catastrophic world boss was spawning, but this is straight up apocalypse vibes. Yet, Ga-yoon just sips her tea, looking totally unbothered like a queen. Asking us to deploy our top players to an unknown map is kinda sus. Instead, how about we hook your Nordic fighters up with some legendary OP herbs? Amb eyes the goods greedily. Okay, no cap. The stats on those herbs you flash are actually god tier. It's a revolutionary item. You don't even have to consume it. Just holding it grants the buffs like a passive skill. But we can just trade mana alloys for that. Ga-yoon knows they're thirsty for materials. Suddenly, Janko goes full rage mode and punts the table. Wood splinters explode like shrapnel. He is big mad. Why are you guys being so shady and stingy with your assets? The deal is simple. You want us to Uber your citizens back home safely. You gotta help our squad clear the dungeon first. Guess Korean players are too trash, just simping for their goddess. Am steps in nervously. Janko, bro, chill. You're doing too much. He scoffs, looking away. See? She ain't even clapping back. This is why I hate this server. Aside from kimchi, you guys have zero clout. Ga-yoon shoots him a deadly side-eye. Listen here, you blonde bozo. Suddenly, the air turns heavy, the ground quakes, and everyone's panic meter hits max. Fine. Just to ensure our Korean fam stuck in Italy gets back in one piece, we'll go full try-hard mode to assist you. On top of the spear, Saint Nam Gong, our server's #1 ranked player, we're deploying 2 of the 12 kings as well. I'm pretty sure that's enough firepower to pay the ransom for our people's safe return, don't you think? Ga-yoon signals the end, and the Italian duo sighs, totally wrecked. Am slams the table in defeat. This isn't gonna end well for you, girl. Ga-yoon stays icy cool. If you want to drop a dislike or write a hate comment about my methods, be my guest. I'm also gonna report to the international mana admins that your leaders sent literal thugs to negotiate. Janko starts trembling with fury. You guys need to check your rank. You're just NPCs to me. I'm gonna delete your account right now. Try me. Am yells. Wait, he prepares to ult but freezes mid-motion. What the heck? A sharp, murderous gaze locks onto him. Janko is lag frozen. If I move, it's game over. Ga-yoon turns her back on him. Guess your survival instincts aren't total trash. Meeting adjourned. Now, get lost. She leaves and slams the door shut. Janko is absolutely triggered. Man, she is so annoying. Back at the Blue House, the drama continues. That was way too risky. You gotta be careful. Sang-jin warns, you're not a celeb actress anymore. I'm a goddess now. Ga-yoon corrects him sharply. And are you saying that as my bodyguard or my talent manager? Dong Hyuk snickers. What a wuss. Who cares if your stats are high? You still don't understand how girls think. Ga-yoon checks him instantly. Lee Dong Hyuk, zip it. Watch your mouth. Dong Hyuk bows his head, humbled. Yes, ma'am. My bad. Oh. Big news, the old lady gifted us a shimmering Maserati Gran Turismo. A Maserati Gran Turismo. Dong Hyuk explains. Word on the street is, she sent her favorite whip to show some goodwill towards us. Ga-yoon is unimpressed. Return to sender. Tell them I don't need their bribes. Dong Hyuk is confused. Say what? Send the Maserati back? But it's the limited edition. Ga-yoon gives him the cold shoulder. Never met the old hag personally, but I know she ain't exactly a saint. Sending clowns like that as ambassadors, it's either a trap or they're trolling us. Ga-yoon commands, Dong Hyuk, get your boys to shadow those ambassadors. If you see anything sus, ping me immediately. He salutes. You got it, and uses a movement skill to dash off. Ga-yoon stands up as Sang-jin reports. Luckily, the negotiation results are looking way better than expected. She stays chill. Honestly, big thanks to the Alice team's herbs, we owe engineer Jin Soo-ho and his squad a massive favor. After we wrap up this Italy arc, we gotta pay them back. Sang-jin nods. I'll let your team know. But for real, beefing with the Italian ambassadors is super dangerous. Ga-yoon glances over. Is that the worried bodyguard talking again? Sang-jin avoids eye contact while she smirks. Relax. The Spear Saint is camping in the room next door. If anyone's gonna have a problem, it's those Italians, not me. Meanwhile, on the way back, Julieta is vibing hard. She's replaying the doctor's words. Congrats. You're pregnant. The baby is 6 weeks old. Julieta looks up at the sky, absolutely glowing. She's floating on cloud 9. Julieta remembers something and calls her bae. Hey Bruno, it's me. Did you eat yet? Julieta thinks, I really want to spill the tea right now, but I should wait to see him. In real life, aloud she says, I'm just prepping to go eat. Did you eat? Bruno replies warmly, I'm on my way. You went to the hospital today, right? You good? Julieta gets shy. I'm all good. But hey, Bruno, you gotta come home early today, okay? He replies softly. For sure. Julieta is hyped, just dying to see his happy face. Suddenly, a cold voice interrupts. Who's this? Isn't that Julieta Valentine? She looks up, terrified. Janko grins down at her. Yo, how you been lately? Well, look who had a serious glow-up since our last encounter. What a tragedy, though. Janko gripped Julieta tight, his gaze predatory. It is time to put the little birdie back in its iron cage. Bruno was deep in the grind, totally locked in, when his phone started blowing up. He spun around, eyeing the screen like, who could possibly be disturbing my flow right now? We literally just talked, didn't we? Bruno picked up. What is the move? Julieta kept her voice steady, ice cold. Bru, thank you for everything. No cap, just promise you will not come looking for me. Wait, hold up. What? Bruno's stomach dropped through the floor. Julie. Click. The line went dead. Janko smirked, shaking his head. Smart play, princess. You want your lover boy to keep inhaling oxygen, right? Then let him live a basic life. Meanwhile, school was finally out. Seon-ah was vibing hard, thinking, freedom at last, I am straight chilling. Hajiang hit the group chat, yo, wanna crash at the spot? My pop says the AC blasting at Arctic levels. Hyuk was instantly sold. Say less. I am there. Seon-ah grinned wide. Count me in. Hyuk shrugged. Bet, let me drop my inventory off first. Minji nodded. Same here. Then she shot him a look that screamed trouble. You are gonna grind rank with Hyuk and show up late again. I would bet money on it. Hyuk sidestepped the accusation. Are you just tailing me to throw shade or what? Minji glanced over, eyes widening. Whoa, hold up. Is that not Julieta? Unha froze. She was getting shoved into a black set-in. What on earth is Janko doing in our neighborhood? Wait, rewind the memory tape. Is the diplomatic summit between Korea and Italy not popping off right about now? The Leviathan raid. A level 2 catastrophe. To retrieve our people from Italy, the government deployed 3 of the 12 thrones as heavy escorts. Because of that power vacuum, we were severely underpowered. The legendary Spear Saint, Namgong, he lost his entire left arm in the chaos. The Thunder Phoenix went total psycho mode from a mana overload. And Ionji from the Flower Guild officially marked KIA during the mission. Or so the official narrative goes. The truth, Ionji did not perish. She is currently locked down in a high-security dungeon over in Italy. And the warden? Janko. The guy currently touring Korea posing as a diplomat. The public went absolutely feral when the truth leaked. That entire mess ended with a gruesome public execution. Yoon-ha clocked it immediately that guy is 100% with Julieta right now. He barked a sharp order. Minji, stay put. Do not follow me, no matter what happens. She panicked instantly. Dude, where are you even going? I said stay back, he yelled over his shoulder. I gotta figure out their play and alert Sinal or Bruno before it is game over. He flared his mana, boosting his agility stats. Minji screamed his name, but he was already gone, tearing after that car through the dark back alleys. He closed the gap in seconds. The driver frowned. A kid? Janko looked down, unimpressed. I was wondering who was tailing us. Just a little brat? Yoon-ha flinched. Crap, my cover is blown. Janko stepped out of the ride with swagger. You got beef with us, short stack. Before Yoon-ha could even blink, the attack blitzed him. Bam! He tanked a hit and scrambled back to create some critical distance. What is the deal here? Janko scoffed. Preschoolers wielding mana now? The driver warned him. Do not play with your food. This kid is built different. Is that so? Janko grinned like a demon. Then I will not hold back. He launched himself forward like a missile. I am ending this server right now. Yoon-ha ducked under a lethal kick. This psycho is actually trying to delete me. He spun around, closing the distance in a flash. He aimed a high kick at Janko's head, but the guy weaved effortlessly. Janko snatched him out of the air. Yoon-ha gritted his teeth, zero leverage while airborne. Fine, mana overdrive it is. In-ha channeled power into his leg and smashed his foot into Janko's wrist. Janko's eyes went wide in shock. Yoon-ha backflipped, formed a mana sphere, and blasted Janko away before sticking the landing. Okay, Janko admitted, wiping dirt off his suit. Your mana control is actually legit, but at the end of the day, you were still just a level 1 pipsqueak. In a blur, Janko was already behind him. He clamped a massive hand around Ona's throat and hoisted him up. Way more fun than I expected. Yuna kicked, but Janko tightened his grip with raw mana. Too slow. I invented this game, kid. Ona's vision started swimming. Oh no, I am about to black out. Damn it. Gotta catch your breath. Just as his consciousness was fading, Julieta stepped out. Let the boy go. Now, we had a deal. No hurting innocent civilians. Janko tilted his head. You know this shrimp? No, she screamed instantly. Do not touch him. Julieta pleaded. He is just a random NPC kid. Drop him. Janko chuckled darkly. He ain't random, sweetheart. My gut tells me to squash threats like this before they level up. The driver interrupted sharply. Janko, enough. Janko rolled his eyes. Fine. Total buzzkill. He dropped Una like a sack of potatoes. Una hit the pavement, gasping for sweet oxygen. Julieta rushed over, terror in her eyes. Thanks, Unha wheezed out. But you really did not have to save me. He looked up, confused. Sis, what is going on? Julieta remained silent. She slid a ring off her finger. Give this to Bru, okay? Tell him. Tell him I am sorry. Yuna stared at her, shook to his core. She smiled through her tears. Tell him I was happy, truly. Una scrambled up on shaky legs. Julie, hey, get back here. I am not asking you. Janko shoved Una hard, ragdolling him into a pile of trash bags. Beat it, Rugrat. The car screeched away, leaving tire marks. Lying in the garbage, Unha spiraled into darkness. I thought this second chance at life would be different. I saved my family. People who were supposed to die are still breathing. I saved my crew. I stopped the Bukan disaster. I actually thought I was winning this game. But who decided this tragedy had to happen? He stood up, fists clenching until they turned white. I am busting my back to change the future. So why is the past still haunting me? He stared at the ring in his palm. Your happiness includes you being here, idiot. He squeezed the ring tight. Do not you dare decide how this story ends. Meanwhile, Sihun dropped a heavy crate and sighed deeply. Man, keeping up with these government orders is absolutely killing my sleep schedule. Sujin slid into the frame like a smooth criminal, eyes sparkling with curiosity. Yo, why are you glued to your screen? You better spill the tea right now. He grinned, trying to play it cool. Nah, nothing serious. Just catching a vibe. Sujin wasn't buying it. Is that so? Suddenly, his phone blew up. Seikun answered immediately. Yellow, Ethan speaking. The voice crackled through. Hey uncle, it's Ethan. Sorry to crash the party. He sounded way too chill. No stress, kiddo. What's the move? He asked softly. I actually need a massive solid from you, uncle. Seokun raised a brow. Name your price. Bet. Sunset painted the sky as Seo Yoon and Ethan grinded for XP. Behind her, a massive mana beast manifested. Snap. One click, and a giant branch lashed out. The roots rushed at Ethan, but he was locked in. He hopped over the attack like a parkour god. Seo-yoon nodded. Okay, those reflexes are on point. I see you. But can you tank this? Ethan froze as a tornado spawned out of thin air. It sucked him right in. Seo-yoon analyzed. Boy needs to level up his stability stats. Wait, hold up, is that a skateboard inside the vortex? Ethan was literally surfing the wind. That is honestly iconic behavior. Ethan hollered, sis, a little heads up next time. Seo-yoon stayed cold. Real battles don't come with push notifications, sweetie. Get used to it. He adapts fast though, she thought. Time to crank up the difficulty. Snap. She clicked her fingers, and the tornado vanished instantly. Ethan gasped as gravity kicked in. He was free falling, panic mode activated. But he summoned his slime, Jelly, for a soft landing. Safe. Then he blasted off again. Seo-yoon watched closely. Not bad. Ethan commanded Jelly to intercept an incoming shot. Gulp. The slime inhaled the bullet whole. She had to give him props. His youth meant his imagination was wild, and his reaction time was cracked. He had the mana to tank hits and clap back hard. I knew he was built different. A total diamond in the rough waiting to shine. Ethan grinned. How was that run? Seo-yoon hid a smirk behind her fan. Don't get cocky. Rookie. Bam. Roots snag Ethan midair. You've leveled up in 3 months, though. Ethan screamed, Uncle. I tap out. Put me down. Seo-yoon laughed. Learning to crash is part of the gig. Suddenly, her phone buzzed. It was Seo-kun. That was mad sus. He never called. Please tell me he isn't starting drama. Meanwhile, on a lonely road, Bruno cracked open a weapon case. Suit up time. He swapped gear, looking ready for war. Checking the fit in the mirror, Bruno sighed. Man, I'm losing my gains. Looking a bit small compared to usual. Calling myself the Beast of Valentine feels like false advertising. A memory with Julieta flashed before his eyes. Brew, she pointed at some thugs. The guy stammered, my bad. I didn't know she was the Princess of Valentine. But the blonde dude wasn't having it. That is the lamest excuse ever. Who in Sicily doesn't know the lady? The thug shook. I swear, bro, it's the truth. I'm just a tourist. Bruno stepped in, radiating menace. Save it. You disrespected the lady. That's a wrap for you. Bruno towered over the creep, leaking pure savage energy. The guy turned purple with fear. Wham! Bruno sent him into next week with one punch. Julieta cheered. That's the Beast of Valentine for you. A total tank. Thanks, Brew. He blushed hard. Back to reality at the mansion, a bomb dropped. The Myron family was taking over Sicily. The squad panicked. Why the Myron crew? We're way better. What's the play here? We've got major beef with them. They're trash. The boss slammed the table. Zip it. Listen up. House Valentine is merging with Myron. Deal with it. Julieta looked shook. Dad, what does merging mean? The advisor trembled. Boss. We'll be their servants. We'll be kneeling to those Myron losers. The boss cut him off. Trash talk. That is nonsense. This is a strategic play to secure the bag for House Valentine. We don't bow to anyone. We are just playing nice with the Myron crew for a hot minute to get what we need. To seal the deal. Julieta, you're engaged to Vincent Myron. She gasped. Excuse me, Vincent, that notorious playboy? If you mean the Myron heir, that guy is a walking red flag. The boss was ice cold. You'll marry him and produce an heir. Julieta fumed. Dad, he didn't blink. Your amplification powers are S tier for boosting mana. It is pure logic. If you have a kid with Vincent, that baby is going to inherit god tier stats thanks to your genes. The bald guy stammered, Wait, boss, are you saying? The boss nodded slowly. Exactly. The kid will surpass Vincent. We'll snatch the baby, raise it as our prodigy, and restore our empire. Julieta stood up, absolutely livid. Bruno watched from the shadows. First they controlled her life, now they're trading her like crypto? That is messed up. Does the boss care about anything but power? She's his daughter, not a pawn for the clan. The elders started the guilt trip. Miss, do it for the fam. Think of the legacy. Just take one for the team. The bald guy added, Vincent has good specs, at least. Just think about the future of House Valentine. The boss glared. If you want to stay in this house, swallow your pride and be his girl. End of story. Julieta tried to scream, but he shut her down. We gave you a luxury life. Now pay your rent and do your duty. The whole room ganged up on her, drowning out her voice with their suffocating pressure. Your only purpose is to act as an incubator, Missy. Just produce a healthy successor for the clan. Julieta trembled, absolute terror gripping her heart. Y'all, smash that like button if these guys make you want to hurl. Brother, please, she cried out. But the four-eyed traitor coldly averted his gaze. The sting of betrayal. Shattered, Julieta slumped in defeat as the villains exited, practically glowing with smugness. Major red flags all over the place. Later, Bruno emerged from the shadows of Julieta's chambers, his gaze intense. He demanded the truth. Spill the tea. Give it to me straight. No filters attached. Julieta couldn't even meet his eyes, the weight of her fate crushing her spirit. But Bruno stepped closer. Julie, her voice cracked. I can't let them shackle me like this, fam. I won't let my unborn child become just another pawn on their chessboard. I am done with this toxic place. Suddenly, Bruno gripped her hand alert, smooth operator move incoming. Julieta Valentine, I swear on my life. I have your back against the entire universe, no cap. He pressed a reverent kiss to her knuckles. Will you run away with me? The dam broke, and tears streamed down her face like a river. For the first time, hope bloomed in Julieta's chest. Suddenly crash. The window exploded inward, bathing the room in lighting so cinematic it looked like a movie poster. Bruno paused, glancing at his device. Julia, hold tight. I swore I'd save you. He threw open the door, only to find a familiar face. Ethan, hold up. Uncle Bruno. The kid looked shook. You geared up? Ethan's eyes locked in with pure determination. Let's roll. They stepped into the night, looking like the ultimate dynamic duo. Bruno felt a knot of worry in his gut, even though he knew Ethan possessed movement mechanics that put average N. P. C. players to shame. Listen, we're up against the D. C. guild. I'm not trying to drag a kid into an endgame raid boss battle. Ethan just shrugged. Figured you'd say something like that. Scram, before things get too spicy. But Ethan refused to budge. Chill out, old man. I know exactly what I signed up for. You should have dropped that expo dump before we left base, right? I'm riding with you till the wheels fall off. Bruno let out a heavy, defeated sigh. Fine, suit yourself. Ethan glanced over. Can you even track her location? Bruno tapped his high-tech wrist gear. Lady Luck is smiling on us. She kept her smartphone on. He pointed toward the skyline. Target acquired, the Alyssa Hotel. He glanced at their outfits and frowned. Speaking of which, where's our tank gear? Walking into a dungeon raid with zero drip is basically suicide. Ethan tugged at his casual shirt. I'd love to, bro, but they don't exactly craft legendary tier armor for a pint-sized body like mine. Besides, hauling that heavy metal is a total drag. Bruno looked at the kid, thinking he was ready to rush B without a proper strategy. Used to this level of aggro, Ethan smirked. I still got that ring you dropped for me, so don't trip. Bruno raised an eyebrow. You actually know how to trigger its active skill. Ethan held it up, the metal glinting. Yup, plot twist. That wedding ring was actually a high-tier mana buff item. Flashback to the year 2026, when the Southern Europe Alliance raided the Abyss. The whole world thought it was Mission Impossible, but when they cleared the Black Dungeon, the internet absolutely broke with praise for the heroes. Players everywhere were reading the raid logs with total hype, worshipping the ground these guys walked on. But the hidden truth in that dungeon diary? It was absolutely cursed. Massive trigger warning, folks, this gets dark. Most of the raid party hailed from Italy, and the top-ranking dogs all carry the infamous surname, Mayan. They literally used a woman as a farming tool to harvest superior Mayan genes. And that poor woman, it was their own mother. Absolutely disgusting. Ethan realized that in the previous timeline, Bruno likely died trying to save her from that hell. Bruno snapped him back to reality. Target in sight. Don't chicken out now. Ethan smirked, eyes cold. Regrets? The only ones catching L's tonight will be them. The gate guards frowned, confused. Who goes there? Bruno locked eyes with them. Showtime. Ethan nodded. Bet. They speed blitzed the entrance, dropping the guards in one shot before they could even blink. G, G, E, Z. Cut to Janko's VIP room. He was raging hard, smashing things. Why did we have to switch hotels? This place is trash. Tom tried to de-escalate the situation. Bro, there's probably a strategic reason for the move. Just chill. Weird timing with these issues on meeting day, though. Julieta chimed in with a savage roast. Maybe the hotel just has a strict policy against trash like you. Janko completely lost it, screaming profanities while Tom stood there, looking awkward as hell. I didn't even know the princess was in this server region. Janko laughed bitterly. Same, I only found out from the trending news feed. I thought it was fake news clickbait at first, but since her own brother confirmed the leaks, it must be legit, right? Julieta scoffed at them. It's hilarious that it takes a full squad of grown men just to guard one woman. Totally embarrassing. Do you mind guys have zero shame? Janko grabbed his weapon, veins popping. Things were getting heated. Yo, princess, shut your trap. You think just because you have royalty in your bio that we can't touch you. We aren't holding back out of pity. Julieta glared. Excuse me. Janko placed a creepy hand on her shoulder, invading her personal space. He grinned like a total psycho. If we wanted to, we could have already had some fun on that mattress. She shoved him away with pure disgust. You crazy freaks. She spat right in Janko's face. Savage. He roared. You got a death wish, girl. Suddenly, Albert's voice cut through the tension. Albert walked in, his mana flaring ominously. He stared Janko down until the goon got nervous. Ah, gotta love that brotherly bond. Where do you think you're going? Albert asked coldly. Janko swore. This chick's attitude stinks. I need some fresh air. Tom showed him something on a tablet. Julieta decided to troll Albert next. Hey, I'm starving. Go buy me a bento box from the convenience store. And get some dessert while you're at it. Errand boy. Albert face-palmed while Tom shook his head. Can't we just call room service? Albert's expression turned dead serious. Yo, you got wax in your ears? She ordered convenience store snacks, not excuses. The guy was practically vibrating with terror. Right, my bad. Tom bounced to cool his head. Unbeck. Get this through that concrete skull, you aren't Unbeck Valentine, you're Unbeck Marin. He drilled holes into Tom with his glare, and just shrugged. No biggie. Tom chuckled. Aight, catch you on the flip side. The door clicked shut, sealing the tension in with Julieta and Unbeck. He stood up. Going somewhere? I said stay put. Julieta was steaming. Do you have zero chill? I gotta go drop a massive log. Okay. Nature calls. Geez. Julieta facepalmed, sliding down like a melting candle. Memories flooded back. He swore that even if the world hunted her, he'd be her absolute shield. You're riding with me till the end, right? She called out to Brew, then buried her face and let the tears flow in the bathroom. Janko strutted out, whistling a tune. Room service time. Suddenly, he froze. That pressure. Was that pure killing intent? Ethan launched like a missile, blade singing. Janko caught the steel with bare hands but stumbled back, cracking his skull against the wall. You want smoke? Ethan grilled him. Looks like Lady Luck is smiling at me today. Janko gnashed his teeth, eyes burning with fury. You little punk, Ethan pointed his blade. Bro, pull your pants up first. I'll give you a second to look decent. Let's rewind 1 hour. Cyan was spamming buffs like a cheat code: speed boost, acceleration, muscle enhancement, raw power overload. She kept layering the spells: defense up, regen, mana recovery, magic resistance. He was rocking a full tank build. Ethan was hyped. Thanks, sis. But yo, what about the randoms? If they get caught in the crossfire, that's bad PR. Seo grinned. Chill. The Heavenly Maiden Gov already cleared the building. He pumped his fist. Sweet, guilt-free destruction. Awesome. Plus, with that mana potion looted from Uncle So-hun, his stats were breaking the charts. Locked and loaded. Ethan faced Janko. It was showtime. Tight hallway. And the bad guy was empty-handed. Can't waste this open shot. He charged like a raging beast. I'm ending your story right here. Janko threw a haymaker, but our boy weaved like a pro. The punch turned the wall to dust. Ethan pivoted, launching a vicious counter. Sword raised, eyes glowing with murder. He rushed in, fueled by a mountain of buffs and potions. Time to go max power, don't you think? Janko threw up a shield, desperate to survive the onslaught. Ethan didn't flinch, aiming straight for the throat. His blade crashed into Janko's barrier with a sonic boom. The defense shattered like glass. Janko was shook. This wasn't the same scrub he fought before. He layered 3 shields, and this dude sliced through them like butter? No way. Ethan pressed the advantage. Is that all you got? He delivered a front kick that sent Janko flying across the hall. Taking the full force, Janko slammed into the concrete, screaming as his bones rattled. He popped another shield running on fumes. Janko was losing it. Damn it. It's too cramped in here to fight for real. He needed an exit. Fast. Ethan glared, raining down attacks like a storm without mercy. Critical hit incoming. The sword aimed straight for Janko's skull. He barely dodged by a hair's breadth. Janko whipped a piece from his pocket. Ethan threw up a shield just in time. By the time he sensed the vibe switch, Janko was already booking it. Ethan yelled, "You coward. You're seriously dipping on me." He gripped his sword and sprinted. Where do you think you're going? Janko's defense was crumbling under the pressure. Janko ground his teeth. He didn't think it would get this messy. Ethan watched him scramble like a trapped rat. You're sloppy. A rank 13 is still a rank 13. Seeing Ethan on his tail, he cursed, "Annoying brat," and leveled the gun. Die. Ethan didn't back down. Look who's talking. Today is the anniversary of your funeral. He crunched the numbers. Time was running out. His buffs and mana were draining like water. Ethan chugged a mysterious vial. Janko's eyes widened. That stuff. Don't tell me that's the legendary government potion. This guy is too careful. Should have ended him earlier. No time to hit the 18th floor now. He needed steel. Anything sharp. Janko spotted a blade nearby just as he lost visuals on Ethan. He lunged. Ethan swung his sword for a surprise strike. Danger sense tingling. Sword clashed with knife. The shockwave was so insane it blew out every window in the hall. Janko glared like a demon. "Who the hell are you?" Ethan replied, cold as ice. "The guy writing your obituary." His aura was overwhelming, knocking Janko back. Ethan dashed forward, swinging for the fences. His sword dug into Janko's shield. Janko smirked, running on fumes. "Aren't you?" He grabbed Ethan's arm, locking the blade down. Janko pinned him to the floor and snatched the weapon. "He had to kill this kid. Right now. Did you really think I wouldn't have a toy of my own? Yo, check it out. That killer intent rolling off him is suffocating." Ethan unleashes a roar that shakes the heavens. The spirit of vengeance is online, folks. Darkness consumes him. And Janko? He's terrified as his mana gets siphoned away like a drink on a hot day. "Back off, you creeps." Janko tries to side-eye him, but it's a wrap. Ethan activates Heavenly Step whoosh. He closes the gap instantly. That blade flash, faster than a lagging server. It's a barrage of steel. He's raining down combo after combo, giving Janko absolutely zero chill time. Talk about suffocating pressure. The villain is salty, calling our boy brainless. But trash talk won't save you. Boom. Ethan launches him into the ceiling, turning the furniture into pixelated confetti. The room is totally wrecked, demolition job complete. But neither of them is ready to call a timeout. The hype train has no brakes. Janko dusts himself off with a flex. "What's good? Your damage output is dropping. Kid, where's that main character energy you had a second ago?" Meanwhile, Shady Albert is lurking in the hallway. He fixes his glasses, all serious. "Julieta, I'm doing this for the Valentine legacy. You feel me?" Only silence answers him. She left him on red, big time. You can see the veins popping on Albert's forehead. He is losing his cool. "I'm dipping. Hit up Tom if you need the scoop." He turns to leave. But wait, he freezes solid. Someone just rolled up on the scene. Albert does that creepy anime glasses push and goes. "Long time no see." And look who it is. Bruno stumbles in looking absolutely wasted. Bruno's eyes are burning with rage. He growls. "Where is she?" Albert looks so done with being grilled like a burger. He keeps it icy, replying, "Listen, bro. Whoever snatched Julieta gets deleted from existence. Betrayal equals death. You know the guild rules. But I'm feeling generous today. Come back to the family, Bruno. Party up with me, and we'll crush the competition together." Bruno isn't hearing it. He swings wildly, shouting, "Save your breath." Albert whips out a piece smooth as butter. Click. "Oh, you want the smoke? Say less." He aims the barrel right at Bruno, but our wild man doesn't even flinch an inch. Remember, Bruno took a massive L last time they clashed. Back to the main boss raid, Janko is trolling hard. "What's wrong? Your attacks are hitting like a wet napkin. Where's that fighting spirit?" Ethan just cracks his smirk. "Looking for this?" Janko snaps. "You cheeky little brat." Our boy is vibing now, grinning like a fox with a plan. "Hey, Boomer, need a health potion?" "Oh, wait, you out of stock?" That hit a nerve. Janko grinds his teeth, draws his blade, and unleashes a catastrophic strike. Ethan is shook. He barely gets his guard up, his mana bar is flashing red. He's running on fumes, guys. The defense fails. Janko blasts him back, but Ethan hits a sick aerial recovery so he doesn't get ragdolled across the map. The villain cackles. "All that level grinding for this? You got soft. Kiddo, go play fetch." Suddenly, magic hounds spawn from thin air. Ethan has to double jump just to avoid getting chomped. Not today. Ethan spins his sword, revving it up like a drill. Get ready for the 1-point piercing strike. Zero hesitation, he dive bombs the target. Before the old man can blink, Ethan is right in his grill. Say what now? Ethan is moving at frame-breaking speeds. Janko panics and frantically snatches a piece from his inventory. Ethan draws his own iron instantly. It's high noon, baby. They pull the triggers at the exact same split second. Bang. Janko cheated with a magic barrier. But Ethan, he eats a bullet right to the shoulder. That's critical damage. Ethan grunts, clutching the wound. Janko exhales, relieved. Finally. "Welcome to my playground, rookie." He laughs like a total psycho. Magic circles flare up as he charges a barrage of arrows. Spera Ekaso. It's a bullet hell scatter shot. Janko's eyes are glowing with malice. Ethan grits his teeth, bracing for the incoming storm. Ethan is dancing through the danger zone. Janko screams, "Stop running, you rat." Those arrows have aimbot enabled. They are tracking him down. Evasion is eating up his stamina bar fast. But wait, he spots a pixel of an opening, spins, and goes for the counterplay. He tries to parry. But the aggro is too high. The arrows punch straight through his defense. HP is plummeting, blood everywhere, but he refuses to log off. Another arrow shreds his thigh. He is just face-tanking the pain like a boss. The barrage stops. Ethan freezes, chest heaving, totally gassed. He is in a major pinch right now, fam. Janko isn't done trolling. He levels the gun again to finish the job. Game over, kid. Thanks for playing. The magic dogs respawn. They clamp onto Ethan's legs, crowd control effect applied. Panic sets in, but suddenly, a mana tornado swirls over his head. He keeps his cool. Can't dodge? Fine. He loads up the 1-point pierce to blast the mutts and cleanse the debuff. Ethan spins, locking onto the beasts. They're still gnawing on him like he's a chew toy. He shatters the hold and jump scares Janko. Sword slash incoming. Janko bugs out, yelling, "You kidding me?" before flinging Ethan sky high. But the moment Ethan touches down, he lands right on a glowing rune. He's completely boxed in. Ethan's face drops, he just triggered a trap card. By the time he clocks it, it's too late. The reality shatters in a heartbeat. The floor detonates beneath him. He crumples, fresh blood splattering the tiles. Is this the bad ending? Ethan was crunching the RNG numbers in his head. Running now equaled an instant game over. He needed a heal, like yesterday. But suddenly, Janko pulled a total yoink on the potion. With a grin nastier than a goblin, he sneered. Trying to hog all the XP potions to yourself, he ripped the bottle away like a cafeteria bully. Ethan was mentally spamming every banned word in the chat. Meanwhile, Janko wouldn't zip it, raving. Damn, the drop quality in this server is S tier. Instant full recovery? That's broken. Ethan blocked out the noise, his brain totally locked on finding a glitch in the map to escape through. Ha! Janko threw a sucker punch. Ethan triggered Heavenly Step just in time. Even off balance, he spun around to parry like a pro gamer. Clang! His weapon hit the deck. Janko crushed a boot onto his chest, growling. I'm not letting you log out that easily, noob. Physics took a vacation as Ethan got yeeted across the room, smashing into the wall with the force of a tactical nuke. Janko cackled like a raid boss. Trash mobs need to learn their place. You really thought a level 1 crook could step to a level 100 boss? Red pixels sprayed everywhere. Janko froze, actually surprised. Did the devs delete his account already? That basic attack shouldn't have caused a disconnect. Suddenly, his eyes bugged out like anime visuals. Ethan flicked an empty glass vial onto the floor, voice icy cool. Real talk? I should have popped my ult way earlier. He stepped out of the smoke, face emotionless, aura screaming murder. Janko shrieked, You glitch! How many buffs did you just stack? He shrugged, smooth as butter. I drank the whole inventory. You got a problem with my build. Janko's CPU fried. Watching a corpse hit max HP and mana was wild, but resetting cooldowns instantly. That's cheating. And hold up, his mana bar is basically infinite now compared to before. Is that a passive skill? Janko gasped. Ethan smirked. Skill? Nah fam. I'm just decked out in legendary gear. Janko went pale as a ghost. He stared in horror at the accessory on Ethan's wrist, a mythic tier amplifier bracelet. Janko was sweating bullets. No shot. Just how broken is this guy's character sheet? Wait, I still have a window. His aim is trash tier. I can definitely out-DPS him in a ranged fight. Ethan raised the pistol, looking at Janko like he was a farmable creep. No cutscene speech, just point and click. Janko fired back, laughing inside. Skill issue. Kid, you fired too early. Enjoy the respawn timer. Ethan sidestepped the lethal shot with god-tier ping. Before Janko could even process the miss, Ethan snagged the blade dropped earlier. The guy stood there buffering, totally lost. Ethan was already winding up for the finisher. He yeeted the sword straight at Janko's gun arm, muttering, bot behavior. Agony spiked through Janko as the steel connected. His arm was severed, clean off. Ethan remained sub-zero. Crying already? The tutorial isn't even over. Didn't you say trash mobs need a beating to learn the meta? Janko clutched his stump, blood fountaining, eyes burning with pure salt. The critical hit landed. Janko hissed, barely keeping his avatar upright. But the trash isn't me. He wobbled, still trying to talk smack in the chat. It's you, isn't it? Meanwhile, down the hall, a body got launched like a projectile. Bruno Valentine was going full berserker mode, throwing haymakers with Beast Style 3. His fist cratered the floor, turning concrete into confetti. Ambe Valentin watched the tantrum, eyebrows twitching with cringe. Bruno didn't pause, spamming the attack button. Ambe kited him smoothly, realized the vibe was off, and turned to dip. But Bruno's combo chain kept coming, hunting him down the corridor. Suddenly, Ambe froze. Bruno had closed the distance like a beast. A death punch grazed his cheek. Instead of panic, pure mockery. Same recycled animations. He caught Bruno's arm, voice dripping with sarcasm. I thought you unlocked new skills, but this update is mid. Out of nowhere, a deafening boom rattled the server. Anbei pressed his heater to Bruno's chest and clicked, but the slug didn't pierce it, ricocheted off his abs like a Nerf dart. Anbei rolled his eyes, losing patience with this gameplay. What's the strats here? Just standing there, tanking DPS like a target dummy? Bruno had popped Warrior's Shield 2 to save his skin, but HP was leaking from his mouth. Enraged, he raised a fist to rearrange Anbei's face. But before Bruno could land the crit, Anbei shut him down, pausing the fight instantly. 2 reasons you took the L today. First off, your attack patterns are way too readable. Second, your mana bar is empty and your buffs are blinking red. You froze because your cooldowns are lag-locking you. All you have left is defense magic. You basically soft-locked yourself into a corner. Genius. Bruno cursed his resource management. His shield couldn't hold the aggro anymore and shattered into digital dust. Anbei raised the iron to finish the quest, but suddenly, Julieta Valentin crashed the lobby. She screamed, "Cut the stream. This isn't the deal. You swore you wouldn't grief my guild." The guy has absolutely zero chill. Instead of backing off, he points the piece right at her. His voice is cold as ice. "You really pulled up just to chat about our promise?" Albert starts barking orders like a drill sergeant. "We're wrapping this up here, so don't move a muscle." He literally has the barrel of the gun pressed right against her forehead. Julieta isn't scared though. She grabs the heater and dares him. "Do it. Pull the trigger if you have the guts." I did not see that coming from her. Albert is absolutely losing his mind. He screams at Bruno, "Yo, back off. Do you have a death wish or something?" It's not just him. Janko and Tom are crashing the party too. He's asking if they think acting crazy is going to impress him. All I need is. Before she can even finish her sentence, Bruno cuts her off. "I promise I protect you, princess. Just give the word." She screams out, "Don't move, Bruno." But he keeps walking forward like a tank. Albert doesn't hesitate and pulls the trigger. Julieta screams, totally helpless. Bruno literally blocks the bullet with his bare hand. Albert is shook. He doesn't get what's happening. He catches the bullet. Actually catches it in his palm like a baseball. Looking fierce, he drops this line with max riz. "One word is enough, Julieta. Even if the whole world turns on us, I only need you. So give me an answer." Then Bruno blasts out a massive wave of hellfire. Albert stares for a second, then throws up a shield just in time to dodge that surprise attack. He's hiding behind that barrier, trying not to get roasted like barbecue chicken by those crazy flames. Bruno clutches his arm in pain and whispers, "Julieta?" She reaches out weakly, tears streaming down her face like a waterfall. "Save me." Meanwhile, over by Seon-ah and Janko, the fighting stops for a split second. Hearing Janko whining, he mocks him, "Bro, it's just one arm. Why are you being so dramatic?" The arm is literally lying there in a puddle of blood. Seon-ah casually asks, "Can't you just glue that back on with healing magic or something?" Janko freaks out and screams, "Stop," but obviously, our boy isn't gonna let him off the hook that easy. Janko freezes as Seon-ah stomps on the severed arm. Blood splatters everywhere. Janko can't do anything but watch in horror. He starts screaming curses. "You little brat." Then he summons an explosive fire spell. Seon-ah wonders, is that some kind of wide-range bombardment spell? He sees the fire coming and figures he's safe if he keeps his distance. But the fire chases him like a hungry beast. Seon-ah grits his teeth. "I'm using high-speed mana. How is it still catching up?" The fire is right at his heels. Boom! A huge explosion goes off right behind him, sending him tumbling 30 feet across the ground. When he finally stops rolling, he is so ticked off. But before he can recover, he senses something weird in the air. Janko launches his second rapid-fire attack. But our main character, zero fear in his eyes. Seon-ah isn't backing down either. He fires off a piercing counterattack. He grits his teeth thinking, just a little faster. He dashes away right as another explosion pops off behind him. He's full of killer intent, ready to take Janko down. Janko is terrified, thinking he's about to get slashed. But suddenly, Seon-ah feels something wrong with his body. He's frustrated. Why now? This kid body has reached its absolute limit. Seeing him wobble, Janko thinks, I don't know what's up, but this is my chance. An iron cage appears out of nowhere and traps Seon-ah inside. Seon-ah tries to break the cage thinking, damn it, I gotta end this before I pass out. No hesitation. He slashes through the iron bars, but his sword shatters into pieces. Seon-ah's eyes go red with rage. Janko lands a surprise hit that sends him flying back. He recovers fast, hand on the ground, charging up purple energy in the other hand for a counter. He slams the ground, unleashing all his dark energy. Janko laughs. What do you think that weak move is going to do? Veins pop out on Janko's remaining arm as he grips his blade. He screams as the attack hits. I already lost one arm. Suddenly, something smacks the gun in Seon-ah's hand. The clash of energies shatters the ground instantly. Both Seon-ah and Janko get blown backward by the impact. The hand holding the gun is in agonizing pain, shaking right down to the bone. You can see the suffering written all over his face. Janko roars, "Go to hell," but Unha is too quick and dodges just in time. He pivots, locks in his stance, and unloads the clip on Janko. A bullet slams right into Janko's chest, blood spraying everywhere. But Janko just gets angrier and charges in for a desperate counterattack. Janko's flame whip snagged his leg like a lasso from hell. Slam. He hit the pavement face first. No mercy. Janko dug into his ribs, then wound up a haymaker that practically rearranged his dental work. The guy went absolutely feral, just throwing paws and screaming, "Rot in the underworld," I said. "Burn." Unha clawed at the air, trembling, then total shutdown. But Janko, he kept stomping like he was putting out a campfire with his boots. He backed off, chest puffing out. "Show's over, people. That's a wrap." Then boom, with a primal roar, he unleashed a final, earth-shaking combo. He stood amidst the dust, posing like the main boss of a dungeon. That psycho grin stretched wide. "Good game," Ez clap. But then, the paranoia hit. Wait, if he's not fully ghosted, I'm squeezing his neck till the ticking stops. But the moment Janko reached down, snap. Onha's grip locked onto his wrist like a steel trap. He chomped down on that arm like a starving beast. The agony was instant, making Janko shriek like a banshee. "You rat!" He punted Unha off him with a desperate scream. The kick sent our boy rocketing straight into the ceiling plaster. Oof! Janko started trash-talking immediately. "You gutter trash. Showed your true colors, huh? But what's the play here, Einstein? Look at this. I'm still on my feet, baby. Untouchable." That flex died instantly. Suddenly hack. He spewed a fountain of crimson blood across the floor. Janko's eyes went wide. "No shot. Am I actually taking damage? Why is my mana flow glitching out?" Hands shaking, knees buckling. He hit the dirt. Through the searing pain, the truth clicked. "It's a mana backlash." He howled. "What did you do?" Unha just chilled there, casually holding up a glowing green vial. Tier 6. Ghost Spider Venom. It jams your energy circuits, locks your mana, and then permanent sleep mode. Janko's brain short-circuited. Did this maniac actually stash poison inside his own mouth? Janko writhed on the tiles, spitting curses. "You moron. You trying to double KO us? Is that it?" Yunha flashed a dark smirk. "Bruh. Who carries just the poison? That's rookie behavior." He downed the antidote and shrugged. "Obviously, I brought the cure." Janko screamed, "You're psycho." Unha snatched the gun. "Yo, quit cussing in Korean. Your accent is straight garbage, by the way." Then he leveled the barrel right between Janko's eyes. Janko tried to bluff through the fear. "You sure about this? You'll regret it. I'm Chetty Bloodline. Bro, you delete me, it's an international crisis. The whole world's gonna put a bounty on your head. Are you ready to fight the whole plan?" Unha cut him dead. "Shut your trap." He got tired of the NPC dialogue and jammed the steel muzzle deep into Janko's mouth. Yunha squatted down, eyes like ice. "The winner writes the rules. I decide who my enemies are. You lost. Now go say what's up to your ancestors." Janko's eyes almost popped out of his skull. Bang! Cold lead tore right through the back of his throat. The wrecked room fell dead silent. Yunha dropped the piece, slumped to the floor, and exhaled a heavy breath. He mumbled, "Got one pot left. Do I chug it and go support Bruno? Man, I'm basically running on 1 HP. Behind a wall, Tom peeked out, clutching a plastic bag to steady his trembling hands. "What just happened? I can't believe a Chetty Elite just got deleted by some random kid. I mean, the kid's on death's door, but finishing him might waste too much clock. Gotta dip before the Korean server players show up." SN is already raiding the Alice Hotel. Tom ran the numbers. Neutralizing Julieta Valentine was priority number 1. Meanwhile, Bruno Valentine was blitzing Albrecht like a runaway freight train, eyes burning with fury. Even Albrecht looked shook. Kapow! Bruno's uppercut launched Albrecht into the stratosphere. He smashed the ceiling, leaving a crater. Albrecht thought, "Did this dude get a buff? He's hitting way harder than the patch notes said." Lightning fast, Bruno rushed in to chain a combo. Albrecht froze up, staring death in the face. Just as Bruno wound up the finisher, a voice sliced through the chaos. "Hold it right there." Tom had a blade pressed to Julieta's jugular. "Game over. Drop the mana shields unless you want front row seats to her funeral." "Julieta," Bruno panicked. Tom pressed the steel harder, drawing a thin crimson line. "Don't twitch a muscle. Stand down and hands in the sky. You think I'm bluffing? Try me." Bruno didn't dare gamble and threw his hands up. Tom turned to his ally. "Mr. Albrecht, we gotta bounce. We're out of time." Janko's toast. Albrecht racked his gun slide, cold as dry ice. "Understood." So Janko already checked into the Afterlife Hotel. Tom tried to clap back, but the man got muted before he could even finish his sentence. One loud bang, and bro just face-planted into the floor. Instant game over. Julieta froze up like a deer in headlights, realizing she was trapped in a legit nightmare. Anby's piece was smoking like a barbecue grill as he laughed like a total psycho. Finally deleted that glitch. I didn't think he'd fold that easily, though. Now the Mayan clan has zero clout. Listen up, fam, I got a proposition. Come back to the winning team. It's time to wreck the Mayans and rebuild our empire. Julieta gasped, looking at him like he had grown a second head. Are you delusional? She was definitely suspicious. This guy was spouting nonsense he would never say before. Did the stress of being the boss fry his circuits? This wasn't the Anby she knew. He flashed a grin that screamed trouble. We can exploit this whole mess in Korea. The Mayan crew will destroy themselves trying to get revenge. Just come home, Julieta. If you have any loyalty left, grab the big guy and get back to the grind. Suddenly, a cold voice cut in like a blade. Who gave you permission to poach my party members? Ethan dashed in with main character energy, swinging his sword with zero hesitation. Anby's reflexes were cracked. He hopped back and tried to stomp Ethan out. Ethan looked savage, returning the favor by skewering Anby's thigh like a kebab. But Anby wasn't a noob. He started blasting, forcing Ethan to back up against the wall. Stop wasting my time. Anby snarled, deciding to delete the tank first. But then he saw Julieta fully buffing Bruno and screamed, "Since when are you guys a team?" Ethan smirked from the floor. Whether I need them is my call, so don't go away from keyboard on me, sis. Julieta smiled. I'm not going anywhere. She popped her ultimate skill, unleashing a massive power surge. Anby gritted his teeth in frustration while Julieta whispered, Bruno, don't die on me. Bet. Bruno launched himself forward like a homing missile locked on target. Veins were popping out of his arms. He looked ready to send Anby to the Shadow Realm. Anby was fuming because his HP was leaking fast, so he popped a shield spell. But Bruno's impact was too OP. Anby got yeeted backward while Ethan scrambled away. Anby slammed into the wall so hard his health bar probably dropped to red instantly. Bruno went full beast mode, getting more aggressive with every single second. Anby was desperate, dual-wielding his guns and spraying bullets like a maniac. Bruno didn't even flinch. He blocked the shots with his bare hands like a raid boss. When that fist connected, Anby's face got completely rearranged. Go to hell. The ceiling cracked from the pressure, and Anby got launched right out of the building. Falling through the air, he was still stubborn. I can't log out like this. I swore on my life I'd rebuild the family. I'm just getting started. Covered in red, Anby refused to accept the L. It doesn't end here. He hit the ground with a boom, but clawed his way out of the rubble like a zombie. Got a dip before the tank catches up. But suddenly, the vibe shifted. A voice dropped from above. Anby Valentine, you are under arrest for terrorism. Back at the lobby, Ga-yoon smirked. Plot twist. Invading our turf was a bad move. Wouldn't you agree? The mastermind was now trapped in a glass box, totally disabled and looking pathetic. Anby tried to gaslight them. I didn't do it. You have zero proof. Jung-hoon was about to lose it, but Ga-yoon held him back with a savage smile. Nice try. But we have you on 4K video deleting Tom Mien. It's GG's for you. Bro was grinding his teeth so hard I thought they were going to shatter. She just kept turning the screws, piling on that pressure like a boss. So an elementary schooler smoked Janko, Mayan, and he's the big bad mastermind behind the terror attack. Please. Ga-yoon smirked, absolutely cooking him. Who's actually going to buy that garbage story? Anby just glared daggers at her, forced to keep his trap shut. Then she dropped the nuke. Just a heads up. I already ran the numbers on Big Mama's political clout and the power struggle going down in Italy. You and Big Mama clipped Janko Mayan just to test the waters on the Mayan family's power, didn't you? But honestly, you look like you're caught lacking. Ga-yoon kept pressing. Word on the street is, there are other players linked to the Italian side creeping in the shadows besides you two. It really must suck to be you. The realization hit Anby instantly. So Tom Mayan wasn't the only shadow tailing his every move. The Mayan clan had been pulling strings in the dark this entire time. Ga-yoon delivered the checkmate. We've got all the Italians from the scene on lockdown. They're my leverage for a little deal with you, he whispered. Defeated? What's the price? She stepped up, cold as ice, completely ignoring the lies she spun earlier. Looking Anby dead in the eye, she teased, Oh, I want a whole laundry list of things. Cut to the hospital, with sunlight vibing through the windows. In Noonha's room, a familiar voice piped up to break the peace. You just refuse to listen to your mother, huh? She pinched his ear, scolding him. Last time you got hurt, and now you're benched in the hospital for 12 whole weeks. Unha winced. Ouch, Mom. Chill out. She sighed, softening up. I just don't want you pushing yourself to the breaking point, okay? He nodded like a model son. Got it. Her eyes were just full of love. She stood up, I'll be back to visit soon, so rest up and heal, alright? Mom dipped out fast, leaving Eun-ha to recover in peace. He wondered, Dad and Sis are probably rolling up soon too, right? Yoon-ha flashed back to his sister chasing him down like a maniac. Looking out the window, the guilt hit him like a truck, sorry to the whole fam. He eyed the remote, debating. Should I catch up on the news while I wait? Click. The TV volume kicked in. Breaking news. Last night, reports flooded in about a massive explosion rocking the Hotel Alice. Although the source was unknown, the blast had locals freaking out for a hot minute. But thanks to the Italian players on site, authorities claim a mana leak warped the location into a temporary dungeon. With the hotel evacuated, the Italian players entered the dungeon to secure the area. Yeah, the NPCs are totally gonna buy that story. There was definitely a shady backroom deal between Korea and Italy. I wonder what the payout was. Eun-ha analyzed the play. Normies will swallow the lie, but that screams political trade-off. I wonder what epic loot they scored. The door swung open. Julieta chirped, How's Big Boss Eun-ha doing? Behind her, Bruno was hauling a massive cake like a beast. Eun-ha got shy. Sis, please stop calling me boss. It's weird. She shot back. Boss Eun-ha is the boss. You're a grown-up now. Learn to flex that title. He remembered their cringe PDA moment and roasted them immediately. Don't you two feel bad for ghosting me back at the hotel? Back then, he was literally waving for help like, Yo, sis. Old man, I'm bleeding out over here. They just cough awkwardly. Then, boom, Julieta and Bruno locked eyes with zero shame. Eun-ha was so lost. Suddenly, Julieta dropped to her knees. Thank you for saving me. Without you, I would have lived my whole life in total despair. Bruno followed suit. Eun-ha, I can never repay the debt I owe you in this lifetime. Yoon-ha panicked. Whoa, hold up. Sis, old man, stand up. Seriously, you're making it weird. She started reciting an oath, voice trembling with emotion. Tonight, in the silence of the dark, under the moon and stars, I humbly make this sacred pact. Bruno chimed in with absolute respect. I will give my all for my savior, and I swear to protect the honor of my brother. If anyone asks where I hail from, this is my answer. Both put hands on hearts, perfectly synced up. My father is the sun, and my mother is the moon. Yoon-ha sighed softly, looking at them with a warm, wholesome vibe. Julieta teased him again. With this pact, I can officially call you Boss Eun-ha, right? Hey, Bru, maybe we should let our kid be Eun-ha's #1 disciple? He agreed. Great idea. Eun-ha tuned them out, thinking, I ain't planning to be a player, and I definitely don't want to join the mafia. He raised a hand. Why are y'all deciding my future without asking me first? Julieta pushed. Come on, let our kid be your apprentice. He frowned, missing the point completely, then snapped. Wait, what kid? The baby. Which baby do you think? She beamed with pure happiness. We're having a baby. We've been dying to tell you. Finally, it clicked. Congrats, you guys. Sis, I'm just glad you're safe. Julieta dug in her bag. Oh, check this out. She flashed a card. Eun-ha took it. What's this? Julieta grinned. Read the name. Eun-ha squinted. The name? It was 2 IDs for the young couple, but the last names were different. Yoon-ha's jaw hit the floor. No way. What is this? She threw her hands up, glowing. What? We decided to start a fresh life, so we swapped our last names. Julieta gave a thumbs up. In this sitch, taking Eun-ha's last name makes the most sense, right? Call us no Julieta and no Bruno from now on. Eun-ha stared at the ID card like it was a cursed object, his face hitting the floor. Oh, heck no, he screamed. We're chilling in this dusty hallway where books are stacked up like a library just exploded. Cut to Jun-sik, looking like the final boss in his room, scanning intel. Found you, Bruno says, sliding into the frame like a shadow. Word on the street is you scrubbed our data completely clean, boss. Bruno bows with mad respect. Seriously, we owe you big time for this one. Inside Bruno's head, the gears are turning. This elder guy, he hooked us up with a crib day 1. And now a total cover-up? The dude is carrying us hard. The old man chuckles, cool as a cucumber. Chin up, soldier. Yeah, I pulled a few strings. No biggie. The goddess is totally obsessed with your ID, by the way. Jun-sik flashes back to the chat where she was spamming him like, Who is that? Tell me. Who is that squad? Who are they? Who? Bruno looks all awkward like, I got nothing. He just drops a, thank you, sir. But the old man keeps spilling the tea. Even with the magic potions, I got your back. Besides, the Alice Hotel got snatched up by the Dawn and Y Corporation anyway. Since that's a dead end, I'm ditching hospitality and going all in on medical tech. Jun-sik turns, eyes deadly serious. Watch your 6, though. The goddess promised to quit snooping, but let's be real, her word is trash. Bruno nods. Copy that. Then the elder drops a wholesome bomb. So, you're technically unemployed right now, yeah? Ever thought about signing on as my exclusive player? Bruno, currently jobless, just stands there buffering. The old man adds, hey, no pressure. If the vibe is off, I won't force it. But Bruno catches the hidden vibe. June Sick is basically saying, even if you quit being my shield, just keep protecting those kids like you've been doing. Bruno looks at him like he's seeing a literal saint. The old man just busts out laughing. Yo, quit staring at me like that. You're gonna burn a hole right through my chest. Bruno snaps out of it. Yes, sir. A super cute family photo pops up. June Sick's voice gets all warm and fuzzy. No hidden agenda. Just want to help these kids who walked into this old man's life. I just want to see him smile, you know. Bruno doesn't even hesitate. I'm in. Count me in. The elder smiles. Thanks, kid. Bruno dips out and shuts the door. Jun Sik sits there, totally alone. Man, I'm really getting old, huh? His eyes look heavy with memories. Getting all emo at my age. He strokes the book in his hand gently. What do you think? Honey? The photo of him and his wife sits there. The love still strong. Flashback. The ocean is literally screaming under a gloomy gray sky. A tsunami like a massive wall smashes into the battleship. The whole thing is rocking violently. Lightning is crashing like war drums. Apocalypse time. The sailors are backing up, absolutely terrified. It's coming. Brace yourselves. Out of the pitch-black water, a humongous shadow rises up, razor-sharp teeth and glowing red eyes. Creepy levels, 100. Bam! It rams the hull, shaking everything apart. The ship literally snaps in half. The monster dives back down as a voice cuts through the chaos. Now, the sailors are freezing up seeing that giant shadow. The commander screams orders as the Leviathan surfaces to wreak havoc again. It lunges. Those teeth look like steel blades aiming straight for the ship's bow. The sailors are turning ghost white. The Leviathan is fully revealed, shimmering purple-black scales like wet metal, body long like a dragon. It literally steps onto the water. Compared to this beast, the boat looks like a tiny toy. It lets out a roar that shakes the entire ocean. Pure chaos. The spear saint, Namgong Sangun, yells, move. Go, go, go. Suddenly, ice traps the Leviathan. Sangun leaps off the deck. I'll carve a bloody path. He lands perfectly on a giant iceberg. Staring down the colossal monster, Sangun doesn't even flinch. Zero fear, he charges straight in. I'm taking an arm as a souvenir, but the ice starts cracking. The Leviathan breaks free and screams at the sky. Sangun dives from above like a missile. He unleashes the Plum Blossom Ice Spear technique, aiming right for the beast's maw. Channeling the full power of the North Wind Blizzard into his spear, he hurls it with everything he's got straight at the Leviathan. Back to the present, checking the news feed. Leviathan raid complete. But dang, the casualty report is looking rough. Onha figures Namgong Sangun is gonna retire and bounce from the 12 zodiacs within a couple of years. Cut to the junior high entrance exam. Onha's little sis comes barreling in, shouting, Big brother. She tackles him. Play with me. I'm literally dying of boredom. Yoonha looks down at the little gremlin. Huh? Wait, big sis isn't out yet. The little one ignores him. Let's play word chain. Come on. Unha starts overthinking. I heard there's a ton of applicants, so it's running late. She's probably fine. Right? Nothing bad happened. Surely. He sighs. Okay, fine. I'll start. He drops the word ice cold. Rewind a few hours. The monitoring room is buzzing. The proctors are glued to the screens, watching every move in the exam zones. Listen up, chat. This isn't just some aptitude test. They're hunting for the real deal kids with the player factor. The head supervisor barks an order. Switch the feed in Gym 2. Give me eyes on candidate 39 and 40. Now, another suit speaks up. Number 40? You mean Ryan Hwa? The one with the insane mana stats. A red-haired dude chimes in, zero doubts about her skills. She was already marked as a top C before the exam even started. Jeon Hoa is absolutely demolishing the obstacle course like it is a Sunday morning jog. The head supervisor watches her fly and asks, hold up, what is the status on number 39? Ethan is hot on her heels, literally going full beast mode. The assistant flips his clipboard and reports, that is Nuna, sir. She is absolutely devouring the track out there. Suddenly, a blazing fire trap erupts from the ground. Jeon Hoa hurdles it with zero effort clean as a whistle. But up next, a glowing green ring that screams instant death. Ethan clears the hazard in a heartbeat. The head supervisor is practically trembling just watching these two monsters tear up the arena. He demands, is that girl a seed player as well? But the assistant shakes his head in disbelief. Negative, sir. She is a complete ghost, a total unknown. Jin-ho looks bored out of her mind, while Ethan is practically waltzing through the death traps. The boss realizes, do we have another legendary rookie rising from the shadows? He smirks to himself, thinking, forget Netflix. Watching the main seed and this mystery girl is the only entertainment I need today. The supervisor nods, convinced the rankings are set. But then, the glasses guy adjusts his frames and drops a truth bomb. Sir. I do not think they are using a single drop of mana. The boss is absolutely floored. Excuse me, you mean Hoa and Ethan are speedrunning this hellscape with just raw physical stats? The supervisor is left speechless. They crush the exam with pure muscle. That is God tier. Exam terminated. First place, 6 minutes and 36 seconds, number 40, Seon-ah. Rank A+. Second place, 6 minutes and 39 seconds, number 39, Nuna. Also rank A+. Ethan recalls Seo-young's golden rule. Do not use mana during the test, you hear me. Only engage it if it is life or death, otherwise keep that power locked down. She flashes back to her grueling training days. But why, big sis? Shouldn't a top-tier player be a master of mana control? Isn't that the whole name of the game? Seo-young lectured. Players get cornered in nightmares all the time. You have to forge a body of steel for when the magic runs dry. Stay ready for anything. Ethan finally gets it, big sis was spitting facts. It is way too easy to get addicted to blasting mana for every little problem. She glances over, eyes sparkling with curiosity. She never expected to spot another absolute lunatic running the course, mana-free. She locks eyes on Hoa chugging water. Ethan thinks, dang, she's even faster than I am. She strolls up to break the ice. Yo, you are an absolute machine out there. Ethan is hyping her up like a fangirl. I didn't think anyone else would be crazy enough to run this course mana-free like me. Janko looks totally unimpressed. She gives a microscopic nod, keeps a face cold as ice, and just walks away. Ethan is left standing there like, okay? Did I just get ghosted in real life? Is she just super shy or what? Before she can spiral, the instructor launches the briefing. Listen up, squad. I am about to drop the details for the final exam. Behind this gate lies a colossal maze. The layout shifts periodically, and you will all be airdropped into random coordinates to start. There are safe zones scattered inside stocked with supplies, so you can take a breather if you feel like you are going to pass out. Ethan and Hoa are locked in, absorbing every word. The teacher adds one final, spicy detail. For this round, mana and weapons are fully green-lit. And hey, you can squad up with other candidates if you want. Alliances are valid. Suddenly, Hiji slides into the chat. Excuse me? You two took first and second place, right? Ethan clocks her presence immediately. She extends a hand with perfect manners. Hi, I am Choi Hiji. Ethan beams back. Hey, nice to meet ya. I am Nuna. They shake on it. I am from Donggak Elementary, right near the gate. I am actually top tier at mana control. Just humble bragging. Ethan thinks, wow, confidence level 1000. Hiji cuts straight to the chase. Hey Nona, want to join our squad? Ethan gets a bit shy. Team up, but won't the maze RNG split us up anyway? Hiji flashes a blindingly bright smile. I mean, if we bump into each other inside, let's promise to watch each other's backs. No betrayal arc here. Okay. Ethan is totally down for that. She turns to Hoa. Hey, you want to join the alliance too? But the Ice Queen shuts it down instantly. I do not need help. I work alone. Ethan waves awkwardly as she walks off. Okay, catch you later. Hiji is watching Hoa's retreat like a hawk. Hiji's minions start trash-talking immediately. Nona, you good? That girl is so toxic, ignoring you like that. I bet she is a total loner at school. Probably has 0 friends. Ethan waves it off. It is cool, guys. Don't worry about it. She didn't do anything to make me mad. But the girls keep roasting her. She acts like she is the main character or something. So arrogant. What a weirdo. Ethan realizes, yeah, hanging out with this plastic clique is going to be exhausting. Ethan sighs, feeling a bit awkward with all the high school drama in the air. Her mind drifts back to Hoa. Despite the cold shoulder, Ethan thinks, I actually think I could vibe with her if we just hung out. Even if she just gave that icy nod earlier. The teacher's voice cuts through the noise. All right, the final exam starts. Right now. The massive gates groan open and every student holds their breath. It is officially go time. They get teleported into a labyrinth of towering metal walls. Every path looks exactly the same, straight, sterile, and totally disorienting. Good luck not getting lost in this nightmare. Ethan stands at a fork in the road, scratching her head. Left or right? Which way do I even go? She remembers Seo-young's pro tip. When you are lost, find the mana flow. Her eyes light up as she locks in her focus. Boom! The mana stream becomes visible, acting like a cosmic GPS. Ethan grins. Mana flows to the exit, so I just gotta follow the yellow brick road. She jogs for a bit until a voice echoes out. Hello there. It is a teacher chilling in a full banquet table, waving her over like it's a picnic. You're the first arrival. Congratulations. The instructor beamed like a proud father, handing over a bottle. That was a hell of a grind, wasn't it? Here, wet your whistle. I even cracked the seal for you. She accepted the offering, practically glowing. Oh my god, thank you, sir. The instructor watched her inhale that water like she hadn't seen liquid in a decade. Suddenly, the instructor leaned in, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. Hey, listen, let me put you onto something real quick. She blinked, totally caught off guard. Are you sure? Isn't this technically a test? He nodded gravely. Absolutely. But look, this is the final boss level. The difficulty spike is insane. So, I'm authorized to slide you a little cheat code. The teacher pointed a singular finger into the distance. The true exit lies in that direction. She bowed immediately, full of gratitude. Understood. You're a lifesaver. As she dashed off, the teacher waved goodbye. But a chilling, villainous smirk twisted his features. Sophia followed the intel for a moment, but froze mid-step. Something felt sus. She scanned the perimeter, doubt creeping in. Hold on. I don't see a single drop of mana flowing through here. Why would the instructor troll me, though? Sophia glanced another way, reasoning that since the teacher had been standing there, this path had to be the move. Haiji scanned the crowd and locked onto her target. Huh? It's Noah. She rushed over to initiate the interaction. Yo, Haiji. Sophia waved back. Perfect timing. We were just grilling the teacher for directions, the mob of students pleaded. Come on, sir. Just one little hint, please. The teacher feigned surrender with enthusiastic flair. Okay, fine. You twisted my arm. Tell me, which way does the sun rise? The students roared in unison. The east. The crowd got hype and launched themselves eastward. Haiji snagged Sophia's arm. Sophia, he said, east, let's bounce. But she hesitated, craning her neck back to sense the ambient energy. This is so weird. The mana flow is literally surging in the opposite direction. As she treaded the path, that gut feeling that something was terribly off screamed louder and louder. Every single step, she sensed the energy pulsing from a completely different angle, but Haiji kept hustling her forward. Sophia thought to herself, this whole setup is definitely sketchy. It felt like the faculty was gaslighting the entire class into a dead end. At the next checkpoint, another teacher cheered. Fantastic work, guys. You've reached the final crossroad. He explained that only one of the 3 paths led to salvation. A student practically whined, begging for a lifeline. Can't you just spoil it for us? It's the end. The exam is nearly over and my stamina is at 0. The teacher put on a conflicted mask. I really shouldn't say a word. But then, he threw a massive, exaggerated wink toward a specific tunnel. The students went feral. They immediately began swarming that path like moths to a flame. This is it. First place is ours. Haiji cheered. Good job, squad. Suddenly, Sophia's voice cut through the celebration like a blade. Hold up. Her shout made everyone freeze frame and spin around. She pointed a trembling finger in the complete opposite direction. I don't think that's the exit. Sophia stood her ground like a fortress. The mana is flowing this way. A guy scoffed, clearly not buying what she was selling. But the teacher literally just confirmed it was that way. The girl next to him started spiraling into panic mode. We're almost out of time. Why are you tripping like this? Sophia stammered. But, the mana flow. They started barking at her. The exit is right in front of our faces. The teacher paved the road. We're exhausted, so why are you trying to sabotage our rank? Seriously. Haiji groaned, annoyance written all over her face. Yena. She hesitated. Oh. Haiji mocked. It's okay to be wrong, you know. Stop being so stubborn. The whispers ignited, people roasting her for being a second-place try-hard acting like a know-it-all. Does she actually think her brain is bigger than the literal instructors? The teacher silently observed Sophia, who was on the verge of a breakdown. Internally, her confidence was crumbling. Am I wrong? I'm just reporting what my eyes see. Sophia started trembling, her fists clenching until her knuckles turned white. Then a single thought pierced the chaos. If I were Ethan, what move would he make right now? Flashback to the bus, Ethan had looked her dead in the soul. Don't trust anyone, she had asked. Nobody? Not even a single soul? He replied. Exactly. I told you, right? As a player, you can't rely on anybody. You can only trust yourself. Sophia locked that phrase into her mental vault. Trust yourself. She steeled her resolve, her eyes sharpening. Yeah, that's right. The storm in her mind suddenly cleared into perfect silence. Don't forget. Sophia stopped shaking. The fear evaporated instantly. Why did those words hit me right now? She dropped her voice, an octave, deadly serious. No. The exit is this way. Haiji rolled her eyes hard. Fine. Go solo then. We're taking the winner's path. Sophia replied coolly, bet. Haiji watched her leave with a look of pure, unadulterated pity. But the teacher noticed the mana surging violently beneath Sophia's feet. She power-walked away, leaving the herd behind without a second glance. Haiji and the others stared, totally bewildered by her audacity. Haiji sneered. Is she actually dumb or what? Meanwhile, Sophia kicked into high gear, charging forward. Haiji flipped her hair, acting all high and mighty. Whatever, let's just get to the real exit. Everyone thought to themselves, I seriously don't get her logic. The answer is right here, but she chose the path of failure. But hey, since she bailed, I'm gonna be faster than the second-place girl now. Haiji strutted forward, feeling like the main character. Passed the exam, but the moment her foot crossed the finish line, reality warped, and she was teleported back to a familiar space. This is the starting line, Haiji screamed, absolutely losing her mind. Meanwhile, Sophia had exited the maze, thinking. The exit was actually super close. Lucky me, I made it out alive. But that test took way longer than I anticipated. Everyone's probably waiting. I need a drink first. Ethan and Yi-na must be starving by now. She was pressing the button when a hand reached out from the side. Hey. Jeonhwa shyly held out a cold soda can. I bought an extra one. The girl blushed, rushing to explain herself. About turning down your team invite earlier. I didn't say no because I dislike you or anything. Sophia grinned. She's so shy, it's adorable. She accepted the soda. Thanks. I'll enjoy it. She popped the tab, wondering what the final rankings would look like. Sophia finally introduced herself properly. I'm Noah, by the way. If we see each other at the academy, let's be friends. Jeonhwa hesitated for a heartbeat, then nervously replied, I'm Ryu Jeonhwa. Meanwhile, outside the school gates, Ethan was holding the baby, sighing deeply. Oh my god, when is she coming out? Mom and Dad were sitting on the bench, just waiting for their champion. Class 3 is in session. You know the vibes, one nerd reading aloud, while everyone else pretends to be alive. Yoon-woo slides in, whispering like a conspirator, Yo, big boss. Look at this tragedy. Mr. Im is our homeroom teacher again. Ethan lets out a soul-crushing sigh. Great. Another year stuck in the same squad. But Yoon-woo was glowing like he just won the lottery. I knew it. This is written in the stars, bro. Isn't this destiny just beautiful? Ethan looks at him like he's crazy. Meanwhile, Seon-ah is muttering in the back. Sus. This is actually incredibly sus. She's trying to calculate the odds of her entire wish list ending up in one room. Flashback time. It all started when Grandpa Hyun-sok asked the golden question. So, Seon-ah, who do you want in your squad this year? She had rattled off names like a fangirl, I need Ethan, Minji, and Eunwoo. But absolutely zero Jin Sena. Keep the haters away. And for the boss level, I want Mr. Im Do-hun. He's the absolute G. O. A. T. Snap back to reality. Seon-ah starts poking Ethan's spine. Hey, Ethan, spill the tea. You pulled some strings, didn't you? He laughs, but it sounds sweaty. Nah, just a glitch in the matrix, right? But Ethan's brain is playing 4K memories too. Back at the hospital, when Hyun-suk begged everyone to protect his precious grandkid, Sophia, the teacher had bowed, saying, Since the Alice Group chairman is asking, we'll treat her like royalty. Seon-ah keeps poking. Liar. I smell Major Cap. Bonk. A fist of justice lands on Seon-ah's head. She yelps as Do-hun barks. Jessica, you got some nerve spacing out on day 1 of the semester. She clutches her head in betrayal. I'm sorry, but Do-hun has zero chill. After class, march to the faculty office. Welcome to detention hell. Yes, sir, she squeaks, her soul leaving her body. It's her first time getting roasted in 4K resolution in front of everyone. The cringe is fatal, but he's not done. Nope, you're not going down alone. Ethan, you're her partner in crime. You were chatting too, right? Ethan flinches. Yes, sir. Do-hun's voice drops to a demonic whisper. Go clean with Seon-ah. Ethan obeys instantly to save his life. Next to him, Eunwoo starts giggling like a hyena. Oh, no you don't, boss. He caught you wait. Eunwoo jumps as the finger of doom points at him. Me too? Why? Do-hun glares. Because you're enjoying this too much. Suddenly, Ethan turns to give him the death stare. You think my suffering is funny? Is this a meme to you? Seon-ah turns around with actual murder in her eyes. Yeah, having a blast. Are we? They speak in terrifying unison. Let's have a wonderful time cleaning together. Eunwoo realizes he is absolutely 100% cooked. Minji just shakes her head in the back. Third year and these clowns haven't evolved at all. Jiang just laughs along with the chaos. Meanwhile, over at the Duel Academy, the air is hitting different. Sophia stretches, feeling that main character energy. She launches herself at Yeonhwa. Yeonhwa, I missed you like crazy. So you passed the entrance exam? Yeonhwa hugs her back. Yup, Sophia grins. We're classmates. This is going to be lit. Yeonhwa blushes. Yeah, I'm pretty happy about it. She suggests we should head inside before we're late. But suddenly, she spins around. The crowd starts whispering. Wait, is a celebrity here? Everyone holds their breath. Hold up, is that really? Crisp footsteps echo, and a pair of pristine white kicks comes into view. The crowd goes wild. It's the Chosen One of the 12 thrones at the tender age of 22. Her scepter glows with holy drip as she walks. It's the Saintess, Park Ha-rin. She glides through the crowd, radiating pure power and beauty. The gossip train leaves the station immediately. Is that really the Saintess? What's she doing in a school? Ha-rin smirks elegantly. Oh my. On the outside, she's a goddess, but inside, she's screaming. I am not a saintess or a mother figure. I am literally 20 years old. Why do they treat me like a grandma? The students' eyes are sparkling with worship. The legendary 12th throne. Ha-rin shakes off the boomer allegations. She locks onto her target and walks straight towards Sophia and Yeonhwa. Ha-rin's eyes flood with blue mana as she scans them. Last time I saw this girl was the Kraken incident 4 years ago. But now, her mana has grown so much it breaks my scale. Sophia looks awkward. Does this lady need directions or something? And who's the sidekick? Sophia whispers to her friend, is she some kind of weirdo? Yeonhwa replies, no, definitely not. Oh, okay then. Ha-rin analyzes Yeonhwa. Looks like a descendant of Elder Namgon. Yeonhwa asks Sophia, you seriously don't know who she is? Sophia shakes her head. Ha-rin thinks, unbelievable. Her internal mana is so massive it's literally leaking out of her body. Impressive. But what I'm really interested in is, she cuts the monologue and steps up. I assume I don't need an introduction, right? She puts a hand on Sophia's shoulder with maximum swagger. Hey, kid. Ha-rin shoots her shot. How would you like to become my seed? Her face screams, you're welcome. Sophia looks blank. No thoughts, head empty. She clearly has zero clue what that offer even means. Ha-rin figures. Listen, unless it's a top star, a time mage, or someone like Seo Young-yi. Nobody else on this planet can teach you how to control that monster mana. So I have to secure this talent right now. She looks at Sophia with high expectations. Sophia scratches her cheek, hesitates, and drops the bomb. Sorry, but I'm gonna have to pass. Ha-rin freezes like a statue, Sophia explains casually. I don't know who you are, and honestly, I've already got a really awesome teacher. Yeonhwa stands behind her, looking pityingly at the rejected saintess. Ha-rin stands there, her ego slowly shattering into dust. The girls turn and walk away, leaving a withered Ha-rin in the wind. Sophia waves. Excuse me, then, she repeats. A good teacher. The crowd is stunned into dead silence. Ha-rin is basically crying tears of blood internally. She really doesn't know my name. Suddenly, Ha-rin's phone buzzes. It's Yeon-su. The school bell rings at the perfect moment, and the students groan. Man, I missed my chance for a selfie. The kids scatter like roaches. Ha-rin answers the phone. Clan head? What's the situation? Her face drops, the comedy vanishing instantly. Ha-rin's voice turns to ice. A monster outbreak? Understood. I'm on my way to purge it. What is up, my wolf pack? Welcome back to the channel. Smash that like button and subscribe if you are ready for some high-tier tea. The headlines in Wachon City are going absolutely nuclear right now. Citizens are vanishing into thin air, giving everyone straight-up horror movie vibes. When the first soul went MIA, the public was totally sleeping on the danger. They thought it was just standard drama or someone ghosting their squad for clout. But let's be real for a second. The vibe shifted when they found the remains. Bodies mangled so bad they looked like they were chewed up by a nightmare straight out of the abyss. Authorities found the gruesome evidence in the woods, confirming the worst monsters were behind the carnage. The whole city is shaking in its boots, terrified and dragging the goddess administration for dropping the ball on public safety. To stop the mass panic, the higher-ups finally made a power move. They deployed the elite heavy hitters King's Grace and Regulus straight to Guan City to handle business. Cut to a creepy reservoir where the water rages like a beast. Suddenly, a massive lizard hybrid explodes from the scenery. Razor-sharp teeth everywhere, perched on a tree like it owns the map. We are talking a level 6 threat with a lethal spiked tail, lurking in the deepest, darkest shadows like a predator waiting for a snack. Out of nowhere, A whole mob of these scaly creeps rushes from the timber. They are growling and charging straight at Han Chun with killing intent. But my boy, Han Chun, he does not even blink. He swings his blade with zero hesitation, absolutely cooking that spike-tailed lizard in a fraction of a second. The beast crashes to the earth, its massive frame catching fire with a thunderous thud. Han Chun steps up, planting his boot right on the carcass like a total raid boss. He looks down with pure disdain and asks, "How did these scrubs manage to stay off the radar for this long? Are you serious right now?" A voice from behind cuts in, "Do not get it twisted. These monsters have high IQs. The Alpha likely ordered the minions to lay low because humans remain the ultimate threat." While he is dropping lore, another beast tries to ambush him from the blind spot, but he casually swings his sword without even looking. Talk about a legendary flex. That is the power of Jeo. Han Chun hits him with a question. "Yo, how do you know exactly what is going on inside their heads? If they are actually strategizing, we are in for a rough raid." Jeo coolly sheathes his demon sword and adds, "Never sleep on the ops." They group up as the rest of the squad starts shouting orders. Jeo issues a cold warning. "Bro, the second you get sloppy is the second it is game over for your life." The rest of the team is getting patched up, and Heron is working overtime spamming heals. Han Chun throws her a side eye and grumbles, "Yeah, I know." He turns to Harin and teases, "So, you here to clap some monsters too, or just stand there?" She fires back, "We cleared out most of the zone, but a few stragglers bailed, so we had to form a pursuit squad to hunt them down." Jae laughs, "No shot. I cannot believe the 12 Thrones actually lost track of the aggro. That is wild." Wonjun jumps down from a tree to join the chat. "We did it on purpose, fam," he explains. "If these mobs move in a pack, they are going to run straight back to the main boss's dungeon." Harry walks up quick, putting it together. "I got you. So you are using them as bait to locate the boss's lair, right?" A crystal clear voice answers. "We already found the coordinates." Her feet touch down from the treetops, radiating some serious S-class magical energy. Wonjun, acting like a total gentleman, helps her land. The gorgeous Jeonji descends softly. Jeo asks for the location, and she simply points. "Right over there." Everyone follows her gaze. Han Chun repeats, "The Spiketail's hideout." He points straight ahead. "You for real? The reservoir?" The blue water looks chill on the surface, but deep down, it is the crib for a super aggressive monster spawn. Its eyes are glowing underwater, sniffing out fresh humans like a shark in a feeding frenzy. The whole squad starts moving toward the shoreline. Harin is low-key fangirling hard. "That is so lit. No matter how hard I grind my levels, I can never pull off magic like that." She is staring at Janji, who is casting this massive area of effect spell, growing flowers right on the water surface. Harin is thinking, "Okay, the skill gap is actually depressing." Just as she is feeling insecure, someone walks up and flicks her forehead hard. Thwack. The impact sends Harin's head snapping back. Han Chun is cracking up, watching her clutch her forehead in pain. "Yo, why are you spacing out? You good?" Harin is literally tearing up from the critical hit and yells, "What is your major problem?" Han Chun calls her out immediately. "What, you salty or something? Quit tripping. You do not know your role yet." Harin rubs her head furiously. "I know my job. I am here to heal and support the party." He grins. "You sure about that?" Hearing that just makes her rage meter spike. "I said I know, okay." Han Chun presses. "Then why are you getting all in your feelings?" Harin argues back. "I am not." Jeo and Jeonji watch them bickering like a married couple and just start laughing. Jeo shouts over, "I know you two are busy flirting, but you all need to come look at this as soon as possible." Harin turns bright red from embarrassment, while Han Chun acts like nothing happened, shifting his gaze to the lake. "What is the deal? Pipes?" In the reservoir, massive flowers with stems wide enough to fit a whole person are rising up from the abyss. The visual is absolutely insane. Jeo takes charge of the raid. King's Guild will scout and handle the loot. Grace and Regulus split into teams and push into the enemy base. He turns to Jeonji, checking the stats. "Yo, how long can you keep this magic active?" She answers, "If I have enough mana, maybe 4 hours max." Jeo nods. "I will leave some guards with you. Just hold it down here." Once Han Chun hears the plan, he does not wait for a countdown. He jumps straight off the cliff, sliding down the slope like he is surfing on air. He hits the landing zone and yells up to the crew, "I am going in first," and dives straight into one of the giant pipes like a torpedo. Up on the cliff, Harin is totally shook. Is he for real right now? That absolute maniac. Jansu and Jeonji look impressed, though. Youngblood, am I right? He has got guts. The rest of the squad starts climbing down to enter the dungeon. Let's see where this chaos leads. Yo fam, pause the scrolling. We got a major update dropping right now. The Goddess Administration is finally pulling up on those creeps in the Round Lake Dungeon, and they are not playing games. The Korean Mana Association just deployed their S-tier lineup. We are talking about the legendary 12 Thrones, plus heavy hitters like Jung-soo, Ye-rim, and Kang Hyun entering the chat. Back at the dinner table, the tension was thick enough to cut with a dagger. Ethan turned to his sister, frantically checking if the timeline was actually syncing up with his memories. She looked at him like he was speaking alien, totally lost in the sauce. He waved it off with a never mind, but internally, the guy was sweating bullets that this mission might butterfly affect the future into chaos. Ethan was spiraling hard. He knows the meta. Sure, the raid starts off clean, but spoiler alert fam. This whole operation is destined to end in a catastrophic party wipe. Cut to the sewers, where the darkness was literally devouring the raid team. Haeun-chul was already losing his cool, dropping curses like he was trying to set a new record. Damn it, he roared. It was a straight-up nightmare fuel factory down there. Those spike-tailed lizards were shredding people like wet paper and tossing them into a cauldron like some twisted forbidden soup. And if you thought that was bad, look up. They had bodies strung up from the ceiling like grim Halloween decorations. Absolutely vile. Jung-soo connected the dots instantly. Those were the missing civilians. Ha-rin stared at the carnage, completely shook to her core. The squad's morale just hit rock bottom. Rage twisted Hyun-chul's face into a demon mask. But oops, the lizards picked up the noise and snapped their heads toward the entrance. Busted. Boom. A tsunami of crimson fire tore through the tunnel. The lizards screeched as they got absolutely deep-fried, scattering like roaches. Stepping out of the inferno like the main character, a figure scoffed, "Do not expect an open casket funeral, you absolute freaks. Disgusting trash." Hyun-chul strode through the flames, looking fierce. Right on his heels, Jung-soo flashed forward, driving his blade straight down a lizard's throat. Once the dust settled, Jung-soo switched into leader mode. Hold fire. Check the casualties and see if anyone still has a pulse. Hyun-chul stood over a literal sea of corpses. The floor was not just dirty, it was painted fresh crimson with blood. You could practically see the murderous aura boiling off him again. Flames erupted around him, forcing the squad to pop their defensive bubbles. Jung-soo gripped his shoulder tight. "Chill out, fire demon. You trying to roast the survivors too?" Hyun-chul shot him a deadly side-eye, growling low, "Do not put this on me." Jung-soo cut him off. "Listen, you cannot just go berserk here. You are representing a national guild, now act like a top-tier pro, not some street punk. You little." Jung-soo squeezed his shoulder harder, asserting dominance. Hyun-chul just glared back, the air crackling with silent tension. The rest of the team was sweating buckets. Everyone was thinking the same thing. Please do not start a PvP match right now. If they throw hands in this tiny tunnel, we are all cooked. Finally, Hyun-chul exhaled, and the raging flames fizzled out. He cooled his jets and bowed his head. "My bad." Jung-soo gave him a friendly punch on the arm. "Head up, fire demon. You are not the type to bow to me." Crisis averted, fam. Jung-soo turned to the crew. "All right, the drama show's over. Start sweeping the area." After digging through the debris, someone hollered, "Captain, over here. We secured a survivor." Hyun-chul did a perimeter check and circled back to Ha-rin. "Area is clear." She looked at him with those big puppy dog eyes. "You holding up okay?" "I am Gucci." "Why?" he asked. "Well, you just got absolutely roasted by the boss," she pointed out. He scratched his head, looking a bit sheepish. "Caught me in 4K. I messed up, so I took the L." But inside, he was stinging. He knew the elite players looked down on him as just a brainless musclehead. Plus, Jung-soo kept calling him Fire Demon instead of his actual name or his rank as a guild captain. The disrespect was wildly real. Hyun-chul clenched his fists. Yeah, he had stuff to learn, but that did not mean he could not be salty about it. Suddenly, Ha-rin grabbed his hand. "Let's grind and get stronger together," she smiled. Hyun-chul froze like a glitch. "Huh. Look, next to those vets, we are total noobs," she teased. Getting yelled at is just part of the leveling process. She kept yapping to distract him while her healing magic patched him up. Watching his hand knit back together, Hyun-chul stammered. Thanks. "Park Ha-rin," he started. She laughed. "Dude, just call me Ha-rin. We have known each other way too long for government names." He thought, right. Wait, since when is she this charming? Ha-rin pouted. "Hey, I am trying to have a main character moment here." "Whatever." Hyun-chul made a silent vow to catch up to the top dogs. Just then, Jung-soo walked up. "Did we locate the boss room?" A scout pointed to a massive door. "Mana readings are off the charts right here." "Captain, that is the spot." Jung-soo rallied the troops. "Listen up. We are forming a strike team to raid this boss right now." "Roger that," the squad shouted. Jung-soo paused, checking Hyun-chul. Fire demon, you cool with me calling the shots. Only if I get to be the main DPS, Hyun Chol countered. Jung-soo grinned. Deal. You bring the nuke, I will watch your six. Ha-rin blinked, he bounced back fast. Jung-soo continued. Ha-rin, you are on support duty. You got it, she replied. She immediately started casting, stacking up speed buffs, shields, and holy blessings on the team like a pro buffer. Jung-soo barked orders, stay in formation the second we breach. Navigators, keep the mages and strikers covered. Yes, sir, the navigators yelled. Slowly, the two tanks pushed open the heavy iron doors. It is showtime, Jung-soo roared. Let's go. And just like that, the whole squad yeeted themselves into the darkness. The dungeon boss snaps awake. Vertical pupils narrow like a predator finding its prey. He spreads massive wings not for show, but to shield the loot drops. Wait, those are eggs. The raid party is hyped up on adrenaline. They totally ignore the mob spawns and rush the main boss like loot-hungry goblins. Hun Cheon plays dirty. Blade in the left, fireball in the right. He aims straight for the nest. Boom, direct hit. Seeing his spawn point on fire, the king scoops an egg with his tail. He hisses a warning, back off my kin, bro. Hun goes for the aerial slam, but the beast counters with razor claws. That was a pixel-perfect dodge. Insane reflexes. Hun bounces out of the kill zone. As he clears the lane, Jung-soo dashes in for the tag team. A vicious horizontal slash. His blade glows red with aura that's a guaranteed critical hit. Jung-soo winds up for a combo, but the king roars. Muscles bulge like he's on steroids. The boss just entered enrage mode. Lightning fast. Our boy lunges forward, channeling 100% of his mana into the blade. In a split second, Jung-soo mounts the beast. He drives the steel deep. The monster howls, huge damage numbers popping off. The monster cranks its head around. Golden eyes flash with pure killing intent. You do not want that aggro right now. Hit and run tactics. Jung-soo yanks the blade and bails before the grab animation connects. Meanwhile, Hun Cheon is charging mana on the flank, hands blazing with hellfire. Ready for the wombo combo? He screams, explosion, like a total weeb and blasts the king. Now the boss is roasting in a sea of flames. Jung-soo sounds heartbroken. Hey, watch the durability. That's an S-tier sword, man. Don't melt it. Hun Cheon stays icy. Chill out. I gotta deplete its HP bar. Priorities, am I right? Can't slack off against these mobs. And seriously, stop whining about loot drops. Sheesh. Harn cuts in. Focus up. It's not over. She slams her staff, casting a massive AoE bind. Mana chains manifest from thin air. They wrap the Lizard King like a holiday gift, total immobilization. Dump your cooldowns. Heron screams. It's raining arrows and skills on the trap boss. Jung-soo watches the fireworks, but Hun spots a glitch. The boss's health bar is refilling. High-speed regeneration. Then the Lizard King actually speaks. How dare you humans? Wait, since when do mobs have dialogue trees? It's self-aware. The squad grips their weapons. This just went from a daily grind to a hell mode nightmare. But here's the plot twist, nobody checked the eggs behind them. Cracking sounds. Big mistake. A hatchling bursts out. It instantly chomps a warrior's shoulder. Nasty little ankle biter. Suddenly, it's a hatching party. Dozens of mobs swarm the group, forced into defense mode. Someone screams, "What is this spawn rate?" Archers pivot to blast the minions. Hun Cheon hears the panic and whips around. You gotta be kidding me with these mechanics. Distracted. The boss breaks the stun. It stomps forward, the duo barely dodge rolls before getting flattened into pancakes. Jung-soo scans the horde. His brain is overclocking for his strategy. A soldier yells, "Catch, Sir Jung-soo." Jung-soo snags it mid-air, his main weapon is back online. Fire demon, I'll handle the trash mobs, Jung-soo shouts. They split up to control the map. Check your six, Hun warns. The Lizard King looms above, teeth grinding in absolute rage. Die. The monster hisses, opening its maw. A massive cloud of green gas spews out. Hun covers his face. Crap. Vision is 0. Is this a poison AoE? Heron's voice cuts through the chaos. Incoming right. Hun locks in, trusting the healer's call completely. Whoosh. The attack slams down, but Hun is already midair, dodging left like a pro gamer. He lands, skids back, and stares down the beast through the toxic haze. Hun reaches for a detox potion, but Heron connects telepathically. Save the consumable. Trust me, and keep attacking. Hearing that, Hun grins. You got it, boss. He cancels the heal and rushes straight into the danger zone. Flames erupt around him. Heron casts a mass dispel, shielding him from the gas. You're a lifesaver, St. Heron, he teases. I told you to stop with the titles. She snaps back. The Lizard King is desperate, swinging wild. But Hun reads the attack pattern perfectly. He leans back, the claw misses by a pixel. You think I'm scared of you? He taunts, confident as hell. The king is off balance. Finish him now. Fire demon, Junsu yells. It's showtime. He shatters the earth, blasting off like a human missile. Received. Hun Cheon unleashes hell, his purple flame tearing through the beast like paper. The monster screams, rocking a massive void in its chest. Haran flashes the signal to the range unit. It is showtime, baby. Steel and lead rain down in a chaotic tempest. But even looking like a giant pincushion, this beast refuses to fold. Must shield the Emperor. Its world fades to black. The Lizard King crashes down, crumbling right atop its own sanctuary. He rests his blade with casual swagger, eyeing the carnage. Gotta respect that tank-level durability. We wrapped up here, Jayu interrupts. Not quite. He raises his steel and drives it straight into a monster egg. Splat. A death shriek echoes from the shell. Jayu barks. This place is infested. Scorch the earth, squad. The team roars back. Roger that. Hearing the purge, the Lizard King forces its eyes open one last time. It gazes at the ruin, whispering, my children. But hold up, slime drips from an egg the king protected with its life. A spiked tail hatchling slips into the shadows, abandoning its fallen father. Live. The king pleads with its dying will. Glory to the Emperor. As the light vanishes from its gaze, it sends a final prayer for the little survivor's strength. Deep in the city sewers, a nightmare begins to brew. Meanwhile, 1 week has passed since our victory at Washin City. On the green, Seon-ah and Minji raise the stakes. Loser is stuck on dish patrol tonight. Thanks to the 12 thrones interfering, countless souls were spared. The survivors are currently recovering in luxury at a Gangnam ward. Ha Yang smashes the volleyball like a pro athlete. Yu Hyuk hollers. Wicked shot. Plus, intel confirms Seoul is officially a monster-free zone. Back at Camp Whack. Seon-ah's spike introduces itself directly to Yu Hyuk's face. He rolls on the grass, milking the drama. She freaks out. Oh my god, my bad. Ha Yang checks in. You good, bro? He just moans in agony. Trade teams, he screams. I need Seon-ah. Minji shuts him down cold. You two together? Total snooze fest. Ha Yang jumps in. I'm claiming Seon-ah too. So it is the girls' versus. Wait, Yu Hyuk, are you riding solo? She giggles while he whines. How do you play volleyball alone? Nearby, Ethan is on potato duty, lost in deep thought. They are living their best lives, he muses. I owe Uncle Bruno big time. That is Bruno Valentine, the legendary heavy hitter from the Valentine clan. Without his influence, this trip was impossible. Shaking off the daze, he breaks the silence. Hey, uncle, appreciate the getaway. Bruno keeps it cool. No sweat, you are the boss, remember. Ethan laughs. My mistake. Hey, I got a dip for a sec. Can you hold down the fort? The spuds are prepped. He heaves the pot onto the table. Bruno nods. Copy that. Need backup? Ethan deflects. Nah, just hit it with some curry powder. Yeah. Also, I am gonna need to borrow that blade. Bruno pauses, then silently gestures to his gear. The steel you wanted? It is in the bag. Same code as always. Ethan nods. Solid. I will be back by sundown. If the kids get nosy, improvise. Bruno frowns. If you are walking into fire, let me roll with you. Negative, Ethan commands. Guard the squad. I can handle this solo. Hidden deep in the thicket lies a silent greenhouse. He shoves the door open. All right, infiltration complete. He freezes, scanning the perimeter. Past life? Maybe. But this time around, I am no victim. Lizard King. Shing. He unsheathes the blade, looking like an absolute warlord ready to throw down. Suddenly, the Lizard King ambushes from the gloom. Ethan blocks on instinct, but the beast catches the cold steel with its bare claw. Boom! The shockwave blasts them apart. Ethan sticks the landing, death staring the creature. The Lizard King hisses, radiating pure savagery. It triggers a dark memory, the catastrophic invasion of Seoul. Back when Saintess Lim Gayun was missing in action, monsters flooded the streets like a plague. I was a rookie, light years away from immortal rank. We faced 4 boss-tier calamities. It was a straight-up suicide run. I recall the despair on Ju Yong's face. Most players, myself included, shattered just looking at those abominations. One of them commanded the Reptilian Legion, terrified us with toxic warfare. That was the rank 3 Lizard King. It is laughable, honestly. No one detected it hiding here until it evolved into a rank 3 nightmare. Ethan snaps back to reality. He crushes the handle of his knife, the edge gleaming with lethal intent. He blitzes forward, spinning for the kill. Clang. The blade barely nicks those diamond-hard scales. Ethan freezes for a heartbeat. It is not even fully evolved, and it is this tanky, he thinks. The Lizard King staggers back. The beast growls, human. Ethan narrows his eyes. Stealth skill? Just like the cheap trick it spammed in my past life. Zero time to waste. As the Lizard King rushes in, Ethan pivots, unleashing a horizontal slash to end it all. What a joke. Our boy raises his dagger and drops his voice way down. Bro, your killing intent is leaking all over the place like a busted faucet. Boom! He swats the Lizard King out of the air like a pesky fly. As the beast plants its face in the dirt, Ethan steps up to roast his trash vibes. The beast is growling like a chainsaw, but our main character looks totally unbothered. Man, I prepped gear to hard counter your hacks, but you're making this way too easy. Suddenly, Ethan dumps a whole jar of spicy curry powder right in the Lizard King's face. The thing screeches like a banshee and scrambles up a tree to escape the heat. Looking absolutely smug, he grins. Little spicy, huh. Chef special, just for you. Enjoy your last meal, buddy. Meanwhile, the monster's claws dig deep into the bark. Now the Lizard King is fully triggered. Eyes glowing red, fangs bared, it opens its maw and blasts out nasty beams of green energy. Ethan settles into his stance. A poison shot? That's your ult? In a heartbeat, he speed blitzes forward, moving way too fast for the lizard to track. Gritting his teeth, Ethan launches himself skyward, white-knuckling his daggers with both hands. He swings with everything he's got. A clean crit right across the Lizard King's neck, spraying purple slime everywhere like a fountain. Thud. The impact shakes the entire greenhouse. Ethan just stands there, looking bored as the boss goes down, flames consuming its wrecked body. He scoffs. Wow, you're washed. I thought you were born a king, but you're just a total scrub. Ethan's eyes go ice cold. Peace out. But wait, the Lizard King books it. Thinking, I burned every drop of mana just for this escape. Ethan stands perfectly still, watching the play unfold. The monster had to pop a clone just to get away. It was totally out of options. The Lizard King is reeling in pain. My claws, my stealth, even my poison. Nothing could put a dent in this guy. He dodged everything like he was reading my inputs. How does he know my moves before I even make them? The monster is salty and refusing to take the loss. I can't beat you right now, but just you wait. I'll grind up, come back stronger, and definitely end your game. But Ethan raises his sword high. Where do you think you're going? The lizard looks back in terror right before getting punted straight out of the building. Smash. It crashes through the glass and slams into a tree outside. Ethan strolls out. Did you really think burning mana on a stealth cloak would save you? You think I'm blind or something? The Lizard King snaps, scrambling up and whipping its tail aggressively toward Ethan. Our main character sees this and laughs. Nice try, pal. He grips his sword, and it lights up with an eerie green glow. He dashes forward instantly. Now this is what I call a real fight. Ethan jumps high, locking onto his target. With pure focus in his eyes, he unleashes the sword dance. His blade carves through the air, slashing straight into the monster. The hit makes the monster furious. Without hesitating, Ethan wraps his blade in a menacing purple aura. He activates Spirit Grudge. Dozens of purple wisps swarm the Lizard King, smashing into it and making it scream in agony. He sticks the landing, already charging up his next deadly combo. Seconds later, Ethan points his blade to the sky and drops a heavy sword strike. The monster collapses, glitching out in pain. Why? Why finish me? Ethan looks down with dead eyes. Is that a serious question? He drives the sword deep into its gut. For a monster like you, I don't need a reason. He slowly lets go of the hilt. Beasts like you and humans like us. We aren't meant to share the same server. Even if the world ends, that's just facts. Pinned to the tree, the Lizard King whines. But I didn't do anything wrong. No answer. Ethan just yells, Spirit Grudge. And those purple orbs start hammering the boss all over again. Stop, please, it begs. But our boy is stone cold. There's only one ending for monsters. Ethan looks intense. In this match, only one of us walks away. And spoiler alert, I'm not dying. Purple lights surround the enemy. In extreme pain, the Lizard King finally admits, you're right, we can't coexist. We're both predators. The only thing we can do is hunt each other down. I lost today, but it's not over. Suddenly, bang, a bullet hits its snout. It keeps talking. Eventually, you'll meet the same fate. Ethan holds a smoking gun now. You've got a point. I've thought about that a lot, actually. He remembers his past life as a hunter. It's a brutal cycle. You either wipe out the pests or get wiped out by them. He stands there, watching as the Lizard King's body slowly burns to ash. But in this life, I'm flipping the script. I'm not going down while you freaks are still walking around. The shadow of his past self looms behind him. Suddenly, colorful loot drops to the ground. He squats down to check the goods. The boss left behind a skill stone and a basic-looking rock. Skill stones are basically crystallized magic that hold a monster's abilities. The drop rate on these babies is insanely low. They're ranked by the monster's level. Ethan picks up the glowing yellow stone with a grin. If a player absorbs this, they instantly learn the skill locked inside. Talk about a massive power-up. He flipped the stone to his other hand, but let's keep it a buck syncing with his skill. Stone is a straight-up nightmare difficulty quest. It's literally just a cosmic vibe check. Basically, you and the skill gotta be on the same wavelength. If you click, jackpot. If not, you're holding a useless rock. Yoon-ha took one look and realized the compatibility rate on that first one was absolute trash. Looks like he's taking the L on this one. He locked eyes with the final stone in the loot pile. Alright, no pressure, but I need you to carry the team right now. He gripped it like his life depended on it. If the resonance hits, it glows like a supernova. Suddenly, boom. Golden light exploded everywhere. The RNG gods finally blessed the players. The stone started blinding everyone, and the hype train left the station. Now, cut to a sunny day, Hyuk is clowning around in the yard while Eun-ha pulls up from the horizon. He flopped down and cracked open the gear case. Bruno slid in with a tray, asking, "Yo, you finally done grinding for the day?" Eun-ha grinned, "Is that my savior?" "For real, I only clutched this weapon craft because you had my back. You're the MVP." Bruno passed him a plate of barbecue that smelled like literal heaven, leaving Eun-ha shook. Then the chef tossed more protein on the grill. "Chow time, boys. We can talk shop later." Yoon-ha got a little bashful. "Thanks, fam, I'm actually starving." Then he hollered, "Yo squad, grub is up." The little ones went full goblin mode for the food. "That looks fire. Give me the big piece, dibs on that one." Eun-ha just stood back, watching the beautiful chaos. "I want in," someone screamed. "Chill, fam, that's not even cooked yet." Eun-ha cracked up watching them try to restrain the hungry gremlins. "Hey Hyuk, drop it. That's raw." But the kid had zero chill and chewed it anyway. Too late, it's in the system. Absolute savage energy. "Me first, get in line, noob." While they fought for scraps, the scene shifts to a Lux mansion in Pyeongchang Chairman Sirius's supreme crib. Inside, the family of four is huddled up. Dad No turns to Yoon-ha, trying to keep the vibes calm. "You sweating it, son?" Mom No is trembling like a leaf. "Yeah," Dad asks. "How's my fit?" Then he drops the ultimate riz. "You look breathtaking, babe," making Mom turn beet red. "Quit playing, I'm stressed. Do I look okay?" Suddenly, the door creaks open. "Wait, who's pulling up?" Eun-ha peeked out, stunned. Du strolled in like a boss to greet them. "Welcome, manager." Subin was right there, dropping her intro. "Hi, I'm Choi Subin. The travel must have been a drag, right?" She beamed at Mom. "Okay, slay queen. Your skin is literally radiant." Mom tried to stay humble. "Thanks a million for inviting us to this fancy bash." Subin laughed it off effortlessly. "Oh please, kill the formalities. We're practically the same age, so let's keep it casual, bestie." Mom was still stiff. Sure." Subin kept the energy high. "The spread today is insane. The head chef has been prepping this menu since the dawn of time." Mom nodded along. "Wow, sounds delicious. I'm hyped." Yoon-ha watched helplessly. Looks like she just charmed Mom into oblivion. Suddenly, a new challenger approached. "Hello." It was Seal. She introduced herself as Hansel Joan, a fresh middle school rookie. Una grabbed her hand instantly. "I'm no Una, same age. Let's be squad mates." Sale smiled shyly. "Really? To be honest, I have zero friends. Guess we're riding together now." She turned to grill Eun-ha. "You're at the player academy, right? Is it totally hardcore there?" Eun-ah answered with full confidence. "It's a grind, no cap. But my dream is the player life, so I gotta hustle." "You dig that?" "Yeah, I'm pretty iconic." "Drop the digits, we can FaceTime." Yoon-ah was glowing. "Okay, save my number and add the socials." Yoon-ha felt wholesome just watching this friendship unlock. His sister is just built different, she can network in any lobby. But then, someone walked by, catching him off guard. He glanced over. "Yo, long time no see." Dead silence. Yoon-ha started sweating. Sehun stuttered. Hey, big sis." Immediately, the girl whispered, "You know what? Just kill the honorifics. It's weird." Rewind the tape 2 years. Last semester of first grade at the Sabai Hotel. Sirius Group is throwing a legendary end-of-year rager to flex on everyone. Yoon-ha was just chilling in the sea of suits. He watched Eun-ah working the room like a pro politician. Seriously, his sister's social stats are maxed out. Dad No stood there, having a flashback to Mom holding baby Eun-yi, who was screaming her lungs out back at the crib. "Man, I wish I was partying too." Dad sighed. "Would have been lit if the whole fam could make it. Bummer." Yoon-ha patted his back. "Mom's on babysitting duty, Dad. It happens. Just then, some NPCs approached to pay respects. An honor to meet you, Director No. Dad looked shook and spun around toward the voice. He replied humbly, I haven't unlocked the director title yet, but I appreciate the hype. The guy smirked. New Year is practically here. Might as well update the status now. Gotta get on the winning team early, right? Dad speedrun from department head to director instantly. In this guild, director is S-tier status, so Dad basically became the main character of Sirius Group. Pulling up here, Unha wondered, is this megacorp really going to survive with my goofy dad steering the ship? Dad. Well, Sirius is going to go viral and dominate the market anyway, so no stress. He scanned the map and whispered, is there a safe zone around here? His eyes locked onto a corner of the hall. A girl was already camping there. She was just gazing out the window, totally silent like a loading screen. Ethan locked onto the vibe instantly and slid in smoothly. Yo, you are totally sleeping on the real highlight of the night right now. The girl snapped her head around, looking completely lost in the sauce. Sleeping on it? She asked. Ethan stood there, dual-wielding pastries like weapons, crumbs flying everywhere. I mean, let's be real. How often do scrubs like us get to feast on top-tier grub like this? Rule number 1 of the survival guide. Devour everything in range. We're young. We don't need to stress about calories or whatever. You feeling me? Zero hesitation, he literally shoved a slice of cake into her personal space. She stared at him like he just landed from Mars and said, we really shouldn't be snacking during the gala. Ethan looked personally victimized. Excuse me. Food is one destiny, and that is to be eaten. You're denying its life purpose. The girl paused, logic battling hunger, and whispered, facts. She surrendered, taking the bite he offered. Instantly, her expression transformed from Ice Queen to pure sunshine. Ethan watched the magic happen and grinned. The verdict? It slaps, right? She regained her composure, playing it cool. Yeah, it's decent. Suddenly, a familiar voice shattered the vibe. Ethan. The boy spun around, startled to see his pops crashing the party. Geez, Dad. His father grabbed his shoulders, panic written all over his face. Why did you ghost me like that? I was losing my mind, but looming behind his nervous father, a shadow approached. The stranger spoke up. So, this is your son? Ethan looked past his dad, and his eyes nearly popped out of his skull. System shock. His brain needed a reboot. Wait a minute. That face. That's Han Do-jun, the absolute ruler of the Sirius Group. Chairman Han kept the pressure on. Glad we tracked him down. Ethan's dad let out a breath he'd been holding for 10 minutes. Yes. Thankfully, he hasn't started a war yet. Ethan activated model student mode instantly. Good evening, sir. I am no Ethan. First year, class 4 at Duan High. The chairman beamed at him. So you're the famous Ethan? I've heard the legends. He gestured to the elegant girl beside him. Meet my daughter, Han Se-yeon. She offered a hand with perfect grace. Hey there, I'm Han Se-yeon. A pleasure to meet you. Ethan's eyes scanned her like a HUD display. Han Se-yeon. In my past life, she was the chairman's only heir and a god-tier manager. I need to get on her good side as soon as possible. But then, the chairman pointed behind Ethan. And that little munchkin over there. Ethan turned, and his internal alarm bells started ringing. Say what? The chairman dropped a nuclear bombshell. That is my second daughter, Han Se-han. Se-han flashed a smirk and said, nice to meet you. Ethan felt reality cracking. Hold up. In the original timeline, Han Do-jun only had one daughter. This is a matrix-breaking glitch. Before he could process the plot hole, Se-han slapped his shoulder with the force of a truck. Listen up, rookie. I've got 2 years on you. Got it. Ethan's brain raced. Oh, she's salty. I didn't use honorifics. He quickly backpedaled to correct the disrespect. Understood. Should I call you big sister then? She kept a poker face. Nah, too stiff. Just talk to me normally. Hearing that, Ethan immediately pushed his luck. Bet. So I can just say soup then. Instantly, the air turned freezing cold. Se-han radiated pure killer intent. Her voice dropped to the abyss. Excuse me, run that back. Ethan panicked, stammering for his life. You said normal speech was cool. Se-han's face darkened like a storm cloud. I meant you can call me Se-han. Period. Ethan saluted instinctively. Roger that. He was confused, though. Why is she so intense? Chairman Han, watching this sitcom unfold, burst out laughing. You two have electric chemistry already. I'm formally inviting you to the estate next time. He locked eyes with Ethan. Make sure you come. Ethan answered on reflex. Yes, sir. He thought it was just politeness, but the man wasn't playing games. Smash cut 2. Ethan's entire family chilling in the chairman's massive luxury palace. Linda sat across from them, asking, how are the refreshments? Little Sophia, perched on Ethan's lap, was in heaven. So yummy. The chairman dropped a casual question. By the way, Ethan, you crushed the Player Academy entrance exams, right? Ethan grinned. You know it. Freshman year, here I come. The chairman slid a sleek black box across the table. I figured you'd need this for your journey. A Player Academy student needs a hotline to the top brass, don't you think? Ethan's dad started sweating bullets. Chairman, we're grateful, but this is way too. The chairman cut him off with a smile that wasn't asking. Manager, no, consider it an investment. I'm expecting big things from your son. Don't you agree? At times like this, just accept the loot and smile. Ethan's dad crumbled under the pressure and mumbled. Chairman Han looked back at Ethan. Go on. Unbox it. Ethan tried the humble protagonist route. But sir, I'm already packing a phone. The chairman wasn't hearing it. This is the prototype. Leagues ahead of whatever trash Sirius just sold to the public. He glanced at Ethan's dad again. Isn't that right, manager? No. Ethan, totally lost, double-checked. Is that a fact? His dad, defeated, just nodded. Yes. Ethan's mom nudged his little sister. Sophia, manners. The kid chirped instantly. Thank you. Ethan surveyed the scene with major suspicion. This feels sus. The VIP treatment, the expensive gear. Why does he love bombing us? What's the hidden quest here? While he was overanalyzing and holding Sophia's half-eaten cake, he noticed a disturbance. Sophia had practically teleported next to Seon. They were gossiping like besties. Okay, I'll call you for the playdate. You have to come. I wouldn't miss it. Ethan stared, feeling helpless. When did she even speed blitz over there? And since when did they organize a social calendar? I'm so hyped. Seon shifted her gaze to Ethan. You're tagging along too, right? It would be a vibe if you joined us. Ethan chewed his cake slowly, looking like his operating system had crashed. Seeing his blank face, Seon dropped the truth. Sehan has literally 0 friends, so she never goes out. I'd be super happy if someone from her circle actually showed up. Sehan slammed his tea down with enough force to crack the table. He whipped around, absolutely triggered, shouting, Yo, sis, why are you throwing shade and claiming I've got 0 homies? Seo John's voice dropped to absolute 0. Because you don't. Do you honestly think that posse of simps chasing your clout actually counts as real friends? The truth hit him like a brick. Sehun zipped his lips, looking totally defeated. Then, like a switch flipped, Seo John instantly rebooted her vibe back to cheerful mode. Anyway, I really want you to pull up. It'd be good for Sehun to vibe with someone on his level. Eun-ha just nodded along, but internally he was like, wait, you actually want me there? That's when Eun-ha finally clocked the 4D chess move she was making. She totally dropped the mask. Bringing a kid to a high-stakes networking event, that is a straight-up power move to build massive clout. Translation? She wants to draft me into her squad. Under normal circumstances, this would be a hard pass, a total no thanks from me. But suddenly, the room erupted in applause. Linda was all smiles, hyping it up like a cheerleader. Sounds dope. Like Seo John said, Eun-ha should totally come through. Dude John chimed in, adding fuel to the fire. Gotta learn the networking game while you're young, right? Trapped in the spotlight, Eun-ha could only force a super awkward, plasticky smile. He thought, dang, they really got me cornered here. It figures she is definitely the alpha destined to take over the Sirius group after hands-on. That is total boss energy right there. She steered the conversation so smoothly. It was terrifying. Plus, I can't exactly say no to the mega corporation signing my dad's paycheck, can I? Business folks are messy, and I can't leave Sehun hanging out to dry by himself. Weighing his options, Eun-ha finally caved to the pressure. Fine, I'm down if my schedule is open. The chairman and his wife looked super stoked, beaming like proud parents. See? It's so good, Sehun actually has a legitimate buddy. Meanwhile, on some sketchy, desolate street, a guy was stumbling around, wasted out of his mind and completely oblivious to the danger. He heard a loud buzzing noise closing in and got all ticked off, yelling into the void, Yo, what is all that racket? Keep it down. Suddenly, a creepy breeze washed over him, and something came zooming straight at his face out of nowhere like a heat-seeking missile. He whipped around, eyes blurry and confused. Standing right behind him was a massive level 7 mosquito monster, its eyes glowing a terrifying, bloodthirsty red. Before his drunk brain could even process the threat, it jabbed its giant, needle-like stinger straight into his shoulder. Caught completely off guard, the guy let out a guttural groan of pure agony as the strike went deep. His booze bottle smashed against the asphalt. The monster's multifaceted eye reflected the guy collapsing on the pavement just as the sound of running footsteps got louder. The mosquito, tummy full of fresh blood, flapped its wings and bounced. The squad chasing it finally showed up, screaming, There it is. The target is making a run for it. After it. Don't let it escape. Then they spotted the victim on the ground. Cap, we got a civilian knocked out here. What's the play? The leader answered, totally unbothered and dismissive. Dude's obviously just blackout drunk. Leave him be. We have a job to do. Oh, fine. Whatever. Just call it in and drag him to the E.R. But suddenly, the mosquito bite on the guy's shoulder started pulsing with a weird, ominous light. Back at the hospital where Julieta just had her baby, a heat wave warning was blowing up everyone's phones, signaling the start of a scorching summer. Our junior year summer break had just kicked off. Julieta saw us coming to visit her and the newborn, and she was grinning ear to ear like she won the lottery. Hey guys, the whole crew showed up loaded with bags of goodies, waving and sending good vibes right back at her. Worried the baby might wake up, Julieta whispered, "Sheesh, keep the volume down, okay? He's sleeping." The gang nodded obediently, whispering back, "You got it, boss." Everyone crowded around the crib to get a peek, oohing and awing. Hyuk started shoving his way to the front like a fanboy. "Move. I want to see. Let me see the baby." Min let out a soft gasp, clutching her chest. "Oh my gosh, he is so adorable." Ha-yeon was totally on the same wavelength, looking super excited. Min Seon-ah, look at his tiny little hands. Seon-ah nodded, eyes sparkling, seriously cute. Anha walked in, observing the heartwarming scene and thinking to himself, he's surprisingly chill around strangers, huh? Julieta flexed a bit, full of maternal pride. Of course, he's my kid after all. Suddenly, Hyuk butted in with the big question. "Hey Julieta, is it a boy or a girl?" She looked like she was waiting for that moment, answering with pure hype. "Bambino is a strong, healthy baby boy." Unha stepped forward and handed over a fancy box of cake. He whispered, "Brought you some premium tiramisu." Remembering how hyped Yoon was earlier, Julieta laughed softly. Yoon already stopped by today, by the way. She was totally over the moon about becoming an auntie. Unha casually asked the million-dollar question. "So, what's the little guy's name?" "Did you lock one in yet?" Julieta beamed, sounding super proud. "You bet. I picked this name way before he was even born. His name is Venia. It stands for dreams, hope, and the future." Yoon-ha froze in his tracks. Venia. A massive flashback hit him from before he reset time. The memories flooded back. He remembered reading the Abyss Dungeon conquest logs. That name was on the list of legendary subjugators. Veer Mayan. His ally was the famous hero known as Diamond Fist. Rumor had it he was the MVP of the Abyss Raid because of his insane, world-shaking punching power. It has to be the same guy. Snapping back to reality, Minji was asking softly, "Sis, can I hold him?" Julieta smiled warmly. "Of course. Just be gentle, okay?" Yoon-ha watched them interact, and finally, the puzzle pieces clicked together in his mind. In the original timeline, Julieta didn't end it all even when her life was absolute trash because of this kid. While Unha was deep in thought, the rest of the gang was just happily vibing around the future legend. Minji was cradling Venia, her voice going up an octave with excitement. "Look, he's yawning." Seon-ah melted into a puddle on the floor. "Gosh, that is just too cute to handle." System reboot complete. Unha snapped back to reality with a blinding grin. "Since he's Un's little brother, that automatically makes him my dongsing too. Just deal with it." Juliet was totally vibing with that logic. She dropped the gentle motherly wisdom. "Straight facts. He's your baby brother now, so watch his six. Bruno and I are gonna power level this kid until he's strong enough to carry his own weight. Then you can finally ride on his shoulders for a change." Yoon-ha pictured the scene and forced a cringe laugh. "Yeah, hard pass on that nightmare fuel. I'll be a full-grown boomer by then, bruh." Hyuk suddenly slapped a hand over his mouth, eyes popping. "Wait, hold up. Let me ask something real quick. Does that mean Venia's last name is No, just like yours?" Julieta was ready to spill the tea. "Yup, his full government name is No Vevenia." Yoon-ha's jaw practically drilled through the floor. Did they really just copyright strike his last name? His scream of despair nearly shattered the hospital windows. After that dramatic meltdown, the squad rolled out. But man, the temperature outside was a total system shock compared to the air-conditioned heaven inside. Minji started melting instantly, sweat dripping like a broken faucet. "Ugh, I am literally deleting myself. The heat is disrespectful, and Unhyuk isn't doing much better." He sighed, soul leaving his body. "Take me back to the A." See, Hajiang had a light bulb moment. "Yo, the community center has a pool. We pulling up tomorrow?" Yoon Hyuk was down immediately. "Bet, say less." Minji, desperately fanning herself with her hand, nodded vigorously. "Please, let's go before I evaporate." "Sounds like a plan?" Ha Jiang noticed Unha zoning out again. "Earth to Unha. You coming with? Or are you buffering? Unha. Yoon-ha had been distracted by a mob of kids swarming for food across the street. He muttered, "Oh right. Thinking about it, today is Wednesday." The crew was confused. Ha. They followed his gaze to see a bunch of kids grouping up, goofing around like standard NPCs. They were queuing for food distribution. The homeless. That's the tragic label for orphans who lost their families to brutal monster attacks, kids born in the slums or just tossed aside. The goddess administration set up these shelters to handle the so-called homeless problem, basically handing out free rations every Wednesday and offering bare minimum services to keep their hearts beating. But let's keep it 100, it doesn't actually fix the glitch in their messed up lives. Suddenly, some kid zoomed past, crashing into a stack of heavy cardboard boxes. Gravity took over, and they started tipping. The little dude looked back, frozen in fear. No time to dodge. Seeing this, Unha's instincts kicked into overdrive. He phased through the falling boxes like a literal lightning bolt. The kid was shaking like a leaf in a storm, clutching his food for dear life. Then, a soft, reassuring voice hit his ear. "Yo, you good, little man." Yoon-ha had scooped him up hero-style just in the nick of time, completely canceling the disaster. The kid's eyes went full sparkle mode. He grinned, totally innocent. "Mr. Angel?" Anha blinked, confused. "Angel?" The kid practically glowed with holy light. "Mom said if I was ever in danger, an angel would come down to save me. Did you come to get snacks too?" Yoon-ha just rolled with a roleplay. Yeah, something like that." Yoon-hyuk and the squad sprinted over, panic written all over their faces. "Boss, you okay?" Yoon-ha stayed icy cool. "Yeah, I'm solid." Yoon-hyuk shook his head. "Boss is overpowered as always. Totally the boss. But wait, what is this server? I mean, this place." Minji was equally confused. Why are there so many kids spawning here? Suddenly, two older-looking boys from the homeless group charged toward them. One hissed like a viper. "You idiot." The little kid Unha saved didn't notice the dark vibe, waving happily. "Big bro." They snatched the little one back so hard he yelped. The kid with one arm was terrified, his voice trembling like a violin string. "I told you never to talk to strangers." "Never." The other boy started bowing frantically. "I'm so sorry. He's just a baby. He didn't mean to aggro you. Please let him slide this one time. We're sorry." The one-armed boy forced the little guy's head down. "Apologize. Right now. I'm sorry." The little tyke didn't get the context but apologized anyway. The squad stood there, totally stunned by the sudden panic. With guarded, fearful looks, the older boys grabbed the kid and bolted like they were running from a raid boss. The little one waved bye-bye over their shoulder. Minji stammered. Those kids just now. They seemed terrified. Yoon-ha watched them go, thinking, are they scared of our high-level gear? Makes sense. No parent tells their precious NPCs about the homeless reality. Kids who just grind school and play games never see the slums or the zones regular people avoid. Seon-ah realized something. "Oh, actually, I think the church I grew up in drops free loot, food today too." Yoon-ha finally asked, "Boss, who were they?" Yoon-ha decided to keep the harsh lore to himself. He waved it off. "Don't worry about it. Not important to the main quest. They don't need to unlock that knowledge yet," he thought. The dark underbelly of this world. Fast forward to the park the next day. Eun-hyuk was absolutely destroying an ice cream cone. "Man, this hits the spot." Ha-jang checked the time, looking anxious. "Are we gonna be late?" Seon-ah patted her shoulder. "Chill, we've got plenty of time on the clock." Michael was serving up a full-course roast, grinning like a Cheshire cat. "I bet you $5, Big Bro and Minji stopped for gelato while we bake out here." Seon-ah rolled her eyes so hard she saw her brain. Seriously, they're always fashionably late. But suddenly, a bone-chilling scrape echoed from the shadows, like nails dragging across a chalkboard. A man stumbled into the light, eyes wide with absolute terror, muttering to himself like his sanity had just snapped in half. No way. That doctor was a total hack, diagnosing me with mana deficit disorder? Yeah, right. I knew I should have gone to a real clinic. There is no way my mana circuits are failing. My levels are perfectly average. It was just a dream. That giant mosquito bite? A total nightmare. My body feels heavy, but yeah, just a bad dream. Desperate to shake off the panic, he looked down at his hand and froze. His skin was bubbling and warping like something straight out of a body horror flick. A blood-curdling scream ripped from his throat, making the whole crew jump out of their skin. Michael, being the soft-hearted soul he is, stepped up. "Yo, mister, you good?" The man started slapping his own face, desperate to wake up from this hell. He forced a twisted, creepy smile, trying to act like he wasn't falling apart. "Must be exhaustion," he muttered, trembling as he fumbled for his phone. "Gotta call the boss. Taking a sick day." "Yeah, totally normal." But when the screen lit up, the face staring back wasn't human. A grotesque monster grinned back at him from the black mirror. Panic mode activated. He shrieked and smashed his phone into the pavement. Michael rushed over, concern written all over his face. "Hey, sir, seriously, are you okay? You look like you've seen a ghost." The man heard the kid's voice, but his human mind was already slipping away. I. But terror choked him, and a guttural, beastly growl began to rumble deep in his chest. Get away from me." Michael froze, confused by the sudden aggression. But he didn't run. He just stood there, worried sick. "Mister, do you need an ambulance?" That was the last straw. The man's sanity finally snapped like a dry twig. "I said beat it, kid. Scram." Emma saw his eyes flare with an eerie, unnatural light and knew this was bad. Ignoring the awkward vibe, Emma screamed at the top of her lungs. "Michael, move." The poor kid turned around, totally clueless. The man's face began to melt and twist like hot wax, his mouth still whispering, "Impossible. This can't be happening to me." His body glitched out, skin tearing apart as his mass expanded. Emma shrieked, "Run! Get out of there now." Michael was paralyzed by fear, boots glued to the ground. The human was gone. A nightmare incarnate stood in his place. The beast towered over them, locking its predator gaze on Michael, ready for a snack. Meanwhile, under the scorching sun, No-How was casually strolling down the street. Sweat dripped off his chin like rain. He groaned, "Man, I'm literally melting out here. It's an oven." "Hey, Ava," he whined. She shot back, "What now?" "Let's grab some ice cream before we head back. Pretty please." Minji, sweating buckets herself, looked ready to snap. "Are you kidding me, dummy? We're already late because you lost track of time playing with that stray dog. The whole squad is probably waiting for us right now." No-How stayed cool as a cucumber. "Relax. If we're late, they'll just chill nearby." No-How kept begging, "Come on, Minji. I'm gonna pass out. Ice cream is essential for survival." "No," she snapped, looking like she was about to tackle him. "Absolutely not." Suddenly, a voice echoed inside No-How's skull. "Guys." He jumped, head swiveling wildly. "Huh? Did you just hear Seon-ah?" Minji grabbed a fistful of his hair. "Stop trying to change the subject." But then, Seon-ah's desperate plea cut through the air again. "Anyone, please. We need a player here. Help us." This time, both of them froze. The message was loud and crystal clear. Minji looked around, panic rising. "Wait, is there a monster nearby? I swear I just heard Seon-ah's voice inside my head." No-How bent down to tighten his laces. "I know. Call the player association. You have their number on speed dial, right?" Minji stuttered. "Yeah," but before she could finish, blue lightning crackled around No-How's legs. With a sonic boom, he launched himself forward, leaving her in the dust. "Hey, wait up." Minji stood there, totally exasperated. "You absolute idiot. You didn't even ask where the monster is before running off." Here's the lore drop. Guys, every living thing possesses mana. It's the fuel that keeps our hearts beating, but everyone has a hard limit. If a person absorbs more mana than their vessel can handle, game over. They mutate into abominations that barely resemble humans anymore. Back at the scene, a massive mutant mosquito was dive-bombing the group. Michael gasped, choking on fear. "What the heck is that thing? Am I hallucinating? Did that random dude just turn into a giant bug?" Jessica yelled. "Less questions, more running. Unless you want to die today." The whole squad scattered like cockroaches. A deafening buzz shredded the air as the mosquito monster charged at supersonic speed. It tore up the pavement like paper. Emma looked terrified. Seon-ah shouted over the chaos. "Emma, you good?" She yelled back, "I'm fine." But the panic was real. Michael glanced over his shoulder, his face draining of every drop of color. He thought, if this keeps up, that beast is gonna catch me. I can't run and shield with mana at the same time. Am I cooked? Man, if only Big Bro was here to carry this raid. Young Hyuk is clutching onto the OG's advice like a lifeline in the abyss. "Listen up, Hyuk. You are the tank, the unshakable fortress, the final wall." Hyuk hypes himself up, shaking off the fear. "Get a grip, my guy." You can literally see the switch flip in his eyes. Hyuk goes full beast mode, realizing the survival of the squad rests entirely on his shoulders. He snaps back to reality and whips around to Seon-ah. "Yo, Seon-ah, can you carry Emma and still book it out of here?" She looks confused for a split second but nods like, "Say less." Emma tries to play the hero though. "No way. I can run on my own 2 feet." Seon-ah ain't got time for debate. She scoops Emma up and tosses her over her shoulder like a sack of potatoes before the girl can even blink. Total boss move. She gives a look that says, "Just trust the tank, okay? He's cooking something up." Then she turns to him. "All right, Captain, what is the play?" Hyuk lays out the strat. "Emma, Pop a barrier and keep that ugly bug off our tails. You got this, right? Emma glances back at the giant mosquito buzzing right behind them and stammers. I am on it. I will try. That nightmare fuel is gaining fast. She throws up her hand and boom, a massive geometric fortress slams down, stopping the bug dead in its tracks. You can literally see the tension melt off Hyuk's face. What a clutch play. He shouts, hold that shield. But Seon is already 10 steps ahead of the game. Bet. I am broadcasting an SOS to everyone in the server. She closes her eyes and unleashes a ripple of golden energy. It is like a spiritual flare blasting out in all directions. Someone, anyone, assist. We have got a freaky elite monster chasing us down. Everyone in the zone picks up the mental DM. They are confused, but Seon-ah's signal is blasting loud and clear across the minimap. We need a high-level player here. Stat. It is a desperate cry that nobody can ignore. Emma shouts, Hyuk. The bug is pinned against the barrier. Hyuk grins. It is showtime. He charges up a sphere of raw mana in his hand, winds up, and yeets it straight at the monster, screaming, eat this. Emma sees the setup and drops the shield at the perfect split second so the blast can connect. Direct hit. That combo move did some serious critical damage. Hyuk yells, go, go, go. He does not forget to hype his team up. Good work, guys. The trio keeps sprinting, putting some serious distance between them and the beast. But oh. As the smoke clears, that mosquito looks fine, like barely scratched. It is twitching, but not from pain. That thing is literally vibrating with pure, unadulterated rage. Its eyes go crimson red. The aura shifts to pure bloodlust. It screams, I am not dying today, and charges at them like a maniac. Emma pauses mid-run. Something feels totally off. She is sensing a glitch in the matrix. She scans the monster's aura and freezes. Why is its mana signature mixed with human energy? That is super sus. Wait, is that a player corrupted into a monster? Hyuk's voice snaps her out of the trance. Shield up, now. She wakes up, but the enemy is already breathing down their necks with killing intent. Panicking, she lets out a scream and accidentally nukes the area with a massive burst of uncontrolled mana. The blast sends the mosquito flying, but friendly fire is on. Seon-ah gets caught in the shockwave and faceplants hard. Hyuk screams, Seon-ah, realizing the situation just went from bad to catastrophic. Emma rushes over, totally freaking out. Oh my gosh, Seon-ah. I am so sorry. Seon-ah winces but tries to play it cool. I am good. I am solid. Hyuk helps Seon-ah up but throws a sharp glare at Emma. Get your head in the game. Focus. Emma stares at Seon-ah's wrecked leg, guilt written all over her face. Seon-ah squeezes her hand. Hey, do not cry. Seriously, it is just a scratch. Then Seon-ah's expression darkens. We have got bigger problems. They all turn to look at the nightmare fuel coming back for round 2. The bug has recovered and is diving in for the kill. Hyuk flares his aura. It is do or die time. She cannot run on that leg, Hyuk shouts. Running is off the table. Emma, blast it with everything you have got. We stand our ground right here. Emma nods, tears drying up instantly. Understood. They both unload their mana clips, firing a barrage of energy straight at the incoming horror. They stand like human shields in front of Seon-ah, pouring every ounce of spiritual strength into the attack. But this monster is built different. The attacks are not hurting it, they are just making it more hyped. It dives straight through the fire. Emma throws up another barrier in panic while Hyuk keeps spamming attacks. Seon-ah watches helplessly. Her friends are fighting like pros, but she knows the clock is ticking down to 0. Seon-ah spots something worrying about Emma. She is pushing herself way past her limits, fueled by pure guilt. If she keeps this up, she is going to lose her eyesight permanently. Seon-ah holds back tears, watching her friend burn her own life force to save them. We are absolutely cooked. We're basically XP for this monster. Jessica was trembling like a glitching texture. Just leave me. Save your own skins. But the kid? Ice in his veins. Chill out, fam. We're good. She snapped back. Good? Are you delusional? Touch grass and run. The kid smirked with main character energy. Don't you get the script? This is the scene where the hero pulls up. Sky alert, incoming airstrike. Jessica's face glowed like she just pulled an SSR rank card. No way. A foot spawned from the void, boom. He kicked that mosquito freak so hard it ragdolled across the asphalt. Instant K. Oh, Ha Yang was hyping him up. I knew you wouldn't leave us on red. Even Woo Hyuk got his aura back. What took so long? Your ping is terrible. It's Ethan. He rolled his eyes. Bruh, I timed my entry perfectly. Why the salt? Ethan dropped in like a server admin. He speed blitzed the mosquito guy before it could even process the frame data. One tap to the face sent the bug flying across the map boundaries. Ha Yang cheered, called it. Woo Hyuk was absolutely pogging. Why show up at the last second? Ethan turned with a grin. Geez, tough crowd. That's called dramatic tension. Quit yapping. Ethan dropped his loot. Go camp in the back until the other players spawn. The bug twitched, rebooting its system. She was losing it. Ethan, that boss. The kid cut in. Yeah, boss, some random NPC uncle just digivolved into that thing. He glanced back. Digivolved? Ethan nodded. Oh, I see the mechanics now. He read the meta. This bug isn't eating flesh. It's swiping their mana. That completely bugs out the victim's internal energy flow. And when they try to regen that mana, system crash. Their bodies literally detonate from the mana surge. Or they glitch out and mutate into mobs. The bug lunged, but Ethan fed him a knuckle sandwich right to the grill. He thought, if infected NPCs are roaming free, the healers and guilds are throwing the game hard right now. Wait, is this still the beta patch before the official monster response guide dropped? That explains the absolute chaos. The mosquito guy spammed rapid attacks, but Ethan was smurfing on him. Dodge, dodge, perfect parry. Whatever, he scoffed. Useless guilds can't carry their weight. Ethan charged his fist. Guess I have to solo carry this raid. You attack me and make me clean your mess. Ethan slammed the bug into the concrete. Crack. The terrain shattered. The bug shrieked. It hurts. Help me. Ethan paused. Yo, this mob still has voice chat enabled. Dark aura started leaking like a broken pipe. The bug moaned. It hurts. Ethan backdashed as the second phase began. It screamed, please save me. Ethan signaled his squad to scatter. Was this bug popping a rage buff right now? Ethan analyzed. Demon transformation. The thing scaled up, massive and terrifying, still muttering. Save me. He recalled the lore. Before he reset the server, the 9 demons griefed the entire Korean region with massive terror raids. Every single one was a walking apocalypse. They branded themselves the Neo-humans, but the drop rate for a demon-human right now is 0%. How is this bug occurring? Ethan questioned the devs. Ha Yang asked, you sure that Uncle Monster wasn't a waifu? She replied, nah, definitely a dude. Woo-hyuk agreed, yeah, 100% male model. He calculated. So it's not her. Susan, one of the 9 demons, is locked to a female character model. We are 10 years too early for that content. The bug flew up screaming. Ethan charged a mana ball. Who said you could log out? He yeeted the orb at the bug. It did a barrel roll. Ethan launched into the sky. Okay, slippery little guy. Yo, tossing a basic auto attack just isn't gonna cut it. I need some ultimate skills to bag this beast. Quick map scan what's available. A utility pole. And boom, that high ground over there. Perfect sniping spot. Linda was clutching her kid. The baby was crying. Mom. The mosquito freak spawned right in their face. She screamed her lungs out. Ethan crashed the party. Did you forget about player 1? He smashed the bug with his weapon. Whack. Critical hit. It face-planted, scrambled up, and kited away. The bug fled, surprising Ethan. He told Linda to hold the zone and chased after it. Go to the hospital and check your HP and mana. Stat. Ethan leaped, charging his ult for round 2. The bug panicked. Mana shock. He swung his weapon, but the bug dodged. Ethan poured more juice into the combo. Spike barrage. He swung hard. Sharp mana missiles flew out, but the bug juked them and kept sprinting. It dived into another building. Nice parkour, bro. Then he heard a cry. Mom, it hurts. Make it stop. He crashed through the window. Smash. Ethan stuck the superhero landing. Damn it. Injured players were lying everywhere. Away from keyboard. Rage flared in his chest. Too late. Most of the victims who got their mana drained were gonna flatline from the lag. Ethan swore. Before he griefs anyone else. He saw the bug aggroing again. I gotta delete this file right now. Ethan rushed in like a tank main. He smacked the bug so hard it went flying, crashing straight through the hitbox of the door. Yoon-ha reads the room instantly and realizes this boomer is totally cooked. His soul got 404 because his demon download stalled at 99%. Talk about a fatal error. The beast tries to tactical retreat, flapping those wings, but Eun-ha isn't letting him slide. Our boy is triggered and ready to catch a body right now. Suddenly, the guy starts glitching out and screams, Yo, Angel bro. Eun-ha hits the pause button, whipping his head around like, come again. Boom. The ceiling collapses like a crumbling Jenga tower. Dust and smoke swallow the room, dropping visibility to 0, until a voice cuts through the fog. Shaking off the stun effect, he rubs his temples. He glances up and spots a squad rushing the rooftop, moving like they're filming a hardcore parkour TikTok. They're shouting orders. It breached the perimeter. Camp the spawn point and DPS that freak the second it shows its ugly mug. Yoon-ha thinks, did these tryhards stream snipe Sona's mental DM? Whatever. I'll let the blueberries handle the boss aggro for a sec. That homeless kid is trembling, looking totally wrecked, stammering out, "Big bro? Angel bro? You're the main character who saved me last time, right?" One of the kid's eyes is bugging out hard. He's gasping for air but grinning like he just pulled a 5-star unit. Straight up nightmare fuel, chat. Flashback alert. We're rewinding to Seoul before the server reset. The map is a wasteland, ruined skyscrapers, and bodies stacked up. Total system failure. A voice echoes from above, sounding bored out of its mind. "I thought you were the legendary 12 Thrones. This gameplay is mid. Boring." Christopher is gripping his shoulder, ready to rage quit life. Behind him, Emily is spamming heals on Unha like her keyboard is broken. Meet the Mistflower Squad, fam. A mysterious woman is just vibing there, smiling like she knows the cheat codes. She's surrounded by massive, red-eyed flies. Absolutely disgusting. She finally acknowledges them. "Okay, respect. You guys actually have some mechanics. You're not total bots after all." She's judging them from the high ground with max smugness. That's Beelzebub, the queen of flies. Perrin gets triggered and rushes her like a suicidal Leroy Jenkins. He screams, "Shut your dirty mouth." Emily keeps casting heals, but you can see the panic rising in her eyes. It's getting critical. The demon queen isn't even sweating. She laughs, "Oh, a rabid dog off the leash? Come here, puppy." She taunts him as he rockets toward his doom. Bam! He takes a critical hit straight to the dome. Unha and Emily jump in to peel for him. Unha roars, "Hold tight, I'm incoming." Beelzebub lag switches right next to Emily, instant transmission. Her giant claw reaches out to delete Emily's face. Major jump scare warning. Beelzebub cackles. "So you're the pocket healer? And you? You must be the infamous Grim Reaper." Yunha. Yunha bellows. "Get your filthy claws off her." Schwing. In one frame, the demon's hand gets severed clean and goes flying across the map. Yunha secures the rescue. The demon glances at her bleeding stump and just sighs, "Wow, someone really needs anger management classes. Are you that hype berserker everyone simps for? Or should I call you the immortal one?" Unha stares daggers, signaling Emily to hide behind his hitbox. But the Fly Queen spots a camper. "Hey, who's that hiding in the blind spot?" It's the witch, huddled in the corner, clutching her gut. Beelzebub's eyes glow red and nasty wings burst from her back. Phase 2 boss mode activated. "You've got power stats rivaling the 12 Thrones," she purrs, unleashing a swarm of hundreds of flies. Absolute nightmare fuel. She eats a massive fireball at the mage. Beelzebub grins, thinking it's good game, but the girl pops a shield just in the nick of time. That's the witch, guys. But look at her HP bar, she's wrecked. Her eyes are glowing crimson. The corruption is taking over. Beelzebub starts roasting her. "Cool gamer tag, but your build is trash. Nice magic resistance, though. I'll give you that." The witch is standing in a pile of dead mobs. She's been fighting for her life in the background this whole time. "My babies have been snacking on your aura for a while. I'm honestly impressed you haven't turned into an NPC zombie yet. Kudos." The witch glares with pure venom. Perrin snaps, "Shut your mouth," and charges in with his blade. The demon queen whips out, well, a literal whip. "You've got speed," she hums. "Did the Grim Reaper buff you?" She cracks that whip with absolutely zero chill. Steel clashes against the whip. It's a blur of sparks and motion lines. The frame rate literally can't keep up with this action. Meanwhile, Emily is trying to heal the witch, but the HP bar is stuck. She whispers, trembling, "Captain." Yunha is locked in combat. "What's the status?" Then the witch speaks up from behind him, voice breaking. "Please, delete me," she begs. Unha spins around. She's glitching out, monster parts sprouting everywhere. It's bad, guys. Real bad. Even while glitching, she cracks a joke. "Why the lag? You have a crush on me or something?" Cringe. She smiles, but it shatters your heart. Emily breaks down sobbing. Yunha just grits his teeth, trying to keep his composure and not rage cry. After a second of buffering, he walks over. Understood. He raises his blade, eyes cold as ice. "See you in the lobby." Slash. Game over. Snap back to reality. A tiny, trembling voice asks, "Are you the angel brother?" It's a little kid, maybe level 5. His left eye is totally mutated. He's covered in red textures, but still trying to smile. Enha freezes. It's the homeless kid he carried way back in the tutorial zone. "The party is gone," the kid whispers. Unha stops cold. "They were really nice to me." Unha steps closer, heart heavy as lead. The kid's eyes are filled with pure despair. "Am I going to get deleted too?" Unha doesn't sugarcoat the patch notes. "Yeah. Yo, Mr. Angel. Why the long face? Talk about a trigger phrase." Just like that, the PTSD kicks in and the highlight reel of my nightmares starts rolling. It was that wretched boss monster, Kraken, that ruined the whole server. I can still see little Ethan, absolutely broken over his sister's photo. Please, sis, don't log out on me. Don't leave me solo. Everyone said my smile files were corrupted years ago, just total bitterness. But then this kid, this random NPC dropped some heavy philosophy on me. You gotta smile, bro. I'm looking at him like, who asked? But right then, his code starts bugging out. Mutation City monstrous limbs sprouting like a glitch in the Matrix. The kid is shaking like a leaf, but he pulls this blindingly bright grin. It gave me major flashbacks to that red-haired witch who promised good RNG was coming. Straight up spooky. Ethan didn't say a word, just stared him down. This is gonna tank your HP a bit. My weapon starts glowing with mana. The kid just whispers, no worries. With my blade raised for the execute, I asked him, stone cold, any final words, kid? The poor guy shivers and whispers, Mom. I really want to see my mom. I could see my own reflection in his dying eyes. I was his grim reaper and his savior. The map was chaos, ruins, bodies everywhere. Just Ethan and the kid who just got disconnected from life. Dead silence on the server. A single tear hits the dirt. Man, I seriously can't stand kids. That's the vibe I'm on right now. You know the type. Run around, trip on air, and immediately summon their mom with a sonic scream. It's actually wild how selfish and basic they are. They think crying is some cheat code to fix everything. I watch his mom baby him, smoothing over the glitches like nothing happened. 2 seconds later, he's laughing, acting like the apocalypse isn't loading in the background, safe in the admin's arms, thinking this fairy tale has no expiration date. Yeah, keep dreaming. After watching my entire guild get wiped out in 4K resolution right in front of me, I stopped buying into that happily ever after scam. Then I spotted this beat-up teddy bear loot on the ground, dusted it off. I forced a smile, mostly so the NPCs wouldn't glitch out and worry about me. War just deletes your feelings, fam. Ever since I respawned in this timeline, my emotional stat has been flatlined at 0. I walked off solo, clutching the bear. Even if you guys get deleted, I won't shed a pixel. I tucked the plushie into the dead kid's arms. Game over, little buddy. Snap! A loud shout drags me back to the current server. Mosquito extermination quest complete. That chick just went full berserker mode. Wipe them all out. One dude is grappling this demon lady, locking her down with pure tank stats. The other guy goes absolute try-hard with a sword, piercing the beast a million times a second. She's screeching like a banshee. Total fatality. Ethan gets a flashback to that kid getting frag and swears, I'm gonna slaughter every single mob on the map. Meanwhile, the global chat is blowing up about the mosquito incident. Thanks to the lag-free response, the flying mosquito variant got absolutely wrecked. Everyone's tuned in as the mayor steps up to the mic. He hands out the Brave Tot Award. Little Sophia is spying on her bro from across the zone. He hasn't smiled since the update dropped. He looks so down bad. She hates seeing him in his emo phase. Then she remembers Big Sis's strats. If he's sad, buff him with love. She's like, how? Answer. Full speed tackle. Big brother, she screams. The plan? The ultimate rank bear hug. She launches herself like a missile right into his arms. Surprise attack. He pats her head, and she's all giggles. What's got our Sophia so hyped? She beams. I just really needed to recharge my hug meter. Oh. He gives a gentle smile and messes up her hair physics. Then she leans in close. Hey, side quest info. He's all, yeah? What's the tea? Smooch. She plants a critical hit on his cheek. I love you the mostest. Like, big as the skybox and the whole map. She's doing these huge arm gestures. Too wholesome. He touches his cheek, stunned, then grins. Love you too, kiddo. She gasps. No cap? Cut to the school arc. The PA system blares. All right, students. Let the Find Your Teammate event begin. Game on. Ethan unfolds his quest scroll and his jaw drops. Total confusion. He's looking around like, is this a dev joke? Where am I supposed to loot this? Meanwhile, it's chaos kids sprinting everywhere trying to speedrun their missions. Suddenly, he spots Kim Min chilling with Jessica. He hollers, OH, Jessica. She jumps like, excuse me, why the aggro? Zero explanation. He just grabs her hand and activates sprint. Let's go. She's getting dragged behind, screaming, what is this lag? Huh? What is on that paper, you maniac? Back at the spawn point, Kim Min is hyped, cheering them on like a cheerleader. No clue, but we gotta move. We're clutching this win. They drift across the finish line. Teacher goes, all right, let's verify the mission item. Ethan proudly hands it over. Boom. Quest complete. Poor Seon-ah is wheezing, looking like her stamina bar is flashing red. Teach unfolds it. It says 2 words, Little Jessica. He looks at her. So, Seon-ah is the dog? Seon-ah snaps. Rage mode activated. She grabs Ethan's collar and shakes him. Why am I the dog? Huh. I'm top tier. I'm clearly a fox type. He just whistles and looks away. Look, Seon-ah, blue team needs this dub. Okay? Do it for the squad. She's about to throw hands, but then remembers Kim Min begging them to win. The guilt trip is super effective. I gotta become class president. Help a girl out. She swallows her pride, clenches her teeth, and lets out 2 reluctant barks to unlock the achievement. Teacher gives a thumbs up. Convincing performance. You really are a Jessica. Rank-ass acting. Lunch break. Ethan holds up a bento box with starry eyes. Big bro crafted this. He takes it, all happy, and spots a goofy, smiley face made of food art. Yo, looking like a 5-star meal. But who is this mystery player? She hits him with that super happy eye smile and goes. Appa. Meanwhile, Kimmin and Jessica are sitting up front, totally salty, throwing major shade at the couple. Sheesh, look at him. Bro's eyes are literally sparkling with main character energy right now. Ava was throwing massive shade at Ethan, totally grilling him. Dude, really? Why does Emily get the VIP treatment while we get crumbs? And seriously, Jessica, speaking of, Seon-ah hit him with the ultimate puppy dog eyes, but Ethan, ice cold. He just shrugged, like, give me one good reason why you guys deserve the hype. That triggered her. She pointed a finger right in his face, screaming, You literally dragged me into this scavenger hunt just so you could chill on the sidelines. But then, instant mood switch. Ava struck a legendary pose, chest out, radiating pure main character energy like a shonen protagonist. She announced, As long as I'm Prez, Class 3-3 is snatching that gold. But Ethan immediately popped her bubble with a brutal reality check. He smirked. Bro, you're just doing it because Thomas promised us burgers if we win. Her confident face cracked into a million pieces instantly. Ava went full demon mode, threatening him. Listen up. If you dare bail on us this afternoon, you are absolute dead meat. I'm not playing games. While she raged, another girl collapsed nearby, gasping for air like she just run a marathon in the desert. So, dead. Suddenly, a gorgeous lady rushed over, wiping the sweat from her face. You crushed it. Sweetie, you okay? Anything hurt? The girl grinned. I'm good, mom sis. A classmate heard that and looked totally lost. Wait, mom sis? Is that some new slang? That lady was actually Ha Yang's stepmom, Jennifer. She just flashed a sweet smile and said, Mom sis has a cool ring to it, right? Super unique. She laughed it off, but Ethan sensed the awkward vibes. He remembered Ha Yang's dad got remarried to Sujin a few months back. And get this, Sujin isn't just some rando. She's the second heiress to the massive Alice Group empire. At the wedding, the squad was absolutely shook when they realized the terrifying chairman was actually the chill uncle they'd been vibing with. Ethan was just like, hey, John is still just John. The old man actually cracked up at that. I appreciate the honesty, kid. Looking back, the crew adapted pretty fast. But Ha Yang still gets super shy about dropping the mom bomb on Sujin. She clenched her fists, pumping herself up. I'm gonna do my best to call you mom. Seon-ah immediately called her out, teasing. Ha Yang, you literally just fluffed it again. Ha Yang let out a frustrated squeal, but Sujin just chilled, saying it was no stress. Fast forward to lunch. Ethan was doing his best zombie impression walking through the courtyard. He was yawning his head off, thinking, nap time. Definitely nap time. He thought the garden was empty, but then he spotted Seon-ah crouching in the corner. Ethan strolled over with a grin. Yo, Jessica, what are you doing lurking in the bushes? She squeezed her eyes shut, totally annoyed. I told you I'm not a puppy. Thanks to you, literally everyone calls me Jessica now. Ethan didn't even blink. What's the issue? Jessica sounds cute and friendly. You should totally own the brand. Then he heard drama brewing behind the wall. He moved to check it out, asking, But seriously, why hide? What's the tea? He peeked over the ledge and his jaw dropped. A sharp voice snapped. You need to worry about your own reputation, Ava. Minji was shouting back, Why are you obsessed with my social life? Her mom tried that fake calm voice. Sweetie, that's not it. Seeing Minji calm down, the mom continued, I'm fine with you hanging out with Ethan or the rich kids, but you need to stay away from Seon-ah. And that was the breaking point. Ava snapped. She smacked her mom's hand away and screamed, See, this is exactly it. Why do you get to curate my friends? Her mom lost it too, yelling, Because Seon-ah is a demi-human. That sentence froze the air in Ethan's lungs. The mom clenched her fists, hissing, Minji, you're too young to get it, but society hates demies. What are people gonna say when they see you getting cozy with one of them? Ethan turned to look at Seon-ah. She was curled into a ball, hiding her face. She whispered at the ground, It's okay. She traced circles in the dirt, voice hollow. I already knew. Someone like me. I'm not supposed to have friends. Ethan frowned, voice dropping low. Then what are we to you? Seon-ah gave a heartbreaking little smile. I know. That's why I'm grateful, and so sorry. She stood up, faking strength. I wanted to see Minji, but this is way too cringe. Let's just bounce, Ethan. Suddenly, Ethan grabbed her wrist. He looked dead serious. No, wait. Trust Ava on this one. On the other side of the wall, Minji's mom was still going off. People talk. If they see you with that girl, nobody decent will want to associate with you. Do you actually enjoy being the school pariah? Every word was a dagger to Minji's heart. She was shaking, trying not to sob. Seon-ah couldn't take it, begging Ethan to leave. But then, Minji's voice cut through the noise. Even so, she kept her head down, gripping her skirt like her life depended on it. But she was crying, but her resolve was rock solid. Seon-ah. Seon-ah is my friend. Behind the wall, Seon-ah's eyes went wide as saucers. Minji's mom went silent, then let out a massive sigh. Fine. Have it your way, but don't come crying when you regret it. The two of them hugged it out, tears flowing. Ava whispered, I won't. That's a promise. Stubborn as a mule. Huh. Takes one to know one, she teased with a smirk. Ethan poked his head out, grinning like a Cheshire cat. Yo, looks like the drama fest is officially canceled, folks. He spun around, dropping a mischievous smirk over his shoulder. Let's bounce, little Jessica, before the paparazzi catch us slipping. Triggered instantly, she chased after him like a heat-seeking missile, shouting her lungs out. Seriously, dude, what is your obsession with that name? Suddenly, she pumped the brakes, her voice dropping to a gentle whisper. Ethan. A megawatt smile lit up her face, eyes sparkling like stars. Let's go snag that gold medal today, bestie. Failure is not an option. She was totally hyped up. We gotta lift Minji's spirits, stat. Operation Happy Vibes starts now. Ethan nodded, locking in. Bet. Consider it done. Game time. Class 3-3 went absolute beast mode on the dodgeball court. They were unleashing chaos, leaving the crowd completely shook. The teacher sighed and called it Blue Team takes the dub. Ava blinked, totally flabbergasted. Did you guys chug 5 energy drinks or something? Ethan just dusted off his hands like a boss. Light work. What? Nothing to see here, he said, cool, as a cucumber. She wasn't buying it though, sticking a finger right in his face. Spill the tea, mister. Since when do you actually try this hard? That is so not your vibe. Yoon-ha looked away, dodging the question like a pro. You're imagining things, fam. I'm always a try-hard, duh. Meanwhile, over on the track, Jessica was tearing it up. She was crushing the competition in the relay race like a cheetah on caffeine. They swept the next few games like a hurricane. The obstacle course? A total breeze. Piece of cake? Fam. The kid gloated with a cheeky grin. Ha Yang even dominated the 3-legged race. It wasn't just a win, it was total domination. No surprise here, the speakers boomed with the final champs of the Fall Sports Festival. Ava stepped up to the podium, basking in the glory and the roar of the crowd. Blue Team, Class 3-3. Her face was glowing like the sun, pure happiness and pride radiating off her. Minji strutted back to the squad, holding the plaque like a trophy. See, told you we could crush it if we tried. Y'all better vote for me as class rep next semester. Okay. She barely finished her sentence before she paused. The whole squad was looking at her with mischievous, wolf-like grins. Ethan kicked it off. You guys ready? Jessica winked. Born ready. Suddenly, they grabbed her arms and legs, hoisting her high into the air. She started freaking out, flailing around. Yo, what the heck are you guys doing? Put me down. Jessica ignored the screaming and started the countdown. 1, 2. On 3, Minji was launched sky high amidst wild cheering. That was epic. One more time, let's go. Guys, stop, she squealed, laughing and crying at the same time. The parents on the sidelines couldn't help but smile. Look how tight that crew is. Totally adorable, right? The whole class chanted in unison, voices thundering. 1, 2. On 3, looking happier than ever, she went soaring into the endless blue sky.